We can start streaming now, and we are currently online, probably streaming to maybe Kara and maybe Kristen. They were very interested in knowing the start time. Um, I'm just gonna go ahead and put a little blurb in our chat, say that we're live, with no link to how to find it, because I'm not that savvy, apparently. All right, and go back to the thing here. All right, cool. So, each of you, for your own different reasons, got onto a vessel on the Celestial Sea and uh, had become this vessel maybe got attacked, or maybe you made a deal with her in advance, or whatever. But you were all accosted by Agatha, the one of the greatest pirates on the Celestial Sea. Her ship came over the horizon. It was full, flying high. Its red hourglass, Jolly Roger, and you were given the decision of either serve or die. And for whatever reason, each of you has chosen serve. Um, Agatha, to remind you, is this tall drow woman who has, a tricorn hat and long blue hair. She has an eye patch that she wears sometimes on her right eye, sometimes on her left eye. Clearly, it's more about the regalia and less about its actual service to her vision needs. She wields a large syringe that she calls infection. That is a combat syringe. She uses it both for stabbing and for injecting bad things into her opponents and good things into her friends. Um, uh, where her legs would be, she instead has a metallic thorax with 6 spider legs that come down to reach the deck. It has been said by the crew, perhaps you heard this while you were being inducted down below, that she was once made a deal with a witch, or was cursed by a witch, to never set foot on the Celestial Sea again, so she chopped her feet off and got better ones. There is a pair of boots nailed to the mast of the ship that, legend says on the vessel that those were her original boots, and now they are not setting foot on anything. Um, we are going to begin not from any of your perspectives. We're going to do a little bit of movie magic here and start from the perspective of 2 people on the bottom layer of Agatha's boat. The top layer looks fairly normal as vessels go. It has a mast, a prow, a helm. It's got, people running around in the riggers, the top men who are doing work there. You have a bosun and a coxswain by the helm. The middle layer is where they keep most of their cargo and booty. Um, uh, just a flight of stairs down, lots of ropes, lots of crates. There's some very unusual people on this ship that are working it. We'll meet those all in time. And then on the bottom layer of the ship is where our story starts. And the bottom layer is where the pods are kept. These vats filled with nutrient goo is what you are submerged into after you made the decision to serve. Um, when you became fully immersed in the sticky water, or the gooeyest nutrients that were around you, the world slowly faded away until you weren't really sure how much time had passed. At this exact moment, Agatha and another drow are walking through this area. Agatha turns to this other person and says, "Dr. Jean, which ones shall we take on this particular venture?" Agatha, Dr. Jean is a middling height drow with big, fluffy white eyebrows, and he's got like a stethoscope type thing that, not stethoscope, um, like monocle type thing that he slides over one eye to peer at things to get a better look at them. Um, Agatha, we're a little short on podlings for today. And speaking of short, how about why don't we try this one over here? Oh yes, the small turtle. I guess we could give that one a look. And Agatha clamps on with each of her 6 metallic legs onto the fasteners of this pod and crink, 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 pulls it open and then grasps and pulls out the small turtle inside. And Gary, would you please describe your character for the rest of us? Got it. And so the first thing the first vision you get is of Agatha perched over the pod that you just came out, and she's pulling you forward. You've got your guitar in one hand, but you have a sudden feeling of nausea in your stomach. So I'd like you to make a Constitution save for me. Um, this is a multiple success save. So like you can either do really well, really poorly, or something in the middle. 5. So that would definitely qualify as poorly. So so you come out and you're like, oh God, oh it feels so awful. Um there was no sound when Gary spoke on the live stream. Sorry, I just got a message from somebody who's watching. I'm hearing you, so it's not your problem. But let me just first explain that you basically have got what's called pod sickness. This is going to give you the poison status effect for the next hour, and then you'll shake it off. Um, the poison status effect gives you disadvantage on attacks and skill checks, I believe it is, while you're getting over this. Let me just take 1 second to see if I can figure out the audio issue here. Why would you not have it audio? Can you say something real quick, Gary?
Check, check, check 1, 2.
Okay. Looks like it's there. All right. That I believe will have fixed it. Apparently, I need to click both desktop audio and mic box. Cool. Great. Dr. Gene, who is wearing a like a lab coat, and he's got uh, 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 the lab cloak goes over his arms, so he doesn't have his arms through the things. They're just kind of like hanging over his arms, like he's trying to be a little bit fashionable at the same time. Um, uh, this one seems a little grossed out by the pods. Are you sure this is a good one, Dr. Jean? Yes, Agatha. It's a bit of an odd older turtle, but I have reason to believe that it will be sufficient for this particular task. All right, if you say so. And then she pokes. What's the name of your character? Quartlug?
Quartlug Quall.
Uh,
Lieutenant Quall.
oh,
I
sorry.
often go. I don't know if that she may not, care.
Do not respect the title.
Yeah.
She kind of taps her fingers on your shell and says, "Are you going to be okay, old timer?"
I will serve you well, sir.
All right, that'll do. I don't know. Do we have a backup turtle in case this one doesn't work out? A backup? I suppose so. We could have that one that you made a deal with, and he gives Dr. Jean gives Agatha kind of a wink. And he's like, "Oh yes, that one. A little too easy to manipulate, I'd say." And walks over to another pod that's kind of like on its side, kind of not as carefully kept. And once again, clunk, 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 opens, uses her 6 appendages to open another nutrient pod up and pulls another turtle out of it. And Pitaya, could you describe your character?
Yeah, she's a turtle of medium size. It's kind of difficult to gauge her age, whether she's just not taken care of herself really well, or if she's older. It's hard to kind of picture, but she is white. Her appendages are white with like dapplings of black on them, and she's got a brown shell with gold highlights on it, and like a little serrated back. And in the shell are filaments of gold connecting tiny chips of diamond or like larger gemstones of semi-clear color.
All right, and as you're being pulled out of the pod, I would also like you to make a Constitution saving throw.
I'm going to try to do it on my phone and see if it works.
Okay.
Oh, saving throw. You know what? No, because I can't figure it out.
Which one do you?
Nope. Natural one.
Awesome. So you similarly get pulled out. Apparently, turtles just are not savvy with this whole nutrient paste stuff. You get pulled out of this thing, and Oh God, you can feel that same sickness. You are now poisoned for the next hour, the same as Quartlug. And Agatha kind of regards and says, "Are all torches this bad at being experiments? Do we have any fuelings we could send instead?" Like, I'm sorry. All of them are currently accounted for, either needing additional rest or you can send me, master. And then a little fueling. So this is a goblin, basically. Even smaller than Quartlug, kind of like comes clambering up. It's also dressed in like a white lab coat that's clearly too long for it. It also has like um a looking glass type of thing that's going over its eye, but it's not just more like a piece of random glass, and it doesn't really go over the eye or anything like that. It is dressed exactly the same as Dr. Jean, but just scruffier. Um, I'm sorry, Talamir. Now is really not the time. I need to do other experiments on you at the moment. Okay, just so long as there's some experiments, Master. You wouldn't leave me out, right? No, of course not, Talamir. Of course not. Okay, thank you. You're so good to me. Um, and with that, Dr. Jean kind of like pushes the fueling away from his legs, where it was trying to like grab onto his knees for emotional support. Um, uh, and Agatha kind of taps her nails onto her cheeks for a moment and says, "All right, well, I guess we're going to be needing at least one more. Maybe someone a little more stable. What about, didn't we have a tabaxi around here somewhere?" Yes, we have a few actually, but I think this one might do the trick. I think they're fairly cunning. Excellent. Well, we'll give it a shot. And she once again, clink, 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 removes the locks from one of these vats and pulls out a tabaxi and Five Tails. Can you describe your character?
So five or Fiva is should take both pronunciations. She doesn't like correcting people, so pretty much goes by five. Is a kind of tall, just under 6 foot, and narrow but strong in the arms looking silver tabby. As she has some silver piercings in her ear, several silver caps over the claws that you notice that you can see that are peeking through, being canvas wrapped. Maybe there are some scars on her hands. Maybe it's for boxing. But she has some canvas wrappings on her arms and leather straps on her chest that hold several different pouches, and you can see the leather sheaths of several different sized knives across her belt, as well as a hammer and a few other tools.
All right, I would like you to make a Constitution save.
This one. Did that work?
Let's see, did it work? Yes. All right, you rolled a 14. So you managed to shrug off most of the sickness. Like you don't quite erupt like the others two did, getting sick onto the deck below them. But you're still feeling not so great. You are considered poisoned for the next minute. So you're mostly going to shake it off, but you're not completely okay. Excuse me, too much
Five
carbonation.
loops her tail across her shoulder and starts cleaning the slime off of it. The look of disgust.
Awesome. Well, I suppose this one's a little bit more capable of doing these tasks. You can always count on a cat to be persevering, I suppose. Yes, Agatha, I suppose so. Um, shall we give them the rundown, or yes, I suppose. And so you guys are feeling sick. She pulls up uh, uh, like a small little like lectern and stands behind it. You're probably wondering why I've gathered you all today, and the answer is quite simple. I need you to kill a man for me. Is that something you think you can do?
Assassination. Yep, we can do
Excellent.
that.
No qualms, no ethical dilemmas, I hope.
Oh no, Marm. I think we'll be fine.
We will follow out your command, sir.
Excellent. All right. So here's the deal. We have just arrived at the city, at the Shardland, which is like an island, but just a shard of Wapier. And while here, I need you to go delve into town and find a specific individual for me. His name is Wayne Pierce, and I want you to kill him. Got it?
Copy, ma'am. Do we have any other resources that we can avail ourselves of for this operation?
We do have some. Since this is your first time coming up from pod sleep, I don't want to invest too highly in you, but go talk to Bubbles and she'll get you set up. Also, you might want to give a little bit of a chit chat to Doug to know the current area, the current, what do they call it? The ins and outs of the population. Oh, yeah, something like that, Agatha. And she gestures once over to the back of the ship and a second time over to like the side of the ship where you realize that part of the hull is actually made of see-through glass and you can see the water outside of the vessel. With that, she says, "Take care of it, Jean. I'm going to be above deck." Yes, Agatha. Um, we should be arriving at Wapier in about an hour. Until then, there's a few services you can partake before you go. As you know, I am Agatha's bio-doctor. I excel in enhancing and evolving people into their best selves. It's true. He does. Tell him I said wait in the jar. Oh, yes, Dr. Jean. Yes. And he hops away. If you're looking for something more physical to add to your capabilities, go check with the Man-at-Arms Bubbles. Just know that whatever advantage you take on this particular trip, you'll be given exactly one thing. You can either get an advantage from me in the form of biodoctoring or something more physical from Bubbles. Um, let's see, what do I have on offer at the moment? He pulls out, reaches into his pockets and pulls out some scrolls. He says, oh, yes, a couple of interesting things here. This would let's see what I've got here. Oh yes, this one is particularly fine, and he pulls out a beholder eye stalk, and he kind of like waggles the eye at the end of it and says, "This right here is a dazzling eye. It's an evolution that replaces your existing eye with one that used to belong, to this beholder, and it allows you to become quite deceptive if you need to be." Just realize that it also occasionally will show you things that don't exist. So mechanically, the way the eye stalk works is that once per short rest, you can gain advantage on a deception check of your choice. However, the eye will sometimes just show you illusions that don't exist, and that is up to the DM's discretion what that means. So he kind of winds the stalk around the eye and then stuffs it into a pocket and then pulls out a small jar containing a small mound of pearly teeth. He says, "These are emergency teeth. They're a bit of a dental replacement. It's kind of fleshy, and while it looks like it's a clanky, solid ivory tooth, it actually kind of squishes in his hand when he pulls one out. You can bite down on it to ignite it. It gives you a jolt of mental adrenaline. And mechanically, what this does is you can take a bonus action to bite down on the tooth to increase the difficulty class of your next spell or ability that turn by 2. It takes 24 hours for the tooth to regrow, and then you can use it again. You are silenced for 1 round after you use the tooth and whilever you're eating. So if you eat, you can't cast spells. And it also hurts like hell when you bite down on it. And then one last thing, and this one's a real people pleaser. He puts the little container of teeth into another pocket and pulls out another long object that is kind of like a wound up thing, and he pulls it out long, and you realize that it's like a tongue. This one I call the prehensile tongue. It's a tongue replacement that gives you a particularly adroit tongue. Though not for talking, really. It allows you to get the jump on someone when you're otherwise being intimate. Mechanically, when you are kissing somebody with the prehensile tongue, you can make an attack roll against them to grapple them. While grappled, both you and the target are silenced. So basically, if you get up close to a spellcaster and give them a little smoochie, you can then hold their tongue, literally. These will take a bit of time to insert. Hopefully, you have the stamina to support them. Otherwise, definitely go have a chit chat with Bubbles about maybe gear if you're looking for something like that.
Well, I'm satisfied with the parts that I work with, and I think I'll keep it that way. But, Doctor, is there anything you can tell us about this target that would help us identify him? Or what evidence can we bring back of our success?
Oh, very good question. Well, I have 2 bits of information on that. The first thing is I have this, and he pulls open a scroll with a very stereotypical wanted poster on it, and it shows an elder-looking drow, a bit of wrinkled, very tiny tricorn hat, like almost like it's a party hat. Studious look on his face, a couple of random age marks on him. This is Mr. Wayne Pierce. He is my predecessor. I took over his job after he attempted a mutiny on Agatha. And she thought she had killed him, but it turns out she'd only killed a body double of him. Something we did not really expect. Anyways, I have bioengineered a little friend to help you make certain that you are killing the correct Wayne Pierce in case you encounter a body double again. And he pulls out a conch shell. And he holds his lips up to one end of the conch shell and blows through it. And the edges of the opening of the shell start to glow a slight red luminescence. When this blows green, you'll know you've completed your task, and you can prove to us that you've completed your task. Who would like to carry this?
I'll carry that.
All right.
Does it have any erectional capability?
I'm sorry, erectional capabilities?
Yeah, points on directional.
Oh, I'm sorry, no. But I figure if you find the person that looks like this, and then holding up the wanted picture, and you kill them and blow into this, you'll know whether or not you were successful. Lickety split, no problem. Otherwise, just ask around until you find him, I suppose. Let's see, what else? I think that's about it. You may want to ask Doug about the local information. I don't really know much about the Shard of Wapier. He will probably know more than the rest of us. Is there anybody interested in claiming one of these evolutionary things? You can go talk with Bubbles first if you'd like to.
I would like to talk to Bubbles first, if you don't mind, sir.
I'd like to explore my options first, but thank you.
That is completely sensible, and I appreciate your discernment in these matters. Now, come along. And he walks with you for a bit towards the aft of the boat. And upon getting close to the end, you see that there's like a kiosk with a bunch of just stuff. It's almost like a carnival booth where people, throw things or whatever. So it's got prizes of various different types hanging from it. And there's, weapons and armaments and magical looking doohickeys. There's some large decanters filled with some sort of green liquid and heads suspended inside of them. There doesn't seem to be anybody nearby. But he leads you up to this and he says, Bubbles, do show them what you have for sale. And then he just walks away, leaving you there with apparently nobody. There's a beat before one of the heads in one of the jars kind of turns to look at you, and it's a female drow head with blonde pigtails. "Arr, mateys, you looking for something to buy?" "Well, I mean, I guess not buy. You can requisition one thing from the new players list." So the top of this decanter is open, and it's got little leather straps that are leading down into it, and the head kind of moves over to one and goes and yanks it, and you realize that this thing is sitting on like a little conveyor belt, and the head in the jar is on a conveyor belt, and it starts moving through the list of things. The As it passes underneath a like what looks like what clearly looks like and is some sort of bundle of explosives. She pulls another leather thing, and it stops briefly underneath it. This here, mateys, this is the boomeroo. It's an explosive pack that will go kaboom and explode all the things in the nearby area. It's got 10 minutes of fuse wire, so you can delay the explosion if that's what you're looking for. It'll destroy basically everything within 15 feet. And if that's not good enough for you, and she yanks the thing again and starts moving along on the little conveyor belt and moves underneath like a little syringe, kind of similar to the one that Agatha has. This here is the Illbreaker. It's a steroid shot that gives you a sudden... Oh, she has no arms, of course, so she's just kind of a sudden jolt of energy. The mechanics on that is that it's basically like a potion of haste that will give you the effects of the haste spell for 3 rounds, but then you become slothful for the turn after that and don't get to do anything. But it gives you, a big boost of speed. She continues on her little trundling way and moves underneath. It looks like a weapon, but then on closer inspection, it's like an arm holding a rock. This here, mateys, this is the Hamfist. It's a maul that you can beat people to death with, and she kind of like pantomimes grabbing her teeth and like smacking. The Hamfist is a 2-handed maul that just has a +1 enchantment. And then lastly, and little trundles a little bit further and gets to the end of this particular conveyor belt ride, and she's underneath a little a vial that has like a skull on it and like a triple X mark below it. It says, "This poison is called Just a Sec. It's named after what most people say before it kills them. If you eat it, you'll feel a little something inside, and then you'll go explode." Mechanically, it's it basically like they make a save, and if they fail to save, then they take a bunch of poison damage, and if the poison damage kills them, they literally explode and do explosion damage to things nearby. So
is this poison something to dip a weapon in?
I suppose you could, yeah. If
I think
that's how you'd be working.
I think that'll fit nicely into my hip flask.
Just don't accidentally ingest it. You won't like the outcome.
I'll take the bag of boom there.
The bag of boom, the boomeroo is what it's called. And she like
Boomeroo.
yanks a thing, and like another like a mechanical crane like goes over and reaches down and grabs the explosive, but like misses by a little bit, and then it like adjusts and then reaches down and grabs it and like just barely dangles it over and drops it at your feet. You're like just worried for a moment as it plops down on the ground in front of you, like how exactly the detonation mechanism on that works. But it does not explode at your feet. What about you, turtle lass?
That syringe, can you use it on anyone you choose, or does it have to be for yourself?
Oh, that's a good question, Missy. I hadn't thought of that, but I suppose if you could get up close, you could jab it in one of your enemies. But they'd be pretty powerful for a few rounds before they, passed out. Well, it seems like a bit of a risk, but if you want to try it, it's all up to you.
I'll take that syringe. The Illbreaker.
All right, so once again, the little claw comes over and drops it at your feet. And what about you, my feline friend, matey? Matess? Mateling? Do you want something from here? Do you want the poison that you were eyeing before?
I think yes. I think that is something that I could dip my knives or my claws into and cause quite a stir.
All right. Let's see what we can do for you. And she this time she pulls the thing and it just drops the vial into her, and she grabs it with her teeth, and then it conveyors her towards you, and then she spits it out, and it comes out and then lands in front of you. Clunk, clunk. The claw arm's not really working for that one, so I do it with what I can, okay?
Very resourceful.
You get to me when you're the man at arms.
All right.
Dr. Gina shows up from behind you. Ah, I see you've all chosen material advantages. Fine. Your loss.
No offense, Doc. We thank you. We thank you for your offer.
All right. Well, let's head over to Doug. And you guys are led now over to a side of the bottom level of this vessel. And this is the side that has the entire wall of it is glass, and you can see out into the blue water of the celestial sea. And there's like a sideways hammock out there that looks sort of like it's almost like a fishing net or something, except it's not tight enough for that. And sitting in this when you approach is a manatee, and the manatee kind of floats over near to the glass when he goes up and swims close and kind of bumps into the glass and then hi, I'm Doug, I'm the navigator on this vessel. Pleased to meet you. What do you got going on today? Can I help you with something?
We have to kill a man.
Oh, that's too bad. Are they a bad man?
I imagine so.
Oh, all right. Well, we're located at the city, the shard of Wapier, and Wapier is it's a shard that's a remnant of Spart. That's the Drow slash bio punk homeland. It's from Spart, and it goes very deep under the surface of the water. Um, I guess there must be some sort of large vault down there with a lot of people living inside. I don't really know what kind of people live inside. I really only talk to the animals that swim through the waters on the outside. And I would be prepared for normal issues that you might encounter when you're in a Svartian vault, though. Swamps and nasties of that kind. But other than that, I'm afraid I can't be more help. And he looks genuinely sad that he can't help more. Um, and then he floats back over to his little sideways hammock so that when if it's not clear, it's so when the ship moves, it takes him with him, which is why it's sideways. If there's anything, I don't know what else you might want to know, but that's all I've got for you.
Do you know anything about the main major city?
Oh, I think there's only the one city, and that's Wapier. I don't really know who lives there. They're pretty reclusive. They don't really have the beings in the waters and the fishes and stuff. They say there's not really much in the way of a town port. Like you apparently have to go inland a bit. So I don't have a bunch of information. Sorry.
Doug, tell us about the captain. How does she treat you? Have you known her to keep her word?
Yeah, she's pretty good about her word. I suppose. I mean, as far as I know, she hasn't killed my family yet. And so that's keeping her end of the bargain. Um, I got letters from my eldest the other day, and he said he had just been learning how to walk on land a little bit, and I was like, well, that's crazy. Manatees can't walk on land, and but I don't know. Maybe 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 the missus is teaching him all sorts of survival skills uh, while I'm away. One day though, I'll work off this tenure and I'll be able to go home and see them again for the first time.
How long have you been on this ship?
Far, far too long. It's been
middle distance.
yeah. It's been like 5 years, and sometimes I don't know if it's worth it. But I meet people that are nice like you, and I think, well, maybe I'm doing some good in the guise of evil. You know, you guys seem all right, right? You're my buds. You'll come back and you won't die or anything like the others often do. And, oh, I think I'm need to take a lie down now. It's been nice meeting all of you. And he kind of like curls up into his little hammock and like you're not exactly sure how crying works in a creature that's already in water, but there's definitely blubbery noises coming from this direction.
Well, that's comforting.
Well, that's probably why he doesn't go to the grunt to into action.
Dr. Jean approaches from behind. Well, we'll be arriving in about 40 minutes. If there's anything else that you feel you need to do before then, please do it now. Otherwise, just hold tight. I would like to give you a little bit of information on your timetable, however, before we arrive. We are going to be dropping you off, and then 24 hours later, we'll be dropping by again. If you are not on the dock at that point, ready to go, with a conch shell that glows green when you blow it, then we will be leaving you here. And you might think, oh, that's not so bad. Finally, my servitude will be ended. But what you don't know, and at this point, you start to realize that there's something a little off about your body. It's been a couple of minutes now since you've been out of the pod, probably like 20 minutes, and you have kind of like this weird craving to get back in. Like as weird as and awful as that experience was, especially for the tabaxi, you're like, I could kind of maybe just like go back in the pod for a little bit. That might feel real good, just to kind of like, just kind of let my head space out for a bit. What you might not realize is that everyone who enters these pods becomes addicted to the process. If you do not return in a fairly short period of time, you're going to die. And the first symptom of that is that your skin will begin to become flabby and slowly fall off of your skeleton. Now, if that sounds like a pleasant experience and something that you'd like to live, then by all means, betray Agatha or fail on your quest. If it's something you'd like to avoid, then be back here in 24 hours and be successful. Am I understood?
So does the skin start to fall off at after 24 hours? And how long does that process typically take?
Oh, well, I mean, the eventual death will take longer than the 24-hour period. I'm just saying that will be your last chance to get onto the vessel, the only place where the pods exist, the only place where your addiction can be fed. You'll probably have a couple of weeks before actual death occurs, and until then you will simply have unbearable misery.
Good to know.
All right. So, Game Master, time to intrude a little bit here. You do have a little bit of time, especially as none of you are using the Biodoctor to get upgraded in any way. You have some time before you arrive. We don't need to do anything with that time if you guys don't have anything planned. If you want to do a little role playing, that's also fine. The time is completely yours. And then we start a important countdown. I want to stress, as the dungeon master, that you have 24 hours to accomplish this task. That means any resting, any investigation, anything that you do has to be all done within that 24 hours. It's enough time to do a lot, but it's not enough time to do everything. So please do keep that in consideration.
Right. So how are we're getting dropped off? Is it like is the main ship going basically to because it was underwater? Did I understand that right?
There's an above ground dock, and then the rest of the shard is underwater. You're not really sure how you get there or anything. Like that's going to be something you're going to have to handle once it arrives.
Okay. All right. Do we have any idea of like what the social structure is in that kind of area?
I'm
just trying to think if there's some kind of some way I should disguise myself with my disguise kit to like kind of an advantage.
Well, you do know that it is a Svart shard, so that means that trying to disguise. The problem is you're a turtle. It's kind of hard to disguise yourself other than a turtle with like a different turtle, yes, but it's very.
Or maybe like one of the military factions, like disguising like my clothes and social status, not so much my race.
this is like a remote colony. This is not some place that is like a big place with like a kingdom or anything like that. As far as you know, it's just like a city on a place. Like it's not going to have a very complex social structure that you can key into.
Okay. Would it? Okay. Cool. Thanks.
All right. Anything else before we arrive? And the answer can be no. That's totally fine. I just didn't want to. I don't like to rush players more than necessary.
I do think Pitaya is going to go over to Gary. What's your character's name again?
Quartlug Qual, Lieutenant Qual.
Lieutenant Qual is going to go over to Qual, and she's just going to like poke, not touch him, but look and be like, seem like a stout tactical type. What do you think how do you think we should approach this? Should we approach the locals or?
Yeah, first thing we want to do is gather some kind of intelligence. We'll have to keep an ear out, maybe a local tavern, see where Wayne, whereabouts he might spend his time. I think that would probably be our best option. Find the target's habits and see if there's anything to exploit.
Are you good at exploitation? Can you talk to people well?
I've been known to be able to turn an ear.
Well, good. That's good.
Something that has served me well in the past.
And you seem like you will be very good at the killing part. I don't think we have to worry much about that. And she's saying this to 5.
5 is kind of like sharpening the edge of her knife against our claws. And she's like,
yes, exactly. Yes, good.
We won't have a problem on that end, but we should still see if there's any information we can gain that would be to our advantage for simply completing this job. Maybe this ex-doctor knows something of this pod technology and would be willing to
look around as he hears 5 talking like this. Is anybody who's around us? Is anybody listening to our conversations?
I'm going to assume that you were probably savvy enough to not just like start talking about like how to get out of your contract right in front of all of the other members of the crew. So we'll say you're kind of like in the room with all the other pods. Maybe you're sitting on a pod right now, not even thinking about who's in there. And there's nobody that you know of around listening.
Good. I do have high passive observation, so I would have been aware.
Yeah, I don't react beyond anything beyond that check. Just looking around, kind of casually.
Great. All right. After about another 30 minutes, you hear calls from above deck that clearly you're coming into your destination. Agatha and another person you saw briefly, which is a cephalopod that has a jar of water that it's like living in, comes and escorts you up to the top. Squish, 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 squish. You are shown down to the edge of a gangplank into this like little chunk of land, and there's like a cave right next to the dock. So it's like dock, cave that heads downwards. Most of the you can see a very large expanse of this aquatic subterranean shard, but only a little spit of it actually spits out of the water. There is a sign next to the cave that says City of Wayne Pierce, population, and it used to have a 1, but the 1 has been crossed out and it just says Wayne. Yeah. So Agatha kind of pushes you to the edge of the gameplay and says, "Remember, dearies, you have 24 hours. I hope to see you back here in that time. And if not, well, this is why I don't go myself on these adventures. Good luck." and the gangplank starts getting pulled back to the ship from the other side, and she waves with her hand with infection in the other. And seconds later, and it's just the three of you alone on near the mouth of this cavern.
Is there any light in the cavern? It's just dark, just darkness.
The cavern does actually have some amount of blue light coming from it, though it is not it's fairly far away looking.
Okay, and there's no other real features.
It's pretty much barren other than that. It's kind of like the stereotypical desert island. There's like a palm tree maybe, um, with a lonely coconut sitting there, a skeleton underneath it reading a newspaper. Not really. And and just this cavern that heads very steeply downwards.
All right. Well, shall we? Who wants to take up the lead?
1 second, dearie. And she does some moves with her claws and creates 10 berries, and she gives 3 to each of her other companions and puts the rest in her pack. And just lets them know if anything happens and someone gets really sick, we all have this on us, and we can bring someone back up if they've fainted. So please don't forget that this is very important, and you have to take care of yourself and your friends, or we're all going to die here.
Okay.
So you each have 3 good berries, and she has 4.
All right. I
Add that.
don't think there's any real place on your character sheet to denote that, so just maybe write it down. 'Cause- all right. So, excuse me. You take a few steps into this cave, and inside there's a bit of speckled blue light off in the distance. It kind of levels out after about like a 40 feet declination. And there's like mustiness in the air and smells of old rotted peat. The turtles, I don't know exactly your guys' background, but turtles are a species that is ultimately from Svart. So you'd probably either have direct knowledge or like family passed down knowledge of the bogs of Svart, which are subterranean bogs that are often quite deep. And the smell triggers that you're coming up on one. And sure enough, there's a little like dilapidated wooden dock that is built next to this burbling, sucking bog that expands off into the distance. And let's see, at this point, let me make sure I have the right one up. Absolute, yes, nice. Oh, no, that's not the right one. Let me go here. I would like each of you to go and hit that play button I was telling you before, which is going to bring up a map.
Alrighty.
And let me know if you're having any problems with that. Can I get 3 thumbs up that it's working? Awesome. Great. So this little X on the far right there, you can see that is where you guys are currently at. And then off to the left, on the west, I guess we could call it maybe, is a little map of this bog. There is a couple of interesting things here. First of all, let me talk about the dock that's next to it. This dock is made of like wood that was clearly cut from the few trees that you can see in this bog. The trees all are like white barked, spindly things that look a little bit like hands. And kind of like hands sticking out of it. So too is the I see you're playing around with tokens. The dock has a billboard on it, and the billboard on it is next to like a large container that contains stilts. like the things that circus performers use. And there's a little bit of text on it. And the text reads, an easy to read list of rules. 1. If you want to live, use the stilts. 2. If you want to get across, follow the lanterns. 3. If you want to see the other side, do not take unnecessary time crossing. 4. If you see a bog troll, run as fast as you can. 5. Stick to the lanterns. 6. See you on the other side and stop by Pure Wayne Imports for special deals. Now, the actual bog itself has like these little lanterns that are hanging on crooked things. They're blue and they're shiny. The turtles in the group probably would have some idea that these are common to these sorts of bogs as a way of showing the safest route through them. Because it's hard to tell exactly how deep a bog is and whether or not the stilts that you walk on will actually hit the bottom or not, the lanterns kind of help you understand where the shallowest part is so that you're less likely to get sucked down into the bog.
That. All right. So it seems. So is this something the turtles have done before? We're used to this.
Probably to some extent, or at the very least, you understand how it works. I didn't have you guys flesh out a backstory large enough to know like how much time you would have spent here, but for the purposes of like narrative, I'm just gonna throw that information out to you.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Do we have any time? So we just have to move quick. You're like, all right, let's suit up. Everybody knows what to do.
Drop in, stay dry.
Yes, exactly. So the first thing that we're going to do here is we're going to see how well you guys can utilize the stilts. We're going to be making one roll for this just to see if you can sort of figure it out. This roll is going to either be acrobatics, because you're lithe enough to perform on your feet, or it's going to be survival, because you're expert enough at this kind of scenario to see where the better places to step are. So either make acrobatics or survival.
It's a skill check.
Skill check, yes.
I'm gonna start like kind of humming an old army cadence, and I think that will give or an old turtle like one of our old songs about just adventuring, and I think my other turtle friend will gain inspiration from that.
Ooh.
And is that a D6 or a D8?
I believe that's a D8 on level 5. Let me double check. Yes, D8.
Awesome.
And I also have this other weird thing that mote of potential, which means that my bardic inspiration can be, if it's used on an ability check, you can roll that bardic inspiration twice and choose which one to use. It's like, it kind of overcomplicates bardic inspiration, but I thought it was interesting. I want to try it.
I saw that. It's basically like advantage, but only for the inspiration part of the die roll.
Yeah, only for the inspiration part of the die roll if it's an ability check.
All right. So for each of you, I would like you to either decide to make a acrobatics or I see we got 5 has already made a 17. Awesome. So 5, you have tons of dexterity. You have maybe not done this particular thing in the past, but you're lithe on your feet. You kind of grab 2 of the stilts and like maybe the other turtles are trying to like turtle-splain you how to do it. You're like, no, I get it. Like you go like this. And you're like, you occasionally step somewhere that's a little too deep, but you manage to pull yourself back before it becomes an issue, and you're doing fine walking around. Because you've got a 15 or higher on this check, you'll be able to move at your full normal speed while in the bog, as long as you're still using your stilts.
Great. Maybe I'll unwrap a little bit of the canvas that I have on my ankles and tie it around the stilts for a little extra ankle stability.
Awesome. Love it. Quartlug, you have rolled a 10, so it's not quite the 15 that that 5 got. So you are kind of you're also doing this survival wise. So you're like trying to keep an eye out for the best places to stand. You're a little crotchety on your feet, and so you're a little more ponderous. You'll be moving at half speed while in the bog. So instead of moving, I assume 30 feet per round, you'll be moving at 15 feet per round.
Okay.
Pitaya, on the other hand, is only got an 8. So it's a full fail. So you can still move through the bog, but you'll be moving at 1/3 speed. So that is going to be, I assume, 10 feet for you.
I guess you didn't want to use the inspiration for that.
Yeah, you can use your inspiration there.
I can, but I got a natural 1. I have +7 to survival.
So
we got a natural.
For a skill check, natural ones are not automatic failures.
Oh, okay, cool. Then yeah, I will absolutely use the D8.
Yeah, D8, roll it twice, take the better.
Yeah, unless you get snake eyes on that.
2 or 1. No, I got a 10.
All right, so you're in the same boat as Quartlug. You're going to be moving at half speed while moving through the bog on stilts. All right. So in addition to that, now we're going to be going through the traversal section here. So what I'm going to want is someone needs to lead the group through the swamp. So someone is going to take point, and you're going to be making a survival roll to try to lead through the swamp. This is going to dictate basically how fast you get through, as well as like potentially if there's any problems along the way.
Seeing how good 5 is, how sprightly she is, and the different technique that she's using to, and how well it's working for her, I'm going to say 5, if you would take point.
I'm also going to cast guidance on 5.
What's that do?
Guidance. Once before the spell ends, the target can roll a d4 and add the number rolled to one ability check of its choice. It can roll the die before or after making the ability check. The spell then ends.
All right. Well, seeing as how I'm going to run circles around y'all in this mud, and I can see pretty far with my dark vision, I'll try to get us between these lanterns quick enough. See.
All right, and then a D4. There's on the left, bottom left of your screen. There's like a little like D20 symbol. If you click on that, it brings up custom dice to roll, and one of those is a D4. So the bottom one looks like a pyramid. All right, you got one more. Awesome. So total of 16, right?
Yep.
Great. 16 is a pretty good roll. You guys make a decent headway through the bog. There's a lot of like sounds as you kind of like your stilts go into and out of. There's some sort of like hydrophobic coating on the bottom of the stilts that causes them to be able to go into the bog, but without getting like stuck into it on the way out. Occasionally, one of you makes a step into a slightly too deep area, and you find yourself having to suddenly pull yourself back, so your stilt doesn't go who knows how deep into the muck. However, after about let's see, we had 24 hours to start with. After about 2 hours, you've proceeded halfway through the bog, and you encounter a bit of a problem spot. There was a nice trail so far of lanterns to lanterns to lanterns. When you went from one lantern to the next, everything was fine. But there's something kind of weird up ahead. There seems to be 2 different lanterns, and you're not sure which one to go to. One still has it still has its like blue lantern shining in it, and the other one is kind of closer, and you can't see the lantern. There's no blue coming from it, but it's closer by. So you're not quite sure which one you should be going to. How do you want to deal with this circumstance?
Can I roll a perception check? comparing
Absolute-
one to the other? Are these the only two that we've seen so far?
These are not the only two lanterns you've seen, but it's the only time you've had two that seemed to both be like a potential next one in the chain.
Yeah, so I'd like to roll perception and kind of think about how the other ones have looked, take that into account.
Okay, sounds good. Give me a roll.
Keep hitting the wrong button.
Yeah. I can assist. I'm curious anytime something is different than I expect.
Okay, so then go ahead and you can either make a separate roll or you can roll with advantage. That's fine. All right. So a 12, a little bit better than average. As far as you can tell, the close lantern the looks like it's probably I don't know, maybe like it's no longer being used, like it's not useful anymore, and the one that's a little bit further away is probably the one you should be going to next.
All right, I'll say I'll let the rest of the group know those are my thoughts.
Fantastic.
That sounds good to me. And I will give guidance again to 5.
Okay. 5, I'd like you to make a survival check.
Saving throw, or I guess
No.
that's always a.
It's always a check for that one.
Nice.
Nice.
I want to live.
All right. So you oh yeah, go ahead and roll the D4 since you got it guidanced.
Okay. Is that always the next roll that it gets applied to, or can it be held like
Oh, you can help it if
inspiration?
you don't want to, but it only lasts a minute.
Okay, I might as well use it. A minute's not that long outside of combat.
Yeah. So that's a total of 22. So as you're starting to lead people across this longer stretch, you're like, wait, something feels wrong here. You're kind of looking around at the way that because even though this is a bog, there's still life here. There's still beings and organisms that are in the muck below you, some of which are just, living life, doing their thing. And there's an odd lack of them in the direction that you're moving. And you kind of hold people back for a second because something doesn't feel right. And it's just then, based off of the motion of the natural elements, that you realize there's something just below the water in the direction that you were about to move. And that something is very large. There is a blue and green troll about the size of a house that is kind of just under the water, and it's looking like it's ready to attack anything that moves too close to it. Furthermore, the lantern in that direction that you were heading to is kind of flickering a little bit in a way that the other lanterns haven't been. And it's consistent, that flickering pattern, with a natural creature called a will-o-wisp that is impersonating a lantern instead of actually being a lantern.
Hmm. It looks like the path ahead is trapped. That troll lays in wait.
Yeah, and the sign said we should run from the trolls, so I don't think we should approach it.
Well, that other lantern is seeming quite nice now.
The dark one, is that can we still see the lantern that is not lit, or can we see further?
It is closer. The one that's not lit is closer. I would say, based off of within the context of what you've seen in this direction, you can now see that the other lantern actually exists, but it's been dislodged from its hook and has fallen onto the ground, like a little bit of marshy ground near to where it was. If somebody was trying to trick you into walking into an ambush, this seems like a good way to do it.
Yeah. Okay, so I think we should retrace back the way we came, and then head towards that other lantern. Is
I
that gonna
agree.
cost us a lot of time?
We'll need to step lightly to stay on the shallow of these waters and then reorient once we get to that broken lantern.
All right. Speaking of stepping lightly, I would like each of you to make a stealth check.
I'm going to cast guidance on myself.
Okay.
Oh.
Jeez.
Oh, nice.
12 total for me.
Okay, so we have 21, 22, and 12. So basically, the way I'm imagining this is like the non-Pitaya characters are just like their stilts are entering and leaving the water without making any sound whatsoever. And then there's the occasional splish and splash coming from the movement of Pitaya. And then you guys are like, and you maybe chuck like little rocks or something to make it look like, oh, just some natural process, not like some people moving. And you're helping Pitaya out to kind of cover up for the sounds that she's making. You do
I
see.
imagine before we start, we kind of used some rope to like attach ourselves to each other so we can kind of
Yes.
like use that tension to help her balance.
Yeah, and then and so you kind of walk without rhythm for a little while, and you don't attract the troll. And in the distance, you see as you're like leaving this area behind you, you see not one but two trolls break the water, look around for a bit before slowly sinking back down underneath the surface, clearly unaware that you had passed, but being like, "I thought we had something." Oh well.
Oh, close one.
Awesome.
Um,
Going off of, let's see, you made a survival check. Oh yes, that's right. 23. So the rest of the way only takes you about 30 minutes. You've made
Nice.
absolutely fantastic time through the bog. So you're about 2.5 hours out of your 24 hours down, and you arrive across the bog at the other side. The other side of the bog has a similar looking dock to the one that you left in. It's got a little like sign indicating a box for you to put the stilts into. And then actually, I'm going to go ahead and on that same map, I'm going to now reveal more of it since that is within my power. How do I do this again? Okay. Welcome to the city of Wapier. You guys are currently right about there. Yep. 5 has the idea of it. You've followed the lanterns through the place, and there's a building in front of you, and it says Pier Wayne Imports. And ask us about our stilts on the side of it. As you are standing there, kind of gawking, kind of a drow male walks out of the thing, hearing you approach. Is like, "Well, now, look at that! We got visitors from the outside." And you look at this guy's face, and you're like, that's totally the person you're looking for.
Yeah.
Right there, in the flesh.
I mean, Wayne Pierce, right there.
mm-hmm.
He made a life for himself here.
I would like to. I would like to. Let's see. Is there like there's like not a lot of traffic here? There's not a lot of people.
Yeah, at the moment you're kind of like in the outskirts of town. There's maybe another person inside, like the where the Pier Wayne Imports that he just came out of. But at the moment he's just kind of looking at all, and he's got like suspenders and a nice like straw hat on his head, chewing a bit of some sort of grain in his mouth. Like, well, now,
Mm-hmm.
could I interest you in? And what are you going to do?
Well,
I think I kind of want to like swing my guitar around and just kind of strum on a few chords and just kind of like do a little kind of like sing-songy talk about the pitch of how we're here to or like I just like to we're exploring this area. We want to explore this area and kind of like see what kind of entertainment is around here. like kind of like I want to see if there's any like open mics or anything that I would
I'll
that I would go
my
to.
claws, like
Or,
castanets for percussion.
I like rattle my staff to assist.
do a performance.
Oh my gosh. Okay. All
At the,
right.
at the same time, I kind of want to get the vibe of this guy. Like, what did he seem surprised to see us? Was his welcome sincere,
Yeah,
or is
go
he
ahead and
just
give me
like
an insight check.
snake oil salesman?
Can I assist her with that?
Sure. You guys can like whisper back and forth. Like, what are you saying? This guy looks legit.
Could we? Is there any? Well, there is stuff.
All right. So we'll start with the insight check. Insight is guy looks pretty legit. Doesn't seem like he's surprised. Doesn't seem like not like not surprised and they like, haha, I knew you were gonna be here, but just sort of like, oh look, there's visitors. I should go start to sell them things because that's my job. Your performance check.
Does it seem like? I was gonna say, yeah. Does it seem like he believes my story?
Yeah, so you do your
My
performance
introduction?
check and you're like grooving along to it, and there's like ting 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 castanets going in the background. And you notice that he starts like tapping his foot while he's talking to you, and he like pauses at one point during his sales pitch because he's trying to find a rhyme for one of his words, and he's like, well, gosh, it is so wonderful to meet a traveling group like you. If you all just come here to make music and make friends, that's amazing.
Yeah, that's what we do. Just travel around and make friends everywhere we go.
Well, gosh, I'm so glad to meet you. And then at this moment, another person comes out from the store pushing a wheelbarrow, also wearing like a cover, like overalls. And you're like, "Hey, boss, do you want me to put all this stuff?" And you look back, and this person pushing the wheelbarrow is also Wayne Pierce.
I knew it.
Oh, that's okay, Wayne. Just put it in the back behind the bar. We'll be fine for the moment. All right, boss. Thanks so much.
No, is this a family business?
I guess you could say so. Yeah, we like to dabble in matters both international and domestic when it comes to goods. Although I must say our stilts are our biggest seller. We can also sell a bit of food if you're looking for something to eat. We got some beer, I guess. It's kind of not the greatest batch, if I'm being honest. The slime beer this time around is not been great. The vineyard over at the laboratory has been not producing the greatest quality. But yeah, no, I don't know. Family wise, I mean, I don't got a wife or anything, but one always hopes a attractive stranger will come along and find me to their liking. But I haven't seen that. I'm talking too much. Come on in. Come on in.
Then we come in and I guess we browse see what's available. It's
Yeah,
just like
this is a basic like general goods and like trade goods place. So he mostly sells or is trying to sell like local like pelts of animals that maybe they're hunting in the nearby area. He's trying to sell comestibles in bulk. Um,
mhm.
the only thing that seems to be tailored to like individuals is the stilts that allow you to freely cross the bog. Also, before I go on, I should probably describe a little bit more of what you're seeing in town. Um, so what you got here is you have the bog stretching out to the west. On the north side of town, kind of going from east to west, there's a large fungus, a gargantuan tall fungus that's got a spiral staircase that's going up the outside of it, and like some sort of light show or something going on at the top. There's some agricultural lots that are next to it that are being fed by an aqueduct that's going right past it. That green line that's going through town, that's actually I don't call it an aqueduct sort of. It's mostly got slime or goo or the bog liquid coming through it. It's entering into the aqueduct via there's like a levee that's being built up against the bog to prevent it from spilling into the town, and there's just a little bit of it that's coming through that vein there. There is a large house on a hill to the north side. This entire thing is a huge vault underneath the ground. So like there's no sky. There's only stalactites. There is a hedge maze out in front of this city on a hill. And to the west of that are more of these gargantuan fungi. Those with large spider webs that are kind of connecting between them, as shown in the thing. Right behind Pure Wayne Imports is a massive column. It's a natural like rock column that's like it's sort of hourglass shaped. So on the top it flays out, on the bottom it flays out. So it looks a little bit like an electrical doohickey in the bottom right corner of the map that I drew. Those are just sort of like height markings to show that it's getting taller and then going up and then out. The center of town, that thing that looks a bit like an eye, is a octagonal structure of some kind that has I don't know, a lot of people seeming going in and out of it. Anything that you see as a square is either a building or a house of some kind. There's a big housing complex in the far side, and yeah, that's kind of like at a distance what you guys can see.
Okay. I'm trying to think of how. Is there any way I can like kind of glean some information of what might indicate what is a double and what isn't? Maybe from seeing these two next to each other, or they're like. I guess it's hard to say like what. Well, I'd like to kind of like try and at least glean some kind of ability, like maybe even just referencing it for in the future. Like you take a good look and reference in the future. So if I could try and tell a body double apart from an original in some way, or at least make some kind of like inroad into thinking of how I might do that.
Why don't we start with like an insight check and see what you can think of here?
If he's afraid for his life, he might make himself one of the workers. If he's not afraid for his life, why would you make double your boss?
Yeah, I'm kind of assuming that these are both doubles out here, and I'm just trying to like I guess kind of see either in how they treat each other or if they're very very much like mimicking each other's actions all the time. Or I mean, a sample size of 2 is not good, and my insight was terrible. So
yeah. I would say just at a glance, you're not getting anything useful from them.
They seem like 2 different people that look the same.
Yeah, they have different mannerisms. They have different like speech patterns. They're definitely not aligning on anything that makes you think, oh, I can see why there's a commonality or anything. So nothing at this point.
All right. Is there? We haven't seen anyone that isn't Wayne.
At this point, you've only just met these first 2 people, and that's it.
2 people, and that's it. All right. And if we look out into the kind of like the street, I see there's like, are these other buildings that are kind of across the road here?
Yeah. So there's a couple of different buildings in there. There's hold on, I have a list, rough list. There is a oh wait, no, not there. Hold on, one second. Stall harder. Did I not write these down? Oh yeah, there is a there's a couple of places. One of which is it's got like some wax figures around it that is called Wax and Wayne. There is what looks like a bar of some kind that is called I can't remember what it's called. I had great puns for literally all of these, but uh, oh, Fludicrous. is the name of that one. There is another place called that's kind of like it's got a big sign on it that has like a couple of tough looking hombres in abstract clothing that are wearing like fedoras and it just says we wane this place um, and yeah, so that's just a couple of the places that you see in the area. Now that you've got to kind of looked around the immediate vicinity, you do see that there are other people, both men and women. They're all drow. They all look like Wayne Pierce, either slightly more effeminate versions of Wayne Pierce for the women. Um, and yeah, everyone, it's pretty much all Waynes all the way down, as far as you can tell.
Do all the female Waynes look exactly like each other? Like, are there variations of Wayne, or is it like male, female?
They're variations, like so they all have clearly the same like face, but some of them will have like a beard or different makeup or like slightly different hair coloring. But or some will look a little bit older, some will look a little bit younger, but they all basically look like Wayne.
Um. hmm.
Yeah,
All right.
this is really
I
Wayne in a
want to.
million.
Do we? Oh, what kind of money do we have?
You
Um.
have only what maybe you started with.
Okay, so I don't even know.
Like 10 gold.
Yeah, 10 gold, maybe. Is there like? I just want to seem kind of like a good patron, and is there just like a small mundane item, maybe unique to this area that he sells as like some kind of a I don't know tool or bauble?
Yeah, there's he sells like a coffee cup and it's got a picture of Wayne Pierce on it. And it says, I went to Waypier and all I got was this stupid mug and it's got an arrow pointing to the face.
Nice. Yeah, I would like to buy that.
Okay. Well, that's a good choice. That's Wayne. I don't know if you've seen him around, but one of the most handsome devils in the town, if I do say. And he charges you a silver piece for it.
All right, I'm gonna be like, did Wayne himself design this?
Did Wayne? Oh no, I think this was made by Wayne. It might have been. I think Wayne told me. I was at the town meeting the other day, and Winona was talking about how Wayne had made the design, but then Wayne actually did the artistic elements, and then Wayne just posed for that for a few hours.
And who
Okay.
leads these town meetings?
Oh, that would be Winona. Well, I guess it depends on which part of the town. Like officially, Wayne over at the admin building, he'll run some of them, but the real power in the city, if you're asking me, is Winona. She is just a real hellfire.
I imagine she would have to be.
Has she been here longer than anyone else?
Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not really keeping track. She's got a pretty old tab, I guess, and she's well, Winona's a unique individual, and you'll know what I mean when you see her. If you see her.
Should
Does she hang
we?
out anywhere in particular?
Yeah, she often hangs out over at the PTA building, sorry, not the PTA, the homeowners association building over near the neighborhood. She is, of course, the leader of the homeowners association. You can't can't put two rocks together around her without her weighing in and saying where those rocks got to be placed and in what ratios. But yeah, she's nice enough. She helped me get this great place for my storefront, and I gotta say, business has been booming lately.
So, oh, would you say she would be the person to talk to if we wanted to talk about organizing a jamboree?
A jamboree, my goodness, that sounds like a bunch of fun. Wayne, did they just say a jamboree? That sounds amazing. Yeah, Wayne, that's what I was hearing. Yeah, I mean, if you want to talk jamboree, go talk to Winona over at the homeowners association. You can also talk to the administrator of the town, Wayne. He's up, kind of pokes his head over to a window. That building over there on top of the hill. He's more town dealy boppers. If you're trying to just get a bunch of the folk together and do a sing song and a dance, then I don't know, Winona might be a better choice.
Oh, thank you so much. Does anybody else want to do anything in while we're here in this shop?
I don't think so.
Wayne is gonna go step over to Five, and he's like, "Now, Missy, I sold a nice mug over to this fella. Are you interested in a mug by any chance? They're good for drinking stuff."
Oh, I carry my own flask. I think I'm all right for now. Thank you.
Oh, Flask, I think you and I are talking different languages there. But I appreciate you got to do what you got to do. If that means a little tipple now and then, well, good for you. I don't sell flasks because that's kind of against my code. But I hope you enjoy what you got.
I'm going to pick out some other small souvenir for each of the other party members. Like we always, how we always get the souvenir. Do you have any stickers? And my instruments like covered in different like stickers from different.
Stickers. Well, I mean, most of this stuff will stick if you get a little bit of the quick slime from over at the laboratory. You can just kind of, push it on there. I'm not sure if that's really what you're looking for.
I'm gonna quick slime the coffee mug onto the top portion of the neck of my guitar.
Well, he doesn't have any quick slime. He's just saying, quick. Just to be very clear, quick slime is actually a very valuable substance in this world.
Okay.
It's like the biopunk version of coal, basically. It's the compound that is used to make evolutions possible. So if you quick slimed a mug to your guitar, the mug or the guitar may achieve sentience. Just a warning.
Oh well, all right, good
Or a
too.
promise.
So interesting. That's it. That was his recommendation. All right, yeah, all right. Well, I'll keep that in mind. Okay. I think I'll we'll buy those two other trinkets for the party, kind of like so we all have spent some money here, and then
Yeah, he gives you like a little like figurine of Wayne Pierce. And then he also gives you like a little hat that just has WP on it. And those are your two other trinkets.
okay. I definitely now. I'm gonna ask him. You mentioned quick slime in these parts. Is that easy enough to get a hold of?
Well, now
Where,
if
where
you
would
want
I, where would I get that? If I wanted to, attach something.
it's a great question you ask. Our Wayne over at the laboratory is in charge of cultivating quick slime and doing other stuff. If I'm being honest, he's the one that lives in that tower, the one made out of a mushroom.
Okay. Oh, I thought since you had mentioned it so easily, I thought perhaps it was something you had available. I understand now that it is a different sort of resource than that.
Yeah, I mean it exists, but I'm not giving it away, sir.
Understood. Okay, so I think do you guys want to go to the bar? Check out the bar.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Go before. We should ask about this lab and what else they are researching.
Yeah, if you want to.
If they're making wine, they might have other preservative techniques.
I have a feeling that they don't drink alcohol. I got an interesting vibe from that comment about your flask.
Yeah.
So I just kind of wanted to check the bar out at some point. But yeah, if you want to ask if you want to ask Wayne more questions.
I mean, I think if we're gonna ask Wayne, we should ask Wayne at the lab about what he's working on.
Okay, sure, yeah. Okay, so whatever you guys want to do.
Yeah.
I feel
Pitaya
like
and
the bar always gives you a good lay of the day-to-day conversations.
We also probably want to talk to Winona and see what we can. This is after we've left, of course. We're outside of the general store there, and like we also we should talk to Winona and see if I have a feeling that if the real Wayne is probably somewhere near the administrator Wayne, that would be my guess. I don't know if it's the administrator Wayne himself. But if we want to, we got to figure out where our target is and how best to, say hi.
Well, anyone who might want to blab about the history of the town would probably be helpful to us. I think if we get some more knowledge about how this place was formed and why or how they made all these people look the same.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, who are the original residents, and if has anyone passed away since the founding of the town?
Maybe we could even do something like have somebody take a look at the record section of the homeowners association and see who showed up first and where that plot of land was. That might be a good way to see who was here first.
Yeah.
Maybe we could distract Winona while one of our more late-fingered friends takes a look at that record record area that I assume exists.
Where should we start?
I say bar, Winona, or lab. Kind of feel like maybe we should just go right to Winona. Maybe the bar first, kind of see if we can get some more information about Winona.
Yeah,
people like to talk at the bar.
Yeah, people tend to like to talk at a bar. This bar might be a little different. I'm interested to see. Off to the bar?
Off to the bar.
Off to the bar.
all right. So walking through town, you guys are moving just not too far away, just a couple of buildings down. And one of the other things that you see here is that in certain societies, you have people have pets, like pet cats, pet dogs, pet chickens, whatever. Drow are not really known for any of those kinds of pets. Instead, the random townsfolk that you see walking around have on their leash giant spiders. And the spiders are, kind of clambering along, and they look decently happy. You're not, sure exactly what a spider looks like when it's happy. And the owners are often, we'll stop and chat with each other and compare like spider stories or something. Except it's not about that scary spider in their room. It's the same thing as like when two people talk about how cute their cat was.
Did your spider make silk in the living room today?
Oh gosh, so much silk.
I keep trying to say, only make silk outside.
I thought I had it cocoon trained, but yeah. So you stop at Fluidicus, and inside there is just like a big machine against one wall, with a Wayne standing in front of it, and this machine it almost looks like a Dr. Seuss invention. It's just got like spouts at various different heights. And there doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to it. And it kind of pulses a little bit, almost like it's got some sort of organic element to it. But the person will reach up and like squeeze on a thing, and then some sort of like milky substance comes out, and he'll serve it to a Wayne or a Winona at the bar. And then they'll call him over and they'll get some other stuff. You see as you enter, he's just finished up serving a customer, and he looks over in your direction like, well there. Now it looks like we got some new people in town. How can I help you?
Well, greetings, sir. You could start by telling me about this interesting device that seems to have everyone's attention.
Yes. This is our milk maker. It makes milk. A sort of milk. And it is the hit of the town, if I do say so myself. Isn't that right, fellas? and then you see like all of the Waynes and Winonas turn to look at you and they all kind of like cheer in your direction with a mug, yeah, and then slurp down some of their milk. Yeah, so it's really only a silver a pop if you're looking for a little something to wet your whistle today. And if I were you, I would take me up on that.
I will take your recommendation, sir.
All right. He squeezes the thing. Is that going to be one for all three of you? The other turtle, the kitty cat there. Kitty cat wants some milk.
I was going to, and now I'm offended.
All right, we'll just
Can I
do
do an insight check? I'm highly suspicious of this product, and there are all these body doubles. Is there anything I can glean of if there's like anything more to what they're serving here in this product?
I'm gonna smell the flagon that Quartlug has.
All right. I would like.
Is it in my hand, or he hasn't poured it yet, right?
I'm going to say that he's just like put 3 flagons in front of the three of you, and then he's asking for the 3 silver. Go ahead. 5 and Pitaya if you want to make insight checks or medicine checks, whichever one you want.
Ooh, nice.
You said perception or insight?
No, insight or medicine.
Insight or
I
medicine.
did not see what you rolled.
I didn't.
Oh, no, I didn't. Hold on. Scroll all the way down. All the way down. 23 for 5. Wow. 14, 23, 16. Okay. So, the 3 milks in front of you, there's nothing about this that looks like a mammal was involved. So maybe milk isn't the right term unless this is like sort of an almond milk kind of situation where it's a milk-like substance. Just based off of I think you all rolled insight, right? Not medicine? Yeah.
Mhm.
So composition-wise, you don't really know what's in it. Quick sniff test, and like maybe you swirl it a bit. It doesn't look inedible, but it doesn't look good either. Probably not going to kill you. That's about what you get out of it. All 3 of you.
Doesn't really have anything that I can really investigate things with. So, yeah, I'll drink it.
All right. I want you to imagine for a moment. If somebody, you know how if you can melt cheese and it creates something delicious, because it's all like gooey cheese. Imagine if you just kept adding more water to cheese, and not melted it. So it's room temperature, but it ends up getting more and more of a soupy sort of texture with little bits of milkoid particles inside of it. That's basically what this tastes like. A little bit like a more meaty or more proteinous porridge. It's basically the worst thing you could imagine consuming, without it actually doing any damage to you. So you're like, oh wow, that is awful stuff. You're a little bit worried. Like your instinct is to look around to see where the closest restroom is, just in case. And then it kind of like passes, and you're like, no, I'm okay. But yeah, wow.
I'm going to say, perhaps an acquired taste.
I mean, everyone here has acquired it, so I don't know. You're the first one I've known who hasn't liked the taste of our milk. But whatever. I got plenty of other business. Say, if you're new in town, does that mean you're looking for a job?
We've been known to pick up a job here and there. We came into town to share some of our music, and I do like just a little strum.
That is fantastic because tonight we were going to have a little bit of a get together. Everyone was going to show up, drink some milk, and have a good old time of it. We were going to see how many different people we could get into this fluidicrous establishment at once. But there's one problem. There's one big problem. The last member of our community who was fantastic at music decided to go on a little fishing trip and never came back. So now we're thinking, man, if only we had someone to take up that cup, figuratively and potentially literally. So if you wanted to stay this evening, come back around 10 o'clock, um, I could make it worth your while, especially if you give a banger of a performance.
Oh,
Um,
that sounds fantastic. We had a few of our own ideas. Who is running the? We were told that it was Winona of the Homeowners Association. Is he organizing that event?
yes, technically Winona is organizing the event, but I'm the one who's like really doing the groundwork. She's pretty much just taking credit for it. She's we have a nickname for her, but I won't subject you to it. Let's just say that basically doing the organizational work. Yeah,
It's always good to know who's really the boots on the ground.
that's exactly what I'm talking about. There's the entrepreneurs and the entrepreneurs, if you know what I mean.
I don't. But I think I understand what you think you mean.
Anyways, I don't want to get you too excited, but you will win a lifetime for the next month supply of milk that you can use and drink in any way you want to. I've heard that you're not, I mean, clearly you're not from around here, so maybe you could try fermenting it. I don't know if that works, but you could give it a shot. Otherwise, just show up here, do a little ditty at the right time, and go ahead and claim your prize. Now, as a DM, I want to remind you that at this point, it has been about 4 hours into your 24 hours.
Okay. And how many hours is 10 o'clock away from now?
Let's say that it's about 6 o'clock right now. So this would be another 4 hours from now.
Okay. All right. What do you guys want to do? You want to probably hit up what? At least one more thing, two more things before 10, maybe. I haven't feel like we really gathered much information worthwhile here. I haven't asked any questions, really.
Yeah, I think we could probably do both of the two other things that we were thinking. Probably best to see Winona first, though, since everyone keeps talking about her.
All right. Well, we'll tell the bartender there to count us in. What was his name?
Oh,
Wayne.
wait.
Oh, well. Yeah, but how did he pronounce that?
Wait.
Let her have the accent.
As they walk out, when she's certain that there isn't anyone else around to eavesdrop, Pitaya is going to lean in and whisper to Five, I don't know how much of that poison you have to go around, but as a last-ditch effort, if we can poison that vat of milk, we could probably take care of a lot of people at once.
It did cross my mind, catching the original being our goal. It's a lot of collateral damage, but seems like they could just make more.
It's very concerning how they must multiply. I don't really like thinking about it.
Knowing where these twins come from and how they're created might help us track down the source. I feel like this slime that they refer to could have something to do with their generation.
Yes.
What resources are here that they're selling?
That's a good question. So far, he seems really excited about stilts and mugs.
That's not enough to
And
sustain the
milk.
town economy.
The milk economy.
Um,
Do we get any kind of a sense of like? I mean, we haven't really seen like any kind of like uh, haulage or like trafficking of goods. Like, there's no business. Is there like any business in the streets? Like, or is it
in what
just
sense
like
of the word?
it's like just kind of like trucks? Like in our world, it would be like you see like semi trailers going around and whatnot. Like industrial, commercial, retail. Like,
It is mostly foot traffic. There
yeah.
is um, some more like I did mention a wheelbarrow being pushed around by Wayne earlier.
Mhm.
Um, more like work is definitely done north of the aqueduct, where the slime cultivation areas and the agricultural section is.
Mhm.
That's nearer to the laboratory.
Okay. So if they had, I guess my question was like, does it seem like they have some kind of industrial exports or something like that, where they're like packaging and set and moving goods? Like, do they make this? Do they package and like sell this slime, or is it just for like the town's consumption? Is it like a? Does it seem to have like an internalized economy?
I mean, hard to grok from a
Or-
4 hour visit, but
Mhm.
I will say that there is definitely not like any kind of mass movement of goods that you're able to see.
Okay. Yeah. Let's go to the homeowners association, right?
Mhm.
Do people seem to be staring at us oddly because we don't look like them, or does it seem like they're not like they get enough visitors that they're not super stunned by our appearance?
You are definitely catching a lot of stray eyes. It's not the like, oh my God, it's somebody new, but it's definitely like, huh, look at that. Yeah, so, I mean, obviously they have a very insular community. So anyone who does not look like a Wayne or a Winona definitely is standing out. Um, uh, and all three of you are very different looking. You're not even drow, so it's very, yeah. So yes, you're definitely being noticed.
Is there like a guard? Any guards that we noticed? Like a
Um,
town guard
give
type
me a
thing?
perception check.
Not bad. 19.
19. Great. So, you did notice a little bit when you were walking between Pure Wayne Imports and Fluidicus that over near the big rocky like column, there was a large number of fairly unmoving individuals standing in like ceremonial positions around it that could be guards of some
Okay. That kind of ceremonial guards.
kind. I mean ceremonial in the sense that like if you see people that are all standing at fixed positions around a circle, like 10 feet or
Mhm.
30 degrees apart, it looks like they're doing something. They're not just happen to be standing there. That's what I mean by ceremony. Not as in like they're wearing ceremonial garb.
Oh, okay. All right. They just kind of like look like they're on post.
Yes.
Okay. And that's by the big rocky column, which
Correct.
was, I think I lost the map.
I think
Oh,
it's like,
I
oh,
need to refresh. Yeah, sometimes the maps bug out. Let me start this again.
But that was the southern rocky column that was like a cone?
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
What up next?
I'm going to tell my compatriots that we should keep an ear out for information about that rocky cone and see what significance that has to the town. And then I think we should go to the homeowners association, talk to Winona.
All right. So you pass through the center of town to get in the direction of the primary neighborhood. Um, the octagonal building has a big uh, um, like sign out front of it that you can kind of see now that you're closer, um, and it says uh, "Welcome the new Waynes," um, and you can sort of get a glimpse inside of a big arched door that's in front of it of like vertical tubes filled with bubbly liquid with bodies inside of them. Arriving
Okay.
at the HOA, uh, every one of these homes that you're seeing, so like there's kind of like below it is a thing that looks a little bit like lungs, and that is an urban neighborhood. It has identical looking homes that are all attached to a little road. They all have the same white picket fences. They have the same uh, off yellow coloring to them, the same trim on their windows. Um, and the slightly larger building in that row, other ones there are like what looks like a town hall of some kind. There's another that's like a warehouse that seems to be for extra goods, and then the bigger one is clearly the HOA as is displayed kind of in a small, neatly lettered sign in the front of it. There is a Winona inside holding a gavel and rows of pews of different Waynes and Winonas that are looking up at her. She's going clang clang. Now everyone, come to order, come to order. It is time that we make the decisions about the festival this evening, and I have determined a few things. And she kind of is rattling off the various different businesses that are going on for the day. That is kind of hard for you guys to make heads or tails about. But as soon as you enter, her gavel comes down a few more times, and there's not even like anybody talking. She just seems to really enjoy slamming this gavel. And he's like, well, now, who is this that we have here? Come forward, come forward. And you're a little too tall, you're a little too short. Could you perhaps get different footwear so that you would be like the rest of us, please? Well, don't just stand there. Chop your feet off or something. I don't know.
Is this to us, you should say?
Yes.
Okay. Um,
Get the masks. You, find the masks. Go get them. Oh, yes, Winona. And they like another Winona like opens up a big thing that has these like Wayne masks in them, and like while you guys are walking in, she like holding them up to your face. This one doesn't look like it quite fits actually, and then puts it down and like, oh, maybe this one will work. Can you remove your shell? Is that a possibility?
begging your pardon, ma'am. I did not know there was a dress code.
Hey, read the room, buddy. Look around you. Of course, there's a dress code. Everything must be correct and in place. Now, do you think it is by mere coincidence that all of the housing here is so beautiful and perfect? No, it takes rigorous work. It takes patience on my part. But we've gotten there, and we will continue to get there, so long as deviants such as yourselves are put back into line. Now, explain yourselves. Why are you different?
I'm going to let's see. Let's see. I'm gonna say, ma'am, we have come to this very beautiful town, merely to bring music and experience other music that is nearby. And I'm going to play something on my guitar and do that. Do I want to do that? I don't want to do that. I'm just going to try and let's see what I'm going to say. Not everything is different is necessarily a bad thing, and I'm going to try and play a song, try and play something really complicated and beautiful to kind of like try and impress her, and I don't.
What did you get on your roll?
A 13.
13.
And
okay.
when he's done, Pitaya is going to be like, "You must be the wonderful Winona we've heard so much about. Clearly, you've kept this place in such good order, so we're seeking you to discuss some plans for performance that my wonderful companions can provide for today's giant gathering tonight."
Oh, do you know some good performers? Because that sounds
I guess
splendid.
it depends on what type of
I take
performance you're hoping for.
I feel like that's psychic damage to me.
Silvery barbs from Winona.
This is quite the opposite welcome than we received at the general store and bar from Waynes, who were so happy to receive visitors from outside of town. Didn't realize that assimilation was a requirement of visitation.
If you want, are you visiting for a short period of time or a long period of time? Let me ask you that.
I don't expect we'll be staying too. We are travelers by description. I do not think we'll be staying long.
I am so happy to hear that, first of all. Second of all, if you're going to only be here for a short time, it couldn't hurt to try to, just go with the flow a little bit. Just be one of the people. You don't have to make any splashes, any splishes. And I'm also very glad that the other seemingly much more polite turtle has pointed out, yes, I am Wonderful Winona. I don't know how you knew my nickname. But I've been heard by the best people that they all refer to me as Wonderful Winona. So it is good to know that my my reputation precedes me.
Your uniqueness, as it were.
Yes. Now, if you're adventuring, traveling, whatever it is you're doing here, clearly you don't seem to care about our customs. But maybe could I ask you, where are you going to be staying for a couple of nights? And if so, where were you thinking of staying? Was it going to be in one of our wonderful homes? We don't really have an inn here. You'll never guess why. So I'm very curious to know exactly what your plans were. Thank you very much.
Well, it's not that we don't care.
Let the nice turtle talk.
We were just hoping to stay wherever would be the least inconvenient place for you.
The least inconvenient. Well, I guess if you're going to be here for the night or a few nights, we could put you up at, let's see, there is a very nice home and she describes like an address to you. And that home does have a external spider house that you could sleep in for the evening. There is no spider in there at the moment, so no friend for the night. Gosh darn. But you can, there's a nice bit of greenery there, and we can bring some kibble by for you in the morning, and feed you like the dogs that you are. Does that sound great?
Well, that is just so generous of you. I really appreciate your hospitality here.
Yeah. Thanks, darling. Now, we had some business to attend to, and so if you have nothing to contribute to that, I would recommend that you get the fuck out of my building.
Did I see any backroom records areas? Like I'm kind of looking for where
Yeah,
they
so
might
this
be
this
keeping.
building is structured a little bit like almost like a church, right? So it's got like this front area, receiving area, lots of pews, some sort of like lectern that she's behind with the gavel, which she does still occasionally slam just for the sake of it. There is some back rooms behind it. You're not really sure what's in there. And based on the size of the size of the building from the outside that you can see, it's got a decent amount of back room to it. So yeah, there's definitely a good chunk of building here. Whether or not it contains records or sleeping beds or I don't know, a gaming room, hard to tell.
All right, so I think that we should exit and have a little chat if that's. I imagine it feels. Yeah, we're gonna exit, right?
Yeah, we don't feel particularly welcome here.
Yeah. What I'd like to do is five. If you would like to take a look in the back area, did you think? I think there was a room back there where we may have a good chance of finding those records. If that's something that you would be so kind to investigate.
Well, now that they've met us, I doubt that they'll appreciate me walking through their meeting. Maybe we can see there's a back door or come back after their session has ended.
I'm just going to.
I wonder why she felt the need to mention that there was no place to stay in town for visitors. That seems particularly unwelcoming. Is this meant to be a closed community, shut off from the outside world?
Well, we didn't ask her why, and she said we'd never guess. We could also try and disguise ourselves in those masks. Or are the masks still there? Are they still available?
Yeah, you've been handed masks actually.
Yeah. So
Can I use my disguise kit to try and like make it do a fairly good job of it?
Absolutely, you can certainly try.
hunchback way and throw a blanket over your shell.
What would that be?
So a disguise kit is actually its own check. For
Okay.
this, it's going to be a charisma based check, and so do roll your charisma and then add your proficiency modifier. And I assume that you're proficient with your disguise kit.
Yes, I do believe I am. I mean, I have one. Don't I have one? No, maybe I don't have one. Oh,
Let's
thought I
see.
saw that. Oh yeah, I do have a disguise kit, but I guess I don't know if I'm proficient with it.
Let's see real quick.
Sorry.
Proficiencies, tools, flute, hand drum, twin
Yeah.
dragon, anti-set, vehicles,
Okay.
land, war gong. Does not look
Yeah,
like
we're
you are
going.
proficient with it. So you can make your charisma check without your proficiency bonus. So just a straight +4.
It's a 17. Why does it say +5? That's right.
I have no. Oh, because you're a bard.
Oh,
If you bards, whenever they don't add their proficiency bonus, get to add a jack of all trades
a
bonus,
one.
which is currently 1.
Oh, okay. Neat. All right. Well, so 17.
5. 17 is surprisingly good, right? This is a hard check though, so I'm going to say that you can probably like at a glance, you look like a bulky Wayne. Well, I guess I'm small. You're a weird. You're like I guess what you are is you're like a little hunchback Wayne, right? Because you're small in stature, but you have put on like an overcoat, so it looks um, uh, like like you're just like bulky, and tiny. So you're like the dwarf version of Wayne, I guess, is more of the correct way of thinking about it.
Okay.
However, if people get a good look at you, it's going to be hard to disguise the shell to a certain extent. So probably don't press your luck on this one.
All right, I'm just trying to look.
Yeah,
I'm not trying
right
to. I'm not
back
trying to be hidden. I'm not trying to make. I'm just trying to make people more comfortable with looking at me at a glance.
Got it.
um.
All right, so 5. What are you? Are you thinking of like casing the joint, or what is your plan here?
I think we should walk the perimeter, see what other entrances there are to this building. But to break in while the town is currently meeting inside seems rather brazen. This is something that we could come back for, maybe after we
Well,
look at the lab.
I can give you. I can give you invisibility for a minute.
Oh, 1 minute.
Just FYI, that's more than enough to get inside somewhere.
Well, let's take a stroll and see what the rest of this church looks like from the outside.
All right, go ahead and give me an investigation check to kind of look over its tops and its bottoms from the outside. 21. And by the way, when you guys make rolls, go ahead and tell me the results, just because I have a lot of tabs that I'm looking through. So I got that one,
Okay.
21. So Five Tail, you are experienced at a couple of different things. One is hammering metal into the correct shape. Another is looking for openings to ply your other kinds of trades. And as you're looking around this thing, you notice a couple of important elements to it. One is that it has like a back side of it, a back entrance that has like a trash area where lots of things, mostly like food related stuff, some amount of like paperwork has been shoved into a pile, but there's an entrance there. You can also see that there's a couple of lights on inside, torches in little sconces, um, but that not all of the rooms have lighting. So to put it another way, for this really good investigation check, you know that if those torches exist, that there's some areas that are blocked off from them, like some areas that are much more secluded than others. So you suspect that you could have some amount of success sneaking in without necessarily being seen, as long as you're careful about it.
Hmm. Is this a
Also,
multi-story building?
This is a single story building.
Okay.
Gary, I just wanted to let you know that your invisibility lasts for an hour. It's not the 1 minute one.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah. Wow. There you go. 1 hour.
Well, why pass up an opportunity to poke around and see if these town records can reveal anything its residents have kept under wraps?
If you
What's
also
scary
have
is
the
that-
opportunity to drop some poison into her coffee, that also wouldn't be the end of the world.
I know sabotaging this jamboree could also be satisfying to get one up on that stuck-up perfectionist.
Oh, yes, she's a bitch.
You're better at managing your poker face, I can tell.
Why, thank you. I work on it very hard.
All right. Do you want to try and do that now, or you want to wait?
I mean, we're here. We're running out of time. I don't expect any Wayne or Winona to be upfront with us about what is truly going on here. This might be something we have to find for ourselves. So maybe one of these darkened windows, I can see if there's a loose hinge.
Yeah. So I will. I'll cast invisibility. As make sure we're in a secluded area that no one will see that we're about to do something interesting, and cast invisibility on 5.
Awesome. So, reminder on how this works. Invisibility will stay on you as long as you don't do one of two things: cast a spell or make any kind of attack. Every other thing that you do is totally kosher. Rifling through belongings and investigating things, sneaking around. You still make sound when you're invisible, so you can be heard. So you're not just like automatically stealth. You still have to make stealth checks, but you're much less likely, obviously, to be discovered.
Okay. Yeah, so I'll circle around to one of the darkened windows, see if
I'll
there's.
try and pick somewhere where I can like stay, like I won't be noticeable, but I can like hang out and like keep an eye on things.
Okay.
We don't have any kind of communication.
Not unless you have like a message spell or something.
No, I don't think I do.
If you hear yelling from inside, I've likely been caught. If you feel a tap on your shoulder, I'm back.
Nice. All right.
All right, 5. So I'd like you to start by making a stealth check with advantage. So roll twice and take the better.
Well, I don't think I need to roll twice after a 28, but I got a 28 and a 22.
Jesus Christ. Okay. So you cast invisibility on 5, and then you're like telling her like how to enter, and it's only moments later that you realize she's already gone.
I'm like, okay, so this is. I'm still talking for a little while, and then I like reach out to like as a reassuring pat on the shoulder, and there's nothing there.
Yep.
And then like maybe I see like a window go.
Mechanically, the windows are easy to get into. They're not designed to be a security device. So you kind of like slide one open, slip in through the darkened area. There is like the area you've entered is like a little break room. So you can see a little bit of like an old bit of like bread that's on the table. There's a keg of some kind that, based off of the drips near the bottom of it, looks like it contains the same milk that you guys had encountered at Fluidicus. There is a like employee of the month poster, and it's just got a Winona's face on it. Although based off of the tightness of the smile, you suspect it is probably wonderful Winona that you encountered just moments ago. And
Just so previous month's employee of the
no
month?
previous. In fact, actually, this one has like a month type of thing written on it, but it keeps getting scratched out, and then a new month is added. So there's just, it's been like a year or something since she was employee of the month, and it's just been constant. You can hear there's like 2 exits from this. One is a little bit more loud sounding. It's got a door that's closed. It's roughly in the direction of the assembly hall that you guys were in. And then there's another one that's open that's leading into more of an officey type back area.
Definitely going to head more towards the office, looking for like a filing cabinet or anything that looks like it would hold information.
Yeah, so why don't you go ahead and give me an investigation check to see how well you sort of look around through the place for important details.
10.
10. Cool. So you managed to find a mug similar to the one found before, except there's a different caption on it. It's a different one that you bought at Here Wayne Imports. This one has the face of Winona on it, and with that same height smile, and it says "World's Most Wonderful Winona" on the mug.
Some little charcoal tallow out of my pocket and draw a little mustache on her on the face on the mug.
Awesome. So you deface it a little bit. You can tell that this, like the room it's in, is probably her specific office, but there's like 2 or 3 other smaller ones that are nearby. With a 10 investigation, I'm going to say that you don't find anything too spicy in terms of like specific stuff, but you do encounter, you do notice that there's like a safe in the office that is clearly Winona's.
That was going to be my question, is do I notice any locked cabinets or boxes?
I'm going to start playing a song in the street that she can hear, hopefully through the window, and she'll get inspiration.
If there's somebody doing anything chicanerous, I hope they do it well.
It's a song that's a story about someone searching searching for something that they greatly desire.
All right. So you
Well,
have
I'd
bardic
like
inspiration.
to go up to this safe and check it for traps.
Awesome. Give me another investigation check.
Another 10.
Nope, not trapped.
I'd like to pick that lock with my thieves' tools.
All right. So go ahead and make a dexterity check and add your. Are you expertise in thieves' tools?
Yes.
So
Or-
add double your
I-
proficiency bonus then. Let me just make sure I have that correct.
If
You
expertise
don't
is
have expertise in thieves' tool. You are just proficient in it. Yeah.
What do I click for that?
So click your dexterity modifier, which is a plus where it says +3, not the dexterity save, the dexterity modifier. It's the one at the top.
Okay, 17.
Okay, and then add your proficiency bonus, which is 3, so it'll be 20.
Okay.
Great. So you put your ear up to it, and you're like, and you're listening for clicks that tell you that a tumbler has actually moved into place, and with one last turn, you hear the last tumbler lock in, and then with a small grin to yourself, you pull the safe open. And when you do that, you hear a blaring alarm go off. And you hear a blaring alarm go off. Attention all Waynes, someone is breaking and entering. Attention all Waynes, someone is breaking and entering. So what are you going to do now? Actually, I'm going to start with 5 because I want your immediate reaction. But all 3 of you are ultimately going to hear this sound, so I want to get a reaction from each of you. 5, what are you going to do first?
Okay, first the alarm startled me, so I'm probably gonna jump up and hit my head on the bottom of the desk or whatever the safe was under. But you said the safe opened, so I'm definitely having a look at what was in there. If
Okay,
there's something
it's got
grab.
in the pocket of this amount of time, it's enough. It's some paperwork, but you don't have the time to read through it right now.
Yeah.
So
I might just grab it and shove it in my vest, and then start looking for a window.
Okay.
I guess.
Let's go to Pitaya next. Pitaya, you just heard that it sounds like your friend has been made. What are you going to do?
She's going to dash around to the front of the structure and try to be like, I see them, they're trying to run this way.
All right. For that, I'm going to ask you to make a deception check.
Oh, God almighty.
I'm going to do a minor illusion, which is going to be a sound kind of running. If I see a Wayne moving away hurriedly, it'll be like a kind of a footstep sound that follows them and kind of draws attention to them a bit.
Okay. What's your deception roll?
A 10.
10. Okay. So a couple of Waynes nearby to you are like, where? But most of them are just giving you kind of a look like, I don't know who you are. Why would I trust anything you have to say? I would like make an Arcana check for me, Quartlug.
Okay. +0. 9.
9. All right. So you try to craft an illusion that looks, an illusionary sound that's following somebody, but it's pretty hard to get that to line up correctly with their trajectory and then make it sound right at the same time. And in the end, it just ends up sort of maybe confusing people a little bit, but it's not actually helpful in this case. All right, going back to 5. You've tucked things into your bag. You've scooshed around the side. You can take one of 2 routes here. You can either try to move silently and stealthily, or you can basically make a run for it. Or anything else that you can think of, but those are kind of your 2 modes at the moment. Are you going to try to be sneaky still, and take a little bit longer to get outside, or are you just going to bolt?
I think with the invisibility, I'm feeling a little more confident. And with the alarm going off, I feel like they're going to run to their valuables or whatever thing that they would not want to lose in a break-in. So I kind of want to hide like in a corner or like up on a wardrobe or something, like get up off the floor so I'm not in the way of people and see where they're running to
Great, that sounds amazing. Go ahead and give me a stealth check to try to pocket yourself somewhere sneaky with advantage.
With advantage is a 13.
With advantage is a 13. Okay, so a couple of people come through this area. One of them is definitely wonderful Winona, based off of her garb, and she sees the safe is open. She like walks in like, oh well, that's just perfect. I wonder who stole that. All right, we need to go find those terrible musical performers from earlier. And she's like looking around, trying to make heads or tails of the scene. And you're like up on top of the desk in a corner, which was the best spot you could get to. And she's like feeling around the desk underneath you. And there's you can't even see yourself, so you're not even sure if like maybe one of your like wraps is kind of like dangling down or something. And you have this tense moment as her hands are working their way up the wall in your general direction as she's feeling around for who knows what. And then she goes, damn it. No, they're not here anymore, obviously. I should go outside. And then she leaves the room completely, and you're alone there.
All right.
Up next, Pitaya. I'm going to kind of treat this a little bit like initiative, just because I want each person to get their chance.
She's making sure that she is in view and has nothing. So she's still going to just stay there and I guess point in the direction of where... sorry, I keep forgetting everyone's name except 5 because it's a number and I can remember it. But in the direction of your illusion that you tried to cast. Yeah. So just like keeping up the facade.
Okay, so you guys are kind of like working together now to try to make this work out. Okay.
It's a cantrip, so I can try. Can I try again?
Absolutely.
Another Arcana roll. See how it goes. Wow, 6.
So at this point, between the two of you, I think people are now more suspicious of you than when we started. If you weren't literally standing outside of the building, then it probably would have been going even worse for you. So at this moment, 5, you're fine inside. Like people came in, they looked around, they left. Outside, however, there's a growing group of very similarly clad Waynes and Winonas who have now sort of circled around the 2 new people, and Winona, wonderful Winona, comes up to you and says, "Hey, can't help but notice there were 3 of you earlier, and now there's just 2 of you. Where's that third, the cat-like one?"
I'm gonna cast Charm Person on Winona.
Ooh, okay. What's your DC?
It's 15.
15. All right. I am rolling in real life. She has rolled a 14, so she fails. So she walks out. She holds basically you to task, and then you do whatever like motions you have to do for that. And then she's like, I mean, not that I really think that like any of you would be capable enough to open my safe. So I'm just kind of like trying to figure out like where this other person is, because maybe you could help me just figure out. I don't know why I'm asking you this. I guess you're competent. At least you're competent, right? So do you have any idea how to find like somebody who is like trying to steal from you? Because I'll be honest, we're not super sure where this person is, and I feel a little weird asking you that, but anyways.
That makes perfect sense. In fact, with us being the only ones that stand out, it's totally comprehensible that you would turn to us in a time of need. People who have come into town and obviously have no no ill will towards you. We don't even know you yet. Although,
yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
better and better. So if you wanna employ us to investigate this, absolutely, we can take that contract.
Yeah. All right. This
I'm
feels
just
wrong,
yeah.
but at the same time, it feels kind of right. So here's what I'm gonna do. Someone
Just
broke
whatever
into my safe.
documentation you just to give us, let other people know that we're investigating this with your authority, so that they can respect you the way they won't disrespect you through us.
I want everyone here, and she pulls her gavel out and like looks around for somebody, and then walks over to somebody and like grabs them by the head and goes ka-tunk, ka-tunk, ka-tunk. I want everyone here to know that I am giving these two people and their cat friend, who's probably around here somewhere, they're helping us investigate which one of you bastards stole from me. Okay, I don't know who it was. It was one of you, and we're gonna find out, because that's what happens to bad people. All right, great. Okay, so let me show you. Come in here, and she leads you back inside. And at this point, can you remind me how long Charm Person lasts?
For me, it lasts an hour cast this way as a first level. So 1 hour. We got 1 hour, and it's not concentration.
1 hour? Jesus Christ!
That's what it says.
Okay, that's a long time.
That's the only reason I did it. Because I know there'll be hell to pay at the end of that hour.
So she leads you back inside to this like town building, and leads you through the offices. Like, okay, so here's the scene of the crime. This is my home away from home. This is where I do all my best think work. And someone broke into this safe and stole some valuable documents from me. I need to get them back. ASAP.
Absolutely. We know exactly where that person would. It makes perfect sense. I have a great intuition about this. So we're going to go. We're going to go find those. And then I think we should leave.
All right.
I want to go to the laboratory. Make sure nobody's following us, but I want to go to the laboratory. I'm looking around, like, do I see 5? Like, can I tell any sense of where 5 is?
Make a perception check. Actually, hold on. First, 5, what do you think? Have you stayed in the same spot, or have you, like, moved away?
I think after she left again, I kind of peeked into the other side rooms just to see if there was anything still worth poking around at. And then I probably sat right back down on top of her desk to look at the papers that I took out of the safe.
Okay, I don't... You're invisible. Your equipment is invisible. Anything you're holding is invisible. I don't think you can actually read them while the invisibility holds.
I'll do the poking around the side rooms while I'm still in here. And I probably heard these guys come in and out, and I'm just like, okay, they're distracting her now. I can look over here.
You just take the papers out and hold them in front of your face, but obviously it's
right. All right. What did you roll on your perception check?
13.
13. That was higher than her stealth check, I think.
Oh wow.
When she hid in that spot earlier. So I'm going to say that you have actually got a pretty good idea of where she is in the room, just based off of like how things would moved aside.
Okay, I'm going to try and just maneuver to give her a path to clear path to exit. Like, make sure nobody's like coming into the doorway. Like, try and like just talking, kind of like moving around to make sure there's a path for her to escape if she decides to get out of there.
Got it. Winona. I'm sorry, Winona. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. You're not Winona. 5. Could you make me an insight check to see if you like get what he's trying to do for you?
Can I assist?
I don't think I need it. It's an 18.
Okay, cool.
Okay. All right. So you pick up what he's putting down. Like, he's like clearly making a little extra space for you as he's walking forward. And so you, if you want to, you can slide in right behind him in the gap that he's made.
Sure.
Awesome. So
I'll give him the shoulder tap to let him know that I'm there.
All right. So when we exit the building, give my best assurances to Winona that we're on the case. I hope she feels comfortable.
Yeah, she's like, yeah, that's great, thank you so much. You're the first outsider that's meant anything to me. Try to keep your friends in check. And then she turns away from me. Is like, well, thank God that problem's sorted. And walks back to her assembly hall, gavel in hand.
All right. Can we head towards the laboratory?
Sure, if you want to.
And then I'm going to talk to Five, and once we're out of earshot of everyone, and I'm going to be like, "Let it go, Five."
Well, you tell me, and I'll put the papers in his hand.
Do they become visible in my hand?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, awesome. Can we read I'll read them while moving,
Yeah.
or if we need to sit down and study them, we'll sit down and study them.
Cool. So you sit down and take a moment to study them, and there's a couple of different types here. The topmost ones are like bills of sale for different houses. So like something that theoretically has value, like just because if you had it, you could potentially try to claim ownership of the property. Um,
Mm-hmm.
at There's also some other like establishing not housing records, business records for places like Pure Wayne Imports and Fluidicris and Wax and Wayne. Um,
I want to try and like look at the oldest ones and try and get an idea of like the first either like is there any kind of identifying differentiating marks between Waynes? Is there any way for me to tell like if not that then like what buildings were oldest?
yeah. Well, let me just finish describing the full set because the last group of letters that you discover is a love letter. It is written and signed Wayne, and it talks about her piercing smile and her unique way about her, and how they long to be once again in her embrace and told to do things like a good boy should. Um,
Mm.
and there's a signature at the bottom, signed Wayne. But you do notice, and it's hard to mistake it now, that the signatures of the different Waynes are a little bit different. Like each Wayne in Winona has a slightly different signature. It's not like super different, but it's possible that if you had a lot of good, aptitude for studying, that you could figure out a little bit about one from another.
Do all the Wayans and Winonas we've seen look the same age?
No, some of them are definitely older and some of them are definitely younger. In fact, you've seen like child Waynes
Okay.
that are like 8 years old, except they have the face of a grown man, roughly. It's really disturbing.
All right. I'm going to point out the signature thing to Five if she didn't notice.
Okay.
And forget your name. I'm sorry.
Jeremy, thanks.
Pitaya.
Carol? Pitaya.
Papaya. Papaya, because you don't remember her name.
Yeah,
Her smile's a little more forced.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe we can okay.
What
So
next?
they're all a
gang?
little bit different in their signature, but not in other differentiators. Interesting.
We'll also need to figure out how to deal with this problem when it comes back to bite us in the ass.
Yes, we have probably about 55 minutes. What time is it now? How much time do we have left about?
I'll say it's 6:30. You guys probably a little bit longer than that. Let's say 7 o'clock is probably the total time you spent at the homeowners association.
19 hours.
And 3 hours until the jamboree.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 hours until the chamber. And when did the clock start about? It was like 2.5 hours to get through the swamp. So
It would have
that mean
been
it was
2
like
p.m. basically. So you guys
PM?
have 19 hours left.
Thanks. Okay. When anyone was, did we see like, did any of those guards by that other tower move at all when that alarm went off? Was there like a force that was like, or other investigators, like did it cause any kind of disturbance?
They did not. They seemed to stay at whatever post they were at.
All right. All right. Well, I don't really have a good plan for what happens after this spell wears off. I'm just going to throw that out there. If anybody has any ideas, I figure we should go to the laboratory for now. But if anybody has any ideas about what we might do next, I'm open.
Well, we have this odd blackmail, little incestuous if they're really the same person, but something could be. Someone doesn't want this to be seen. They locked it away.
Mm-hmm. You think it's addressed to Winona? That homeowners association Winona?
I mean, it's in her safe, so.
Her safe. All right.
I mean, we could just take care of the problem permanently.
Here's a good question. Can I compare the signature on the love letter to any of the signatures on the deeds?
Absolutely. Or you can try to. I would need you to make. Actually, I'm not sure what check to make for this. Let me think about that a second. I am going to call this a perception check.
Okay.
I'm going to give him guidance.
All right. That's a D4?
Yeah.
Ooh.
See, +4.
Oh.
So it's a 27? Next. Finally, a good roll.
Yeah, so going through the list of the different deeds that are in here, one does stand out, and it's a deed written for one mushroom, gargantuan in height, intended for agricultural purposes only. It is clearly the deed for the laboratory.
Oh, okay. Perfect.
Convenient that we're going there.
All right, so I'm going to say, since things will probably be going somewhat poorly for us socially by the time we're finished with this laboratory, perhaps we consider a different tact when we get there and make this person answer our question. He may enjoy someone kind of intimidating him into giving us information.
Based on the letter?
Based on the letter. Although I don't think any of us might look like a Winona very easily.
Is there any way that maybe we could turn it into a lover's quarrel?
Yes, that's what I was thinking. We're not sure how this letter was received. If his feelings are not reciprocated, we can use that to persuade him. Maybe Winona wants to have a secret tryst tonight. Maybe she hid the letter away out of shame and didn't respond. So we might want to get a read on if that relationship is materialized or if it's a one-sided affair.
Anything
we could also potentially show this letter. We could potentially see what if this is embarrassing to her, or so we could show it to the bartender that seems to wish to maybe take her down a peg and get a favor from him.
Interesting. Yes.
That's a good idea.
But that doesn't. This is general chaos, not necessarily driving towards our goal.
No, not driving towards the goal, but how to make it so that she doesn't cause more problems for us.
Right. Perhaps a problem to be visited in 50 minutes.
Yes.
That's a problem for later, or whenever my concentration slips.
So what do you think we should do? How should we enter this laboratory? Should we just go in as we've been, or?
If I'm still under invisibility, I think I'm going to keep that ride out the clock, and get a read on what your approach to the lab is, and see if maybe you start a conversation. Maybe I sidestep that. See what is.
All right, yeah, let's go to the laboratory and see what it's like over there.
Awesome. So this requires you to. There's multiple like bridges that cross across. The aqueduct is not like a raised thing. It's actually more like a under the ground, or it's almost like a river going through the town, and there's bridges that go over it. You pass through or by the agricultural center of the town, where they are cultivating quick slime, as well as using the cultivated quick slime to grow crops. Giant potatoes and other tubers is the primary thing that they seem to eat here. Um, and the tower itself is like purple and green, uh, made out of mushroom, and there's just like a staircase at the bottom, and with not really any pomp or circumstance, just leading up to the top. You can get a great view here of the levees that are holding back the swamp. Um, and you can see that there's like, these are fairly massive undertakings that are just like, holding stuff together there. Um, there's also, you can also get a kind of a look at the place where the swamp water is being funneled, or the bog water, I should say, is being funneled into the aqueduct, that has a lot of extra reinforcement. Um, Climbing up this tall set of stairs, um, the mushroom itself is fairly spongy. You can kind of poke at it, and but other than that, is feels a little bit like it's sturdy enough that you can lean on it without like falling into it or anything. Um, the top of this place has is actually open air. There is no. It's called a laboratory, I guess, but there's no actual. It's like the top of the mushroom was like cut off, and there's just a big spongy surface with a lot of apparatus that are set up there. And when you get there, there is a wearing like a single one piece coverall, and a big like a helmet with all sorts of weird like things coming out of it is a Wayne who kind of gives you a surprised look. He's like, "Oh, well, hi. Well, welcome to my laboratory. Did you order something and I forgot? Oh no, that's happening again. It's happening again. I've lost my mind. I've lost my mind. What was it? What did I forget? Wait. I don't know you, but maybe that's a symptom of the illness. By the way, my name is Wayne. What's your name?
Lieutenant Quartlug. We were here to requisition some of your slime.
Requisition the slime. But
Yes.
the slime's mine. I was told I could do things with it. You can't.
You can. It's just a small sample.
A
A
small
sample that Wayne had sent us over. You were supposed to have that
Wayne,
available for
Wayne
us?
sent you. You should have led with that. I'm sorry. I didn't realize. Okay. All right. Fine. Well. What? I guess I have a bit of a vial over here, and he walks over to a table that's just got like tons of little beakers on it of different sizes. Some have bubbling and frothing liquids in them. There's blues, there's greens, there's purples, and he plucks one out and he kind of opens up and gives it a sniff, and the water or the liquid inside of it kind of flows up the side of the test tube in the direction of his nostril, and then goes back down again after he finishes sniffing, like it's trying to jump into him. Oh yes, that one's a good one. Yes, stoppers it back up and like, here's just a little taste. Don't spill it on yourself unless you're looking for new things about yourself. Is that I assume was that prepaid for, or I can't remember now. Can't I remember things? That's so annoying.
Yes, it was merely a sample, a demo.
Really, a sample, of course. Yeah, a sample. That makes sense. Well, there you go. Off with you. Don't jump to the bottom; you'll die.
You did say that you were going to give us a bit of an explanation. We had a couple questions that you could answer.
Oh, well, I love answering questions. What did you want to know? I can tell you everything. I can tell you anything.
The administrator of the town He's he's the one who's instructed you to create
Wayne.
this.
Yes, I thought Wayne was the one that sent you over here. Did you? Why are you asking about Wayne if Wayne is the one that sent? That doesn't make any sense.
It was Wayne that sent us, not Wayne.
Oh, Wayne, not Wayne. Oh, he doesn't normally take an interest. That's interesting. Well, yes. I mean, the administrator Wayne is a bit of an odd duck, if I do say so myself. Not my favorite person in town, not at all. But it's better than some of the populace, who are just not interested in the forward movement of our society. Like, take a look at this. Do you see that down there? Do you see that levee? That's my work, all of it. Well, I mean, I didn't do the lifting part, or I just did the planning part, but I put that together, and look, now our community is no longer being washed into the drain at the other side of town. We can exist because of this wonderful levee that I created. But who gives me any credit? Nobody. It's somehow always that bitch over the HOA that gets all the credit for everything. Drives me nuts.
Yes, I can understand, but she has a certain quality, doesn't she?
I don't know what you're talking about. She's a terrible person.
Yes, but there's just something about her.
I mean, she does, I guess, have some interesting traits. Like, I have to admit, if I was going to sew a new nose onto my face, I would choose a nose similar to hers. Or yeah, and
A
her
perfectly normal
earlobes are
thing to
top
say.
10 amongst earlobes, I have to say. And I would also argue that the color of her cheeks is a pleasant color, and that's not important right now, though. What's important? I don't remember what's important, actually. What were you asking me about?
Well, one can't help but admire her sense of authority.
Oh, yeah. She's really... When she says something, you better do it all right. Yeah, that's very important. Everyone sort of steps in line when she raises her gavel, and she smashes it down and tells you what to do. It's really impressive.
I'm concerned, though. It seems like lately she's not been quite herself. I wonder if she's been...
Not herself.
If someone, if you could imagine such a thing, has replaced her with a facsimile of herself.
Where do you go with this?
Just the way she's been acting.
Fuck, man, I don't know where you're going with this, but I'm game if you're game.
The way she's been acting, as you'll notice, maybe in 40, if you see her in 40 minutes or so.
She seems overly suspicious, as if
Paranoid, almost.
very paranoid, like she's been taken by some sort of illness that makes her just trust nobody, even the people that
I need you guys to someone needs to make a deception check with advantage.
I'll do a deception check.
Oh, good.
And wait, I'm invisible.
Oh, yes. It was a 5, but it's a 20, a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Okay. So he's kind of like listening to you, and like you can see his eyes sort of like bugging out bigger and bigger as you're talking. He's like, it couldn't be. Why would that happen? Someone, she could be replaced. But why would she be replaced? I could tell. I would know. I always would know the true her. She has a smell, a certain specific smell that always gives away her wonderful taste. Yes, I would never fall into such a trap if someone had replaced her. If someone was trying to mimic her every action. No, not me. I could never. But who would do such a thing?
Oh, there are. If you ask there was a bartender that had mentioned to us how.
Oh, Wayne, yeah, I know him.
How he wanted to do anything. I didn't think anything of it at the time, but he said he would do anything for her not to be able to take the credit that she deserves.
Well, I mean, she is the homeowners associate leader. I think she deserves some amount of credit for that, even if I hate her guts, of course.
This
He
bartender
seemed
said he wanted to take her. He didn't want her to get that credit.
he
Can't
seemed
imagine.
very convinced that she really didn't do a whole lot and that she shouldn't be given quite as much credit as she seems to deserve.
Now that is something to be said by the bartender. I mean, you just serve the milk that is cultivated from my agricultural products. You're doing very little, good sir. I don't know how he gets off taking all of the credit for any of what he does. He's just a middleman. I mean, he doesn't make, he doesn't break. He's just a mouth and a voice. Just because he has a handsome chin and all the Winonas love him. What a fiend.
Would you believe he was trying to take credit for the milk too? I knew it would have been someone like you who was in charge of that production. And so all of
my
that
genius
milk,
and my genius alone. I am so
all of
impressed that
that
you have
milk
understood that.
is made here. That the milk that everyone drinks throughout the day all comes from here.
Well, I mean, and
Looking
he
at
like
five.
pushes over like a contain like what do you call it? Like a trap, not like a trap door, but like a big sheath of wood that's been laying on the top of the shroom. And inside of it, you realize the shroom has been hollowed out, and there's just a big, like almost like a silo of milky product that extends down into it. He's like, yes, the only way to create the milk as delicious as the ones that we have is by producing it inside of a shroom of this size. That's why I so keenly took over this operation because of my incredible genius. And you can see now, it's all here. Every bit of milk that is consumed by this town, every last drop of it is my doing. Ha! And I am very fastidious. I always make sure it's clean and sanitary and delicious. I mean, I don't really care about the deliciousness part, but it always is delicious. That's just how it goes. And there's not a soul here who does not appreciate the quality of my milk.
Why, young man, you are just so clever. You provided all the milk and you've made this amazing levy that has led to the prosperity of your town. What other wonderful things have you done for this community?
You want more than I well I
Well, surely you must have it. I mean, your genius can't be contained by two things alone.
I admit I did have a hand in the creation of the nutrient vats that we generate the young in. You can see them down there in the center of town. That's the octagonal structure down there. But I mean, I don't want to take too much credit. I only came up with the design and the exact recipe, the original recipe for the nutrients, the actual ratios. There was a Winona down there at the vat installation is the one who has perfected that particular recipe. But all the Waynes and the Winonas grow up to be strong under our care. I'm a little bit. If I were to say, I'm a little bit like the father of the town, kind of. I mean, and I don't feel bad in saying that. And you could sort of say that Winona, wonderful as she is, I mean, that bitch, that total awful bitch, that she's kind of like the mother of the town. And the two of us, I mean, sometimes we haven't got along, but you know how parents are.
Absolutely. Well, does Wayne give you proper recognition for everything you've done?
Not a bit. Not even a little bit. He just sits there in his house on the hill, which is all fancier than everybody else's, flaunting the rules of the homeowners association, and says, "Oh, I deal with the administrative work of the city," as if that was important. Ugh, ugh, what a horrendous person.
Just terrible. Someone should tell him a thing or two.
I agree. I think so as well. But I'm not so great at the talking part, so I've just been hoping one of these days that somebody, a like-minded individual, someone who can think like I can think, will go and do it for me, you know?
Absolutely. Maybe we could help you with that.
Yeah. That sounds like a great idea.
What do you think? It seemed like you had some things you wanted to ask this bright young man here.
I was thinking along the same lines you were. Perhaps, the only catch would be, what if that bartender has done something with Winona? We would have to make sure Winona is taken care of first.
What
The
do you mean done
imposter
something?
Winona.
He
Well,
wouldn't touch her, right? She wouldn't like that.
it's hard to say. One can never be too careful in these situations. Perhaps that bartender. You'd have to take care of the imposter. We'd have to get rid of the imposter Winona.
No. Say no more. Say no more. I understand what you're saying. I'm understanding what you're saying. And he walks back to like another table that he's got with some various different stuff on it. And he pulls out like some sort of like weird device that he straps to his back, and like you can see a little like as like little cables get jagged into his spine, and there's a glowing blue tube that he's holding. I'll just deal with the bartender myself.
That would certainly show Wayne who's the real brains around here.
All right, you wait here. No. Better yet, you go talk to the admin. Tell him about all the wonderful things that I do for this town, and I'll deal with the bartender. And he starts walking in the direction of the
and the fake Winona.
and the if I find her, yes.
He's not going to do anything about Winona.
I'm still invisible.
Well, that's solving a problem we didn't have.
So he has now left you alone at the top of the shroom, seeming to just haphazardly trust you for whatever reason.
Well, we can poison an entire town.
I think
we can blow up the levee.
Let's. I wonder how long it takes to distribute all this. How long they go from making the milk to everyone drinking the milk. Is it like piped to the bar? I guess we wouldn't really know, but like, is the bar the only place that it goes? Is that where? Yeah, it's hard to say.
Well, the vats of young.
The vats of young, do they also have the milk? I don't know. Do we want to commit a quick genocide on our first day out?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like poisoning the milk is the slow route. I mean,
it's a backup.
The distraction here. How do your explosives work? Can those be set on a timer? Do you have to be close to them to set them off?
Timer, right? Did you say a 10-minute fuse on the explosives?
Yes, you could set a 10-minute fuse on the explosives.
He did say something about the levee keeping the town prosperous because it like channels the water so it doesn't wash it away.
Doesn't wash the town away, but the house on the hill, that's probably not at flood risk.
I feel like that's kind of where we need to go. I wonder if there's a way that, because we got to get out. That's the thing that sucks.
Yeah. If we're going to time some kind of distraction with the explosion during the jamboree.
You mean a genocide?
Yes. No.
I say we poison the milk just as a backup plan, and then we go plant the bomb at the levee, and then go to the
yeah.
I would want not just a timer though. It's more of a timer's a little tricky.
We need an accurate way to assess which Wayne it is we're tracking down. Who has a history? Who worked on Agatha's ship? It seems like many of these people have never left.
I say we return to looking at papers. Are there any papers nearby that look like it came from the admin so we can see the signature? Or I guess maybe a signature would be on the deed. I don't know how we would make him
Just
sign.
generally investigate the lab if there seems like anything worth poking around.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and give me an investigation check.
I got a 14.
I got a 23.
Oof. You guys are killing it with the info rolls. So, investigation of the lab. The lab is got lots of like drawings of plans, some of which are clearly like diagrams of the levee and the support infrastructure therein. There's actually one that seems to depict the actual big stone column thing that's over on the bottom side of town. It's got some comments on it talking about like where shoring up is needed to keep it sturdy. There is also a diagram showing basically a feeding line or a yeah, I would call it a feeding line of tubes that head out from what must be the bottom of the shroom to various different places around the town. One of which being the growth vats in the center of town and the bar as well.
All right. Well, that's our answer to distribution as well. I'm. I don't mind poisoning the vats. That's one way we can help ensure that our mission is a success. You know, success at any
It's
cost.
them or us.
I hesitate to make a decision without knowing more. And killing so many people on our way out when really our own freedom could be in our grasp.
I don't. I don't know about you, but I really would like to get back to that pod as much as I know it's.
Getting a little itchy. Getting a
I know
little.
what it is. I mean, I know what I agreed to, and I can't go. I can't go against that. You're free to make your own decision, soldier, but I don't think I'll be headed in that direction in the near future.
Great. I think at this point, why don't we take like a 30-minute break, or yeah, something like that. Come back at 45 after. I'm reading the clock right. Um, and then and pick up from there. Just let people have a chance to maybe grab a bite to eat or use the bathroom or something like that. Sound good?
Sounds
Awesome.
good.
Thank you.
Awesome. I'm just gonna pause all of the outputs on the stream, but the stream will still be up. And yeah, I'll see you guys in 30 minutes.
Thanks.
Cool. Thank you.
Are you gonna settle? Maybe.
JQ.
Oh, good.
All right. Weirdly enough, Discord managed to crash for me right there, but I got back to that problem. Don't know why Discord is being such a pain in the butt, but see if I can figure that out afterwards. All right, gang. So we last ended with you guys on top of a mushroom, pondering genocide.
Yes.
Yeah, as I ponder, I feel like I have another idea. How much of that slime? There's like other vials of that slime laying around, like all stacked up that he gave me one small one of.
Yeah, he gave you one of the quick slime. There might be other quick slime there. There's just lots of vials of stuff. So, like, if you wanted to try to identify and compare to find other bits of it that might be more quick slime, you could. But it's definitely not something you would just know. Like, they're not labeled for damn sure.
Was quick slime a non-magical item?
Um, that's actually a really good philosophical question. I'm gonna say, no, it is not a magical item.
Okay.
Could I do a quick check around the laboratory for anything else that might be like useful to us in any way?
Yeah, sure. Give me an investigation check.
Oh, nat 20, 22.
Nice. So looking around, you find a couple of like he had this like backpack thing that he was wearing that shot out some blue something or other. You find a few canisters of whatever that is. It's got like there's sort of they're metal and they've got like a blue see-through bit so you can sort of see the inside, and it's got this blue liquid inside of it, like neon blue liquid. Kind of sloshes a little bit as if you shake it. Um, Other than that, I mean, you find all the stuff that you would normally expect to find in the laboratory. So if you're looking for like laboratory implements, like a mortar and pestle, an alembic, you know, decanters of various different types, things that do stuff, then you can definitely find it here. Other than that, the various different products of the laboratory, um, you would need to probably have a good arcane understanding of them in order to make heads or tails of them. But you do find them, I guess I could say.
I want to collect as much of the vials of what I think is quick slime that I can easily like carry in a pouch or whatever, so that I have more than just the one that he gave me. Keeping the one that he gave me separate so I know which one it is.
Got it. Make a nature check for me.
Natural 1 plus 0.
Awesome. You grab some vials. Let's say you grab 5 vials in addition to the one that you already have.
All right. I'm going to put 5 maybe slime vial.
I'll have to roll later to see what they are when you use them.
Slime vial.
I'm gonna not poison the milk supply. One, because I prefer to have targeted actions for my vengeance. And it's unclear whether these are artifices, if they're constructs, or if they're individuals. And if killing the main one kills all of them, then that's a natural consequence. But if we can target the main one without killing all of them, that's the path I would prefer to go. Plus, I don't know whether if this one poison vial is enough to be diluted in this milk supply to affect, our main cause here. I feel like we could be a little more confrontational in our Wayne investigation and see which of these Waynes doesn't originate from this pier, which of these Waynes has a history, which of these Waynes was on this ship, and that was the one that we need to identify. And I feel like being pointed up the hill to the largest house, to the admin, to the leader, that is our best chance of finding out what we need to know.
Yep. That all good arguments. Was just a backup plan. Didn't want to leave it off the table.
If at the jamboree it makes sense to slip this vial into someone's drink, we'll make a choice at that time. But I won't be throwing poison blindly at a populace when we have one clear target that we have not identified.
Speaking of targets and timing, you guys took a bit of time walking across the town to get to the laboratory. There's a large set of stairs on the way up, and then you spent a decent chunk of time, talking and looting the place after Wayne left. I'm definitely going to say that the invisibility has run out, and that the charm person effect is also right on the cusp of running out. Probably by the time you get back down, unless you take a quick way down.
All right. I
Down
do
on the
feel
top
bad.
of the
I do wish we could warn the bartender. So, I don't know if there's a way to do that now. It's like, can I see the bar from where I am?
Oh yeah, I mean,
Like
you
how
get
far?
great vantage of the entire town from the top of this room. You can also see, I don't know if I really mentioned this before, but the west end of the town has is basically just a cliff, and then there's just an infinite void of darkness next to the town where the aqueduct runs off of. So
Oh,
yeah,
well, okay. Well, that's quite the view. You don't see that every day. One hopes.
yeah, most people don't.
Um, I don't think I have any 30 feet. Is there a rough distance to how far the bar is if I can see it from here?
It's pretty far. I would say probably like 500, 600 feet at least.
Okay.
And that feels backwards. If it's getting later, we're a little closer to the start of the jamboree, which is a chance to cause a distraction. And
Yeah, so that means it's like 8-ish.
Yeah, that's what I would say. Sounds about right.
okay,
So Jamboree's in 2 hours. I say we head to let's head to administration. But before we go, I just want to do one quick thing, and I'm going to take the 5 vials that I think are slime and the little figurine of Wayne and throw them into the milk vat.
Okay.
Let's go.
So some voodoo shit is what you're attempting here. Yeah, you throw them in. They kind of slowly sink in. The vials sink in slightly faster. The figurine of Wayne, who's giving kind of a thumbs up, slinks in a little bit slower until there's nothing but the hand still there, and then it too descends beneath the creamy waves of the vat. Um, Nothing immediately happens when you do this reckless act of I don't even know what to call this. Sabotage, maybe?
Yeah.
Question mark?
vandalism.
Vandalism?
I
Yeah.
could be creating new life right now. I don't know. I just couldn't leave it on the table. Let's go. That's gonna be a distraction that I think gonna need in a minute.
Pitaya is also going to give. You said I got 2 canisters of that electric blue liquid. Is going to give 1 to 5. There, you take care of that, dearie. I think that'll be in good hands with you.
This isn't like the steroid shot.
No, this is what he had in his crazy backpack when he ran off. These were cartridges of whatever.
Yeah, I wonder if that backpack was a weapon he was planning on using on the bartender.
Yeah.
It certainly seemed like it.
All right, pocket that.
Also, if
All right.
we need to get out of here sneakily, I can help us. But it only lasts an hour, and we got a lot of time left. But I do have Pass Without Trace, so I can cast that on us. And I haven't used a lot of spells yet, so.
Yeah. Are there?
Maybe that will help us
We
get
can-
out of
we
here
can-
and get to the admin building without getting caught.
Yeah, we just want to kind of help it, let it move us. Yeah, just unbothered and quickly to administer. Yeah, I think that's probably a good idea. I think I think we've lit our fuse. I lit our fuse. So
After
All
my
right,
whole
so-
speech about not poisoning the milk supply, you're like, throw it all in.
All in.
like
Everything
creation.
but the poison.
Hey, there might have
Okay.
been poison there. You don't know.
We don't
Oh.
know. We also don't know how long it takes for the supply to reach the distribution.
Yeah, but it might not even. I'm not even
If
thinking.
it's
Well,
plumbed in to just a direct line to the bar's tap, so like the next beer pole is gonna.
I heard the slime could cause things to have sentience, so it just seemed like
Or make
it
things
seemed
change.
like a thing that could be. I don't know. I'm thinking
Sentient
maybe.
milk.
I mean, do you ever like what would Ghostbusters be without the Stay Puft Man? That's all I'm saying.
You turned it into smart.
Slur.
Anyway, gotta go. Let's head towards administration. We want to do that stealthily, you think?
Yeah. Okay. So
Yeah, let's put that on at the bottom of the mushroom and peek our heads out the door to see if we have an angry mob yet.
with pass without a trace, as long as I'm concentrating on it for up to an hour, we have a +10 bonus to stealth checks. And we can't be tracked except by magical means. And when we receive this bonus, we leave no tracks or traces behind us of our passage.
Okay.
Nice.
They didn't try to use any magic against me when I was invisible, so I feel like we have good chances.
That's
Great.
true.
So you guys are gonna you peek your head over the side of the shroom, and you can kind of see that there is some torches being lit in the rough area of the homeowners association. And if you perk up your ears just a little bit, you can hear kind of a rah 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 sound coming from that same direction. As you guys are you guys have to climb down the staircase first. So I'm gonna first ask you to all make stealth checks.
I'm going to cast guidance on myself.
So it's a
Guidance
13
is a
plus
concentration
3.
spell.
Oh, then I'm not going to do that at all. All right.
Let
15.
them know.
I got 23.
You guys remembering to add 10, right?
Yeah, 23 is plus 10.
Okay.
34.
You just
I'm
vanish
looking
into
around.
the wind.
I'm like, I thought that invisibility
I
spell
slide down the
worked.
staircase railing silently.
For sure
you're
that
a
invisibility
tabaxi. You could just
spell.
climb down the side of the shroom straight up. Like that's a thing you're allowed to do. So 15, 23. I would say that at the moment you guys feel unseen as you're climbing down the thing. It is not. People would have to be like looking up to see where you were. I don't think you told anyone you were going to the laboratory earlier, so no one has any reason to look over here. Um, uh, you pass through the town, and it takes you, 10 minutes or something to walk the steps all the way down because it's a tall tower. And when you get to the base, there is definitely a lot of riled up people. A lot of them are wearing the very samey looking clothes that all the people at that homeowners association I can't speak today. Homeowners association meeting were wearing. Um, there is a couple of people that now look a little bit more guardly in that they're wearing not just basic townsfolk clothing. They've got like some leather armor on, or some maybe a bit of chainmail. That are also walking around the town. Um, with the rolls that you guys have made for stealth, they don't give you a second glance, either because they don't see you or because you're just blending in with the natural movement of the people that are there. Moving
Nice.
across the town stealthily, however, does take you longer than if you were not trying to stealth. So this, which would have been like a 20-minute type of thing or a 25-minute type of thing, actually ends up taking you about 50 minutes. So as you're getting towards the edge of of this house on a hill, which by the way is adjacent to a hedge maze, you don't have to go through the hedge maze to get there. You just walk past it. Um, Pitaya, you know that your spell is close to running out as you're getting close. Um, There isn't anyone currently in that area. It seems like most of the people are focused on searching the areas around the tavern for some reason, as well as the neighborhoods and other places in the town.
Are there any lights on in the administrative building? Is there like a clear entryway or different features
It
we can
has
see?
a very stately front entrance that has wide stairs. It kind of looks a little bit like the White House in that it's got big wide stairs and columns that are going up. It's just big and open. There is no apparent door to this thing. It is extremely well lit on the inside. There is vibrant colors of various different types that can be seen inside. Some of it is like there's like you can see a little bit of the start of like a spiral staircase of some kind, and each stair is a different color on it. There is lots of filigree patterning and grotesques that are lining the top of this building, all giving different looks. It is honestly a bit much when it comes to this kind of structure, especially because it's not super large.
Is there any, are there people or have there been people coming out of it to head towards the jamboree? Because that's going to happen in about an hour, right? So if
There
it takes a
is
half hour to get there.
you have not seen anybody coming in or out of it on your approach.
And no guards. And no door.
I mean, there's an entrance. There's just no door in the entrance.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I probably confused you with that. There is a way in. It just does not have a literal door on it. It's just a big archway.
Oh, okay. All right, so we kind of like get close, see in sight, and be like, all right, what do you guys think? Right through the front door?
Yeah, your spell ends before you get inside. And as you step through the threshold, Pitaya, you had the lowest roll, right, for stealth? You had a
Yeah.
15, which would now be basically a 5. There is a sudden and there is a heraldryman who's standing there with a big trumpet who just steps out and says, "Welcoming the guest to the great hall. Wayne is now seeing." What was your name, ma'am?
She just screams papaya.
Announcing Papaya of the Turtle People. And then after a moment he actually suddenly realizes that Quartlug is also there. Oh, and also of the Turtle People is, hey buddy, what's your name?
Lieutenant Quartlug.
Lieutenant Quartlug. He's apparently Canadian. And there is a few other people at which point from there's a spiral staircase of multicolored stairs. At the top of it is just a hallway and some doors. One door opens, and a very, very done up Wayne who has makeup that is clearly covering his face to make it look more even. He's got slight wings on his eyebrows, and his eyes have a little bit of mascara to them to look very pretty. He's wearing a large white cloak that has multicolored strands going through it. He says, "Well, hello, darlings. I don't believe I've met any of you, but I would love to. Who do we have here? Wait, no, I remember you said," and he points to the trumpeter, "that we had Papaya. That must be the lady turtle, and that we had Lieutenant Quartlug. Oh, well, what an interesting name is that. Now, do tell me everything about you. I must know it all."
Well, Mr. Wayne, does the name Agatha ring a bell?
I'm sorry, no. Is she a patron of yours, or perhaps it is a citizen of the town that you wish parley with?
Indeed, she is a patron of ours that does wish to parley with a representative of your group that she had dealt with before. I believe that may have been the father.
Excuse me, the father. You mean the father of Wapier? Oh, I see. You're looking for the original Waynster. Well, the original Wayne, it's not me. I wish I could say that it was. I have done a lot for this town. I've created a town out of it instead of just a collection of bumbling fools. But I wasn't here from the beginning. I'm comparatively new to some of the older types. Um, and I don't
Do
think.
we,
Sorry, what was that?
do we believe him?
Yeah, go ahead and roll me some insight.
Ooh, nat 20, 24.
Dirty 20.
23.
You guys all rolled 20 or more?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, as much as this guy's a little bit pompous, he does seem to be on the level with you about what he's saying. In fact, you get the feeling that he kind of wishes he was the original Wayne, and it kind of like annoys him that he's not.
Excellent. So what was he? He was saying.
Well, I say a great deal of things, but
Oh, the original Wayne Star.
yes, I am not sadly the original Wayne, and I'm not 100% certain who is, to be exact. Not an important figure in the community anymore, I don't think. I certainly know who it's not, and that's not that bitch over at the HOA who keeps questioning everything that I do. Can you believe? Can you believe that she did not want me to have a second story on my own Capitol building? Like, who does she think she is? Seriously.
That
Oh,
is
terrible.
extremely
She is
unreasonable, and she has been a bit unstable in our experience.
Not surprising in the least. She came here harping about 45 minutes ago about how she needs more munitions or help with finding some thieves or something, as though I have time for such dealings. She can figure it out herself. The people that live in the
Mhm.
neighborhood are practically her own private army, as far as I'm concerned. I'm just here to make sure that all the P's and Q's have the correct serifs.
Excellent. Well, if you would be so kind as to point us in the direction of the original Waynster, we could, be out of your hair and stop bothering you, and you can get back to your serifs.
I don't really know who the actual Wayne is at this point. Um, they're probably not particularly interested in conversation, or they wouldn't have disappeared from the public eye. It might be that one of the other prominent members of town is them, but I kind of don't think so. You could ask the kennel master if you're interested, or potentially that bitch over at the HOA. She might know something, or maybe the nursery man. But I honestly don't have really any answers for you here. Although I am curious, are you going to be in town for the jamboree?
I know the jamboree is happening very soon. Do you have good seats?
Do I have good seats? Of course, I have the best seats. I am going to dance all night. I'm going to drink so much milk, and I'm going to have just a wonderful time of it because I have been up to here with paperwork for the past week. Oh, it's awful. Anyways, the reason I ask is I can't help but notice the guitar strapped to your back, and I thought, why, could do with a bit of music. I hate dancing to the horrible chants of the choir. They're really terrible. I don't know why none of the Waynes can sing, but there it is. Um, a little bit of music sounds absolutely wonderful.
Well, we
We
wanted to, but that bitch at the HOA seemed to think that we weren't worthy of performing at her jamboree. So she went on a tirade and apparently thinks that we're just the worst things that have come to your town in forever. So, as much as we'd love to help you, something just has to be done about her if we're to
Oh,
be able to perform.
I know exactly what I'm hearing right now. You showed her a bit of your musical talent and she was threatened by your capabilities and then she sent you away because she doesn't want anyone upstaging her. Believe me, darling, I know exactly what that's like. which is why my house is way over here, and everyone else gets to live down there, which I don't know. Sometimes I wish that levee would break and just wash all those miscreants away, but don't tell anyone else I said that. Neither you. And he points to the trumpeter.
Absolutely. Yes, we absolutely would love to play at the Jamboree. My only other concern, since it's happening so soon, is we really must complete our mission of speaking to the original Wainster. And I don't know if we'll be able to do that and make it in time to play our rockin' tunes at the Jamboree. If you could in any way assist us with that, we would be sure to put on a performance that'll rock your socks off.
Well, I mean, I'm sure there's a place you would stay for the night in town and simply continue your investigations on the morrow, right? I don't see why it has to be such a rush. I don't really think finding the Wayne Pierce is going to happen in the next hour after all. That's absurd. But just come and have a wonderful time at the Jamboree. Drink some of our delicious milk if you haven't. It's absolutely wonderful. It's everything a growing body needs. And then maybe on the morrow we could figure something out. Or I tend to sleep in a little bit, I admit, but maybe talk to me again around noon on tomorrow, and I will help you to the very letter that I am able.
That is
Oh my.
fantastic. We were led to believe there was not anywhere for us to stay at night, but if you believe otherwise, then we could amend our schedule.
Oh, I mean, I didn't know of any place. I just assumed, maybe, I don't really. I mean, you couldn't have stayed here. I mean, God, just think of it. I'm just saying, like some flowers belong in a bouquet, and some flowers belong by themselves in a vase. And you're sort of vase flowers, if you know what I mean. Um, I mean, I suppose maybe I haven't been to the neighborhood recently. Possibly there's somewhere to sleep there, or I don't know. Maybe the kennel master has a little extra spot for you. Listen, I'm not trying to be trite. I'm not trying to be mean. I just we don't really have guests very often. The last one we had a fishing accident, and then the one before that, well, they're now in the maze, and he points to the hedge maze.
Hmm.
What
Oh,
what is in the maze aside from that visitor?
Oh, no, just that visitor. A darling fellow. I don't remember his name, but he's one of those kind of horns like this. Kind of has a ring in his nose. He seemed really taken with the maze. Um, and we really haven't seen him since.
well, a mystery perhaps for later.
Would I know that, or do I have to do a check
I'll
to?
let you know that. That's fine. He's definitely talking about a
Okay.
minotaur of some kind.
And this kennel master, would he be the one by the mushrooms with the spider webbing?
Oh yes, that wonderful place. Do say hi to him. He's a pleasant chap and really knows his ways around animals.
Well, we certainly appreciate your help and your time. Is there any way that we could just, if there's a way that we can, perhaps with your good word, the inns would be more receiving of us than we were led to believe by Winona.
Oh, God. I suppose Wayne here could go and announce you personally. Wayne, do you want to take a little field trip? Not really, sir. Yeah, but I mean, I meant that rhetorically. I was just saying you should go take a field trip with them. Um, he can just tell people who you are. He's really good, although I admit he's not used to saying such interesting names as yours. Um,
Well,
I
perhaps
don't
the
really know if
practice
that
will be
helps, to
good
be
for him.
honest with
Thank you so much.
you. Okay. Are you serious about that? The trumpet Wayne comes over. Like, is this? Do you think this is a really good idea?
Dude, I just wanted somewhere to sleep.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know. You can tell me like the real, like what's really like we're leaving, we're walking out with him.
He just looks like a little bit like a fish out of the ocean. Because like he's like a long split-tailed cloak that kind of like runs on the ground behind him, and he's just kind of doesn't seem to know where to put his trumpet. And he's just like, I don't really leave the place very often, and I just announce people surreptitiously often because it amuses me, but I mean, I don't really. You could, I guess, if you wanted
Yeah.
to stay at my house, you could go there. I'm not really a talker. I'm most just a, and he plays a little thing on his trumpet real quick.
I
Well, maybe
wanna
you could
I wanna play
announce us
something
on
with him.
stage.
Can I
Oh,
like pick up on the riff that he's throwing and play something that matches it?
oh yeah. If you give me a performance check.
15.
15. All right. So he kind of like plays a couple of notes, and then you kind of like give him an eye and pull out your guitar and like repeat continue that refrain a little bit. And he goes, "Oh, I see." And he bump it up, dump dump, and you kind of like match up with him, and you can sort of see he's like feeling out what it's like to play music as opposed to just notes. Because it's been so long, he's like, oh man, that was great. Oh gosh, I haven't gotten to play actual music in so long. It's normally just "Brr," and then I yell people's names. That is wonderful, dude. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Uh, Dude, if you want to stay at my house night, that is super chill. I mean, it's like me and one other Wayne. We were gonna start a band one day, and then we just sort of like hit a wall. You know how it is. Like getting gigs is tough. And there's really only one place to go in town, so
Well, why don't you join us on stage for the jamboree?
dude, absolutely. Like, wow, that is so money in you. I cannot believe that. Yeah. So like, what do you have like sheet music? Are we just like going in full on jazz style, or what's gonna happen?
I think it's jazz, baby.
All right.
If you want jazz, we can do jazz.
Yeah. You get the first solo, and I'll just follow you in right afterwards, like a sexy caboose. I mean, uh,
All right.
sorry, I'm getting a
Well,
little worked up. I haven't had fun in a really long time.
no, man, and that's what it's about. Sometimes you just gotta have fun. If you want to, since you've so graciously offered your house to us, that solves our sleeping arrangement issue. If you want to, like, go get ready for the gig, or get your roommates together and see if they're interested in that, and we can have an ensemble.
Super, super, super fresh. I love that idea. Listen, I just want to run something past you. Like, would a hat work? Like, or would it be too much? Like, I was thinking hat, sunglasses. Boom. It's a look. Yeah?
Yeah, that's a look.
Okay, you're nodding, but I think you're saying no. That's fine. I get it. I get it. We can go the other way. I'm just gonna do tie and wingtips.
Do you in this world have sunglasses?
Yeah, actually, drow wear sunglasses a lot because the sky burns their eyes. But yeah,
Yeah. So it's like sunglasses and a fedora and a cigarette. He wants to go full jazz.
yep, he understands the assignment.
That could be cool, man.
All right, I'll meet you at the Jamboree in an hour. See you guys there, and keep it cool, baby. You know what? No, I didn't like that. I'll think of something else. I need a new catchphrase. It's been so long since I've had friends. See you later. And he like hurriedly walks away. He occasionally stops to like snap his fingers.
Awesome. Um, so it's just the three of us again.
Yes.
Well, this has been quite a roller coaster.
Well, we know it's not the guy at the manor. It's not the scientist. We've
talked to the homeowners association. We haven't talked to the kennel master, and we haven't talked to the lady running the like birthing station. But I don't know realistically what we'll be able to do before the jamboree.
Maybe if our performance at the jamboree is good enough, we'll get the
And maybe
attention.
if the whole town is sorry, what were you saying, Siobhan? I cut you off.
We'll get the attention of some of the higher ups in town if our performance is good enough.
Yeah, and maybe if everyone turns out, we'll like be able to scope and see if there's anyone.
And we'll also note who is not there in the crowd.
Yeah.
If anyone we've met so far is not there.
Do you remember what Wayne said?
Which Wayne?
He could always tell the real Winona by her smell. I wonder what exactly that means, and if our mark, our target, has the same
has its own smell.
Yeah, we'll have to keep that in mind.
Well, I wonder how it turned out with Wayne and the bartender. We might find out at the jamboree.
Yeah, it looked like there was some activity at the bar, but I guess we should go to the jamboree and just pretend everything's okay.
Well, hopefully we'll have the blessing of the other guy. I'm sure.
Yeah.
Sure, there's going to be something that's going to go down.
I think we shouldn't make a public appearance until our friend, our future bandmate, jam sesh buddy, comes around to vouch for us.
His name's
Great.
Wayne.
Wayne.
Yes, Wayne. He has a name.
Yeah, geez.
Okay, so that's enough time to take a short rest if anybody wants such a thing.
Yeah.
Let's see, what would I get back?
You get back your bardic inspirations.
Yeah, get back my bardic inspirations, of which I've only used one. They last an hour, so I could cast bardic inspiration. Well, they last an hour, so I can. Do we need? So it doesn't really do. Yeah, I would like to do a short rest if that's okay. If we can find a nice, relatively safe place, maybe near the back of the jamboree. Well, that's the bar, isn't it? Yeah. So stealthily observe the bar from a distance where we feel safe and can take a short rest. If we can find such an area.
Absolutely sounds great to me. The area near the bar is actually very well populated at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
There are clearly lots of Waynes and Winonas in the area. There's also like a contingent of pitchfork and torch wielders that are like lined up in rows with you can sort of see them in the distance, and a small Winona like figure in front of them that's kind of like rawing them in some capacity, and you notice that this figure is in fact waving a gavel around. Other than that, though, people are entering the tavern. It is tavern, whatever. And there's a lot of like ululations and happy sounds coming from it. You see people that are waving steins full of what you assume to be milk. No sign of Wayne from the laboratory.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, then I would retreat until this is what I would pitch. We retreat to a safe distance, take our short rest, even if it's not within a good sight of the. I'd rather be safer than close to the jamboree.
Yeah, I agree.
If you guys need a rest, I can keep watch because I'm good. I haven't used spells. Need recovering.
Sounds good. Why don't you go ahead and give me a perception check while you're keeping watch, just to see how well you see things coming up on you.
Oh, can I give her inspiration for that? before I lay down to rest, I give do a little song of inspiration.
What does that let me do?
That gives you a D8 that you can roll twice and add the better result to your perception.
That one.
You rolled it twice? You rolled a 1 twice.
Yes, so 19.
You keep a lookout, so it takes about, normally say an hour for a long rest. I'm just going to say it's about the amount of time between now and the jamboree. Sorry, short rest. And the you made a pretty good perception check. So occasionally you get a look of one of the Waynes. Many of them are wearing like cloaks, and one of them seems to have like some either a hunchback or they're wearing some kind of backpack. And they after you see them the first time, you kind of keep an eye on them, and they seem to be trying to sneak ever closer to the innkeeper, who is like they've now erected like a bunch of like picnic tables on the outside, and occasionally the innkeeper comes in with a big serving tray of milk steins and places them in front of people before disappearing back in. And this one sneaky Wayne with the hump or backpack is just slowly getting closer to him. Although not honestly being that sneaky, but you're definitely keeping an eye on it. Other than that, though, you can go ahead and hit the short rest button, and we will have short rest.
All right, where is that? Oh, there it is. Oh, short rest. Okay, I gotta hit it. Oh, that's fine. All right. Okie dokie. So where is Winona in relation to that?
So there's like area with a picnic table over here, and then kind of like down the road in the direction of the neighborhood is Winona and her wonderful Winona, her gavel, and her like platoon of townsfolk that are all waiting at her beck and call. She does also have a few other people that are clearly keeping a lookout in the area and then reporting back to her every once in a while.
All right. Is there like a crew entrance to the venue and a audience entrance to the venue, or it's just kind of all the same?
It's not that well regimented. It's mostly just an open area with some picnic tables in front of the bar.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So we could either help. We're all watching what's unfolding with our little hunchbacked Wayne. Well, we can either help him, help the bartender, ignore him, bring Winona's attention to him.
I feel like the bartender was one of the people who didn't like Winona, and I feel like we kind of need that right now. But I don't know how to divert what's happening.
We could you want to try go to Winona, give her the letter, tell her that the scientist had tried to steal it back from her, and he was going to try and get the bartender since he thinks that's the object of her affection, her new object of affection. She's going to hate us, first off.
I know, that's why I'm like, I don't know if
Is she going to believe you after knowing that you charmed her earlier?
I could also try charming her again. And I only need to be within 30 feet to do that.
That's real close.
I mean, Wayne from the lab seemed pretty easy to influence. You could intercept his path and convince him of a new trajectory. Have him maybe tell him that confessing his love to Winona at the jamboree would be more romantic than fighting his rival.
Can I get within 60 feet of the scientist Wayne?
I mean, you can, but it's the
Without
question is,
like causing a lot. How difficult does that seem without causing anyone really to notice too much?
that
Like
sounds
other
without magic of any kind. That sounds very difficult because there is, probably a couple hundred people in the area.
right, and he's already kind of like in that group, or he's still on the
Yeah,
fringes of it.
yeah. He's in the
That's it.
middle of it. He's not like near the edge.
Okay. Uh, so I assume there's people with pitchforks that I assume are looking out for us. I feel like the other people that aren't those people probably aren't looking for us. Is there a way to approach like to get within 60 feet of our scientists without while avoiding that group of people with the pitchforks? Or are they kind of like
Um,
pretty well spread out?
yeah, it's a pretty. I mean, they're pretty well spread out. I don't really think that it's. Yeah, I don't. I don't. I would say no.
Okay. Um, because what I'm thinking to the group, if I could get close enough to Wayne, I could potentially show him something that might convince him to target someone else.
Wayne the scientist.
Wayne the scientist. If we think that might be helpful, like I might be able to make him think the bartender is his love and Winona is the bartender.
Oh, that they're like switched places.
Yeah.
I like that. I'm just a little like the only thing is if it fails, then I'm worried of us burning like every good relationship we might have. I wonder if we can stealthily give the bartender the note.
Mm-hmm. If I
So
get within 60 feet of him, I might be able to do that as well.
yeah, because I don't know if we physically give it to him, then it's going to be obvious that we stole it. But if he can just have it somehow,
Slip it into his pocket.
mm-hmm. If we had someone that was very sneaky and sleight of hand.
I might be able to manage.
I mean, I don't know that we want to keep blowing different spells, but if you were invisible, or you could just try because you're pretty sneaky.
Well, I don't need to be invisible for our performance, and really, our goal is to get the attention and to identify the main Wayne. So
Yeah.
As a side bid, I could stick this into someone's pocket.
Yeah. Maybe
just passing by on our way to get ready to go on stage.
Yeah, I would give it to the bartender.
Okay, you just want to give him a note?
Yeah, just give him the letter so that, one, it's on him and he can do with it what he wants if he finds it, or if not, then they'll find the letter on him. And maybe that'll cause some confusion, because if he has it on him and they discover it and it doesn't go the way we want it, the scientist is already outraged against him and thinks that he's in some conspiracy against Winona. So if he had that evidence on him, it would. Sorry.
Okay.
Stop that.
Yeah.
Further.
If Five would like to do that, you think we need to use invisibility? I have 2 second levels left.
Just to pass him the letter? I don't think so.
Yeah, especially like Five said, if we're gonna just go on stage and play anyway.
then 5 can just, as we pass, slip it in.
So, okay, the only thing stopping us potentially from just walking in, I think, is Winona. You think we should try the classic distraction?
Or we wait for our bugle friend, our trumpet friend, and we go in together.
All right. We'll go in together and try it. Well, how close is Wayne to Wayne right now?
About 35 feet. Like he's just getting like a little closer every time.
He looks like he's play. Okay. What's
And
it?
where's Winona in relation to the?
I do a vibe check.
Vibe check. Yeah, it's called insight, buddy. Winona is like a couple hundred feet away. She's on the outside. She's not like in the picnic area, as it were. Picnic table.
Would we have to pass her to get to Tavern Lane from where we are?
You'd have to get within her line of sight. Like she's keeping an eye on the obvious entrances. While you guys are talking about this, you see a new group of people coming from the neighborhood district. Each of them wearing a fedora and shades, and pinstripe suits, and they're all kind of walking in sync. And one of them's got like a flute that he's got holstered at his side, and occasionally like pulls it out and makes a few little gestures with it and puts it back like it's a rapier. There's another one who's got a trumpet that he's like spinning in one hand, that you recognize as the bugler from before, and then he'll like go yeah, and then like pull it back down to attention. And then the last is a drummer who's got just like one of those war drums that kind of like hangs to one side. It's a snare drum, but it's like off to one side, so it's kind of like cooler. And he's just like tapping with every step that he takes. Occasionally he like sees someone and goes like points at him and goes tap 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 at double time, and then before he continues going on. They aren't aware of your presence yet, but they're definitely taking a little bit of attention from some of the people nearby.
All right. Could I reasonably quickly, hopefully I just have in my disguise kit I can make up a couple fedoras and sunglasses, and so we can kind of fit in with them, so complete the band.
Who doesn't have a couple fedoras in their disguise kit? I mean, like, of course.
Absolutely.
Yeah, like that's the first thing you put in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so sure. Let's say that you pull out some hats and you crimp them a little bit so they look more fedora-like. Go ahead and give me a disguise kit check.
Okay, that was which one was that? Was that charisma?
That's charisma.
Nat 20, 25.
So you basically like pull out what just seems like maybe a trilby or a bowler hat, and you kind of like rough the edges of it a little bit, and suddenly it's just like a fedora. It just looks exactly like a fedora. And you repeat this process a few times. You pull out some thick like licorice wedges that are sort of see through or whatever, and like you put them on your eyes and sort of like attach them with your sweat, and they just look enough like glasses that no one would even consider it, right? And for in a second, there's just clearly the coolest jazz lounge singer Tortle that you've ever seen, and some friends of his that are also like vibing with the same style.
Incredible.
Awesome. All right, so we go in.
All right, and like you meet up with them, and they're like, "Hey, look who it is! Hey guys, this is the one I was talking about. Oh yeah, that's great. Ba-dum. Shh. I'm so glad that we encountered you on this day. Whew. Yeah, this is our first gig." And then the flute player's like, "I don't know, man. It's been like a year or two. That's what I'm talking about. Let's get in there." And they all walk a little bit like pigeons on their way into the area. You approach, and actually, like even as good as your disguise is, there's just a moment where wonderful Winona, like she like seems to be like, wait a minute, what's going on here? And she's considering about moving in your direction, but then kind of like an 80s like music based movie, like the bugler pulls out his bugle and like announces you, now coming to the stage is, what are we called? What's our band name?
What's our band name? The Wayne-tastics.
The Wayne-tastics. Get your groove on and shake your feet to sultry beats. and he kind of moves along, and like somehow like the fact that you've been accepted by the crowd makes it so that wonderful Winona can't like get closer to you, and she just looks angry while you guys are doing your performance. All 6 of you get on stage because they've
We're trying
erected
to
a little.
angle. The one thing as we were doing that, we were trying to angle towards the bartender, right, to kind of like drift. Five
Right.
wants to reverse pickpocket him,
Okay,
or at least
so
attempt that, right?
yeah, sure, absolutely. You get closer to you, but it doesn't. You don't even need to worry about that because the bartender kind of comes over to you and he says, Man, I did not even recognize you guys. You look really great tonight. I heard you before and I thought this is going to be a wonderful performance, but now I think it's going to be double wonderful. Double wonderful. And he looks in the direction of wonderful Winona. Now, you guys eat as much milk and pretzels as you want. It is your night. Just knock 'em dead, boyo.
Well, sir, thank you for the hospitality. I want to shake your hand, and I'm going to do a little.
Absolutely.
Shake.
Go ahead and give me a sleight of hand check.
Got a 21.
Yes.
21. All right. He does not notice a thing, right? He finishes off, gets a little snap, points back at you like it was just the most dope exchange he ever had. And then he's like looking at his hand a little bit as he walks away, like, yeah, I'm cool. And then meanwhile, in one of his pockets is a little bit heavier than it was a second ago. Now, the stage you guys are put onto is inside, right? They've erected it inside. It's one of the few things actually going on inside of the building right now. All the tables have been pulled out. The big, the Dr. Seuss-esque machine that is spewing out milk into various different things has not been touched in a little while. You can see that no one's gotten near it for a bit. And there's like one sort of like slight, like he's wearing glasses, so obviously he's a techie Wayne. He's like tapping on it, and the barkeep goes and is like, "Is there something wrong? I thought everything was good for tonight." Like, I don't know what it is. It just stopped putting out milk a second ago. Just to keep pushing on that thing over there. And you guys take to the stage, and I want you guys to make a performance check.
All right,
All
performance. Can I? Let's see. Oh, who wants inspiration from my performance?
I do. I have a -1, so.
Oh, I need inspiration. Okay, so you get inspiration. I'm kind of like paying a little too much attention to giving inspiration, not enough to my own performance. You have inspiration.
I'm also going to try to cast guidance on myself.
Totally kosher.
All right. Oh.
Nice.
A natural 20 -1.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you probably don't even want to.
So,
You
19.
can bank that.
What about
19, 12, and 13.
13.
I'll also put on the D4 because why not?
Taya's killing it on drums.
Yeah. Drum solo start.
Finally,
All
something
right.
that she hasn't critically failed.
Jazz
So
drum
right out of the gate
solo.
here, the lieutenant begins his guitar playing. You're kind of plucking away. You're doing okay. You know, you've done better in your days. But freaking Pitaya, like this is her cowbell moment, right? She comes out there with her little like shaky thing, her little staff that makes a thing, and it's just like chicka 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 chicka. You start to feel that syncopation like you've never felt before. You don't do music, but this is it. Your feet start moving, everyone starts grooving. It is the most amazing moment that you've ever had. It's like the first time you've ever killed it at karaoke, or you were drunk enough to not know that you didn't. This is that moment for you, and you kind of like drown everyone out, and everyone's going like, "Shake that stuff," and you're going to it, and at that exact moment, right when people are getting real riled up, and the other 3 fedora-wearing Waynes are like absolutely rocking out and like razzling you up from the side. The tech Wayne, who's been working away on the machine in the corner, like, I think I got it, and he goes with like a wrench and just milk thick as oatmeal just spews out from the Dr. Seuss machine and just absolutely covers everything inside with this thick, greasy, oatmeal-y milk thing. It's got multiple different colors going on in there, and as you're just like reeling back from this,
I'm gonna
like
pop into my shell as a reaction.
like one sort of like appendage kind of it kind of comes out, and then an eyeball like forms and starts to look around the room, and like a moth sort of appears in it, and I go, I'm hungry, milk, and starts moving through the thing. I am not going to make you guys roll initiative for this, but I do want, because it's a slow moving oatmeal milk monster. But I do want to know how exactly you are going to escape its lactose clutches.
God.
I'm gonna see. I'm gonna try and help. If anyone's stuck, is anyone stuck?
Oh,
Because if
lots of
anyone
people are stuck. There are many people who are mostly covered in this that are screaming as like they're like you can see like they're just getting their appendages like squeezed in, and they're like, you guys are luckily on the other side of the room on the stage, and so you only have a few droplets of the spatter on you.
Okay. I'll probably I'll get back out of my shell, and like look around, make sure. 5. Taya, are you okay?
Completely fine. I think we should get out of here.
Yeah, I think we should go too. I think we should just run. How are the rest of my bandmates? What are they? They're still okay too?
Oh yeah, they're like, man, we ain't signed up for this shit. Let's get out of here.
I'm like, play us off, boys. Start running.
Yeah, the drummer just like chugga 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 chugga, and like you're not sure if it's a choice on his part or just like how he is, but the drum always matches his foot speed. So it's just like he slows down for a minute to look around and just chugga 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 chugga, and then he picks it up again. Chugga 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 chugga.
All right. Let's see. Oh, should we try and turn this to our advantage somehow? Like, we say that's our kind of thing. I'm gonna be like,
Hold on, before we go to that, I want to get to sort of a course of action from each of you. So, Pitaya, what are you doing in the face of this?
I am running in the opposite direction of this thing.
Okay, so just straight out the door.
Yes.
Awesome. Anything special that is being done by 5?
I still feel like I want to scan the crowd to see if anyone is reacting unusually to the appearance of this.
Yeah, go ahead and make a perception check for me.
18.
18. Keeping your head cool in an otherwise panicked moment, you survey the crowd. There is pandemonium everywhere. People's drinks have started to slither out of their steins and have grabbed some people by the face and pulled them to the table, right? There is other people who are clearly the milkaholics in the group who are still like eyeing up their vessels thinking, I could probably still drink it though, right? And while there is the one person that you've identified earlier who clearly is the laboratory Wayne who's got the backpack and maybe some sort of like who knows weapon that he dispenses justice with, there's also another Wayne who seems surprisingly unfazed. And this is also another one wearing a big cloak and having a large humpback or perhaps wearing some sort of backpack. They move in a small group of other Waynes, and it's kind of, with that perception check, you actually notice that they all sort of move at the same time. Like they all move a little to the left, a little to the right in the exact same motions.
Are they closer to the oatmeal monster?
No, they're actually outside, so they're pretty far away from it. But obviously everyone is still moving pretty scarily, or moving in a panic, except for like just these two people.
All right.
Am I within 60 feet of the oatmeal monster? I'm sorry, you go first.
Oh, I was gonna say, I think with my movement speed, I can probably catch up in order to get the eyes and indicate that group to my teammates.
Yeah, as a tabaxi, you have the ability to sprint, basically. You can, on your turn, decide to move double your speed. So if you wanted to do that, you can move double your speed, but you then need a little breather before you can do it again.
Okay.
So if you want to say that you're using that, I will absolutely let you, get really far right now.
Yeah, I'll sprint just to catch both of their eyes and rally towards what I see as that cluster moving together.
All right, so I get that information, and am I within, or can I get within 60 feet of our oatmeal monster?
Absolutely. You just got to cross the room. Oatmeal Monster is only probably about 100 feet from you.
I would like to cast Phantasmal Force on the monster.
Okay. What does that have like an intelligence requirement on the target?
Yeah. The intelligence saving throw.
One quick thing. Come on.
DC 15, if it matters.
Okay. It is definitely failed. Let me
All
just
right,
go ahead
so
and read that spell description real quick.
yeah, so you craft an illusion that takes root in the mind of a creature. That's how it starts. So the illusion I want to craft is that the food that it wants is that guy in the center of that group. That's what it really wants, is that food. And that food is attacking it, which will counter for the damage portion of the spell. That food's attacking it, and it needs to, and it wants to eat that food. That food's fighting back.
I am going to say, unfortunately, that the spell has no effect on this creature.
Okay.
So as you create a little image of it, of the phantasmal concept that you're constructing, but its single-mindedness, or maybe it's the simplicity of its being, is not complex enough to understand the imagery that you're putting in front of it.
Okay.
Pitaya, what's your next action here?
So I clock what five has indicated to us. Is there anything else that I might be able to glean from this figure when I look at them and see who she's pointed out?
If you would like, because she's already basically made the perception check to see them. If you'd like to, give me an insight check.
Okay. 15.
15.
And I will add that D8 inspiration.
Right.
A 1. Okay. And
You get to roll
16.
twice and take the better, though,
You get to
because
roll
of
twice.
his.
Oh, that's right. A 5. So a 20, dirty 20.
All right. So, you notice a couple of things about these guys. You have them pointed out to you. There's something more going on here. Not only are they all moving in sequence, but there's something kind of strange about their gait, about their shoes, there's a stiffness to all but the center one. And you have the strong intuition that only one of them is like a real being, and the others are some sort of constructs that are simply mimicking the center person. At this point, you guys have all kind of had a chance to do something, and this group that you've now fully focused on has started to move very rapidly in the direction of one of the near businesses. And the near business, which is actually just like one door down, is Wax and Wayne's. Wax and Wayne's is the candle shop. Candle shop. Yeah, that's right. Sorry, I don't know why that sounds weird when I say it. And there are, getting at sort of a look at it from where you're at, you can see that there are a variety of waxen figures that are standing outside of the shop itself. And each one is a Wayne in a different like motif. Like there's Business Wayne, and there's Sunday at the Park Wayne, and there is Oops, the dog is pulling my underwear off Wayne. And there's an equal number of Winonas in similarly disarray and various effects. And they are currently, after this turn's worth of movement, they're close to entering this business.
Um,
Also, at this point, I should give you a little update on the oatmeal monster, which has now smashed most of the people that are still inside of the bar, and you can see now that there are teeth growing out of the oatmeal at various different places, and it's gnashing away at things that are nearby. It's not moving super fast, so you can probably get out of there if you just get up and go. But anyone who is in the initial blast of milky oatmeal is really having a bad day.
I don't have anything that I can help these people with. I think we should go unless you have a different idea.
I'm
All right.
all about following this candle maker.
All right, I'm gonna dash, if possible.
Absolutely, you can totally dash in this moment. I'm going to say, given the spacing here, that you guys, they're moving at max speed, you're moving at max speed. They managed to slip inside the building. You managed to follow them to the entrance. I'm not going to force you guys to go in right away, but you're standing kind of on the outside of this candle maker business. And you can see that, well, there's a lot of chaos going on around. There's people are eating oatmeal. Oatmeal's eating people. There is the occasional sad bugle in the distance and an ever-increasing snare drum cadence going on. That the area around the candlestick maker is relatively peaceful. That whatever, people don't run in that direction. People just sort of avoid the area. And yeah, it's a nice looking building from the outside. It's got gold colored filigree on a variety of things. The entranceway is looks like two giant candlesticks that are holding up like a small little bit of flamey filigree that's at the top. That's just like made out of wood, but it looks like that. And inside, you can see that there are some movement going on inside from the people that you were following this direction.
I say we dash right in, right? Well, it's shelter. That can be our excuse. So I'm dashing in.
Yeah, we don't got time to knock.
All right, sounds good. You creak open the door, take a couple of steps inside. Inside there is, it's very nice looking. Like, it is actually the most nice looking, even compared to the town hall of many of the places that you've been at. There are two like curving ramps that go up to an upper level, and then a staircase straight ahead of you that also heads up to this upper level. Standing at the top of the staircase is the Wayne that you saw earlier, still wearing a cloak that's covering up his hunched back. There are multiple wax statues of various Waynes in the room. There's a couple on the sloped ramps coming up the side. There's more in the background that you can see. It's red rugs with gold patterns on them. There is lots of candle lighting on the sides. That looks like it would be very dangerous with rug carpeting, but for whatever reason, this building hasn't burnt down yet. Stepping inside, the Wayne that is standing at the top of the staircase looks down at a variety of you, kind of pushes his head back to show his older face, and says, "I don't believe I invited any of you inside. Are you looking for a waxen figure?"
And I'm gonna say, Wayne Pierce. We're on a mission from God. In my fedora and sunglasses.
Awesome. Yeah. A mission from God, you say? I don't respect any gods. Tell him I don't
You
want any.
may know her as Agatha.
Um, who has the best insight in your group?
I have +4.
I have +7.
+7 insight? All right, so
That's
passive insight
great.
17. You see his
Yeah.
face fall when you mention Agatha.
I immediately turn into starry form.
Okay, you're gonna have to
Sorry?
describe that to the rest of the class.
Okay.
I also realized that I have to pick which one. So I'm gonna. So her shell is going to, the like gold lines on her shell and the filament are gonna like burn bright gold, and all of the gems that are there are going to illuminate, and then her form is going to become, aside from that like really vivid star map, is going to become kind of incorporeal and like shimmery and like starry at all of her joints. And on the front of her plastron is going to be like a symbol of a chalice, and she's going to point and be like, "That's him."
All right, I think "that's him" is probably enough to make me ask you guys to roll for initiative, please. I am going to go back over to our map area here, and I'm going to load up a new map.
Nice.
All right. See, the sessions should still be there, so we should be pretty correct. I need paper. It's like I've been doing this for 20 years, and I still occasionally I have to remind myself of some of the basics. All right. Could you tell me your initiative rolls?
Initiative roll.
Starting with Pitaya.
15.
Okay.
19.
19
I'll go
for
with
5.
natural 1 or natural 2 plus 1, 3.
3 for QQ. All right. So let me roll for some other things. All right. Okay, so you guys can all see this little battle arena that I have created.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. The first action is going to be going to 5. Now, before we start this, I just want to make sure I don't know exactly how experienced you guys are at D&D combat. It sounds like you have some experience, but please feel free to ask me about stuff if you're ever unsure about anything, or if you just want to make sure that something makes any kind of sense. I just don't want you guys to feel like this is like a test of your understanding of the mechanics of the game. But go ahead.
Okay.
5 foot a square.
Yeah,
Is it 5 foot?
Each square is a 5-foot square. Yeah.
Awesome.
So he's like 50 from us. I'd like to use my cunning action, if I can, to apply that poison to both of my dual wield daggers.
Do I have to wait for my turn to talk? It's fine if so.
I don't. I'm not going to force you to, but I do like to be able to focus on whoever's turn it is and let them do most of the action on their turn.
Okay.
So if you want to just hold off on any big dialogues or telling people that you'll fight in the trenches, fight in the deserts and swamps and whatever. So yeah, you want to use your so you can use a bonus action to apply your poison to your weapons. That sounds like a pretty reasonable thing to do. So go ahead and do that. And then you still have your action and your movement. And some people ask about this sometimes, so I want to clarify. You can split up your movement however you want to. You can use a little bit now, then attack somebody, then use some more. You can use all of it now, or you can do an action first and then use it later. It's all fine.
So I have another ability that I don't know if this is the same or separate than dash, called feline agility, that doubles my movement speed until the end of the turn.
Yes,
that what I used
the one that I talked about earlier, where
Okay,
you
I didn't know.
sprint,
I don't
basically.
know
I
if
couldn't
that was
remember what it's called.
thing is dash. What's dash?
So
Is that
dash, dash is an action that lets you move your movement speed, and that's very, very similar. The thing is that normally dash is an action you take instead of attack. For a rogue, your cunning action lets you dash as a bonus action, so you can attack, move, and dash all in the same round. As a tabaxi, you can also use your feline agility for one round to double your movement speed, which lets you move absurdly fast. Basically one time. So this gives you more like options in combat, primarily as a rogue. This lets you move, attack, and then move a great distance. You can also move, attack, and then hide, which not other classes can generally do. Hopefully that kind of helps out a little bit. I'm not sure if that's more confusing or not.
Okay, well, having used the bonus action, I can either move or dash. I can't do both, right? Is that what that
You can
means?
just do your move for the turn and then attack if you wanted to.
I don't think I can get there.
Just to be very clear, what you're seeing in this map is the one drow, the one Wayne at the top of the staircase, and there are 6 wax figures standing around the area that, when your aggression was noted by the Wayne, started to move of their own accord.
Okay, since I don't have extra movement, then I'm gonna use my movement to approach one of the closer wax figures, and saving my poison for the target, do an unarmed claw attack.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Go ahead and make an unarmed attack.
How do I... Oh wait, no, that's not it.
That's the damage.
This one?
Yes, close to hit. So 12. Let me remind myself I haven't looked at stats of my monsters in a while. So yeah, you claw at this thing, and your claws kind of like rake through the suit. This is Business Wayne, by the way. And as you shred through the bit of cloth that's there, you can see underneath is just a wax, like a naked wax figure. I guess it's weird calling something naked under its clothes, but technically it's true. But I just mean that it's just like, pale white wax. You don't manage to do any damage, however. You're just a little off target. Next up in initiative order is going to be Pitaya.
Pitaya is going to cast Conjure Animals.
Oh.
And I don't know a lot about challenge ratings, so I apologize.
Oh no.
But it says, what?
I just said, oh no, because this spell, you're going to cast like a bunch of like animals to come assist you, right?
Yeah. So I guess I'll do, yeah, why not? 8 beasts of challenge rating, 1/4 or lower.
Any idea what kind of beast you'd like to summon?
I don't know what 1/4 means.
1/4 means that like 4 of them is challenge rating 1. So like a wolf, for example, is a challenge rating 1/4 creature. You could summon 8 wolves.
Yeah, 8 wolves sounds great.
Great. So you call out into the I don't know, the stars above, and like through the windows of this room that you're in, like there's first a little bit of starlight, then the starlight accentuates into forming into like constellations inside of the room, that and each of these constellations is of I can't remember what the wolf is in Constellation Land, but they form into that thing, and then they actually turn into actual wolves that have sort of a spectral blue and white outline to them. Um, where-ish would you like your wolves to be? I don't remember what the restrictions are on that spell for like where they're
Let me-
placed.
You saw a form in unoccupied spaces you can see within range. The range is 60 feet. So, here's my ruler. Oh, and it's 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh my lord. That's how many wolves. I guess I'd like to put one near Waxy 6, one near Waxy 4, and then I guess the rest sorta as far up as they can go near, Mr. Drow and the other friends.
So
That's so many wolves.
So many wolves.
just add water
It's a wolf.
and send wolf back.
Okay, so lots of wolves. I have the stat block in front of me. So now, do you control them, or do they just go about their? I think you just tell them what to do, and they try to do it.
Yes, are friendly to you and obey you and your companions. Roll initiative for the summoned creatures as a group, which has its own turns.
Okay,
So,
great. So go ahead and roll me, or just roll a d20 and add 2, because that's what their dexterity is.
Up 5.
5 total?
Yeah.
Okay, so they are at 7 initiative.
Oh no, I'm sorry. It was 3 plus the 2, so they're just at 5.
5, okay.
If you don't issue any commands to them, they defend themselves from the hostile creatures, but otherwise take no action. Okay.
Okay, just writing some stuff down here. All right. So that's your action for the turn. Do you have any minor or move that you want to do? Sorry, bonus or move.
I don't think I have. I don't have a lot of bonuses, which is weird. For me, I guess I'll move to Pan. I guess I'll move like just a little closer. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I'll move up.
All right. So it is now the wax construct's turn to move. We will start with the one that is standing next to 5 and one over on the left here. It is going to basically slam its arms into the wolf that's next to it. And it is going to make a... Oh, yeah, I guess you don't have the stat blocks for him. But here, I'm just going to share this so that you can know, and I don't have to keep track of it myself, because I have enough to do with at the moment. Tosis chat, I'll put it here. That is a wolf stat block. So it has rolled and I already checked this, but it has rolled a 13 on its attack roll, which is going to hit this wolf. So as it like smashes down its two fists against this thing, the wax of this thing is like sort of like melty, and you realize it's not just proper wax, as there's like an acidic tone to it, as you hear a sizzle as it strikes the wolf. The wolf is going to take 13 points of damage, which in this case causes the constellation, little stars in it, to kind of like break apart, and then the wolf disappears in a brief starfall. Whew. Goodbye to Wolfie number 1. I will now remove that from the thing here. I can just go hide. All right.
I hardly knew him.
Yeah, it's just there. About a flash in the Wolfie pan. This one on the right here, which looks like number 4. is going to take a similar strike against this wolf. However, he misses. The wolf dashes to the side real quick and bares its celestial-looking teeth at this thing. It goes, and this is, by the way, this is the Beach Fun wax Wayne. So it's got like a bowling, not a bowling ball, a beach ball in one hand and like an umbrella over its shoulder. And it's like swinging its umbrella around trying to deal damage to things. The Waxies in the back here, this one's going to move adjacent to the one that's right next to it, and similarly go Kathwacko with its AMs, and it critically fails. So it actually like trips over the banister that's up here and goes flunk and falls to the ground at the bottom, suffering 5 points of falling damage. This one was this was Chef Wayne. And it actually lands in its own wax-made pie, which doesn't cause the satisfying, pie effect you'd expect because it's made of wax, but it's still like, it's still, a good pratfall. This one over here is going to come over and attack this wolf right there. Roar, smash. This one rolls a 22 to hit, which I am certain hits.
Yep.
And let's roll some damage for it. That one actually is only going to take 9 damage, so I think it's actually still up.
Got 2.
Goes kapow and smashes. Cool. Smashes into the thing. There's a bit of sizzle as some of the arms of this is short order cook Wayne, who's got like that little like top hat thing and like a spatula in one hand, and like part of the spatula, because it's also made of wax, kind of melts off onto the wolf and goes. Another Waxy is going to come from over here and once again attack another wolf. And like, if you're tired of Waxies attacking wolves, man, you cast the spell, not me. This one is going to similarly miss as the wolf dodges to the side, and then lastly, our last contestant is going to come here and make a similar attack. This one is 8 + 5, which I think hits 13.
Yeah, I think it's. Let me get it back up.
That's exactly.
I don't know how you do.
Okay. Yeah. And that does 14 damage to the wolf, of which about half of it is acid, which I think also causes it to fall into starry inconsistency before disappearing.
Yeah, he gone.
All right, awesome. Now up is our main friend, and this Wayne in the center of the room is wearing this cloak. He's got older looking, facial things. He actually is going to throw off the cloak to show that he does not have a hunchback. Instead, growing out of the back of his neck is another head of another Wayne. And as soon as he throws the cloak back, the second Wayne starts to howl some otherworldly howl that puts you all on edge. He forms a spell into his hands as the air in the room begins to cool down, and he casts a ball of ice centered right on Pitaya. I would like all 3 of you to make Constitution saves.
Oh, 10.
That is a 12.
Okay. 10 and 12 both? 8. Okay, so all 3 of you have failed your save against this icy blast. It is... I'm sorry, I'm still rolling damage here. Each of you is going to take 20 cold damage.
Is that something that I could see coming and uncanny dodge it?
I maybe actually. Hold on. Let me. How does uncanny dodge work again?
An attack where you can see hits you with an attack.
It's not an attack. This is a spell that you are saving against.
Okay.
So you cannot uncanny dodge it. I am sorry to say.
It's okay. Oh, can I lucky that check?
Yes, you absolutely can.
is a natural 20.
All right, so you only take half of that damage. Take what is it? 20, so take 10 cold damage.
Oh, could I that's a bonus action, not a reaction. Never mind. I was gonna say, could I Misty Step away from that area? But that's bonus.
No, yeah. I mean, sorry. It was a great option to have. It's not something you can do.
That's not how that works.
Yeah. Oops, I have forgot to go back to the thing. So no one's...
And it's not an attack roll, so silvery barbs probably wouldn't do anything.
No
either.
silvery barbs for this one, bucko. You'll get your chance. All right. So that's his entire turn. He doesn't really want to move and take a god awful number of attacks of opportunity from a freaking pack of wolves that got summoned on his butt. Next,
I do have to roll concentration on those wolves.
Oh yes, please do.
How does that work?
So you took 20 damage, right?
Yeah.
So a concentration check is equal to half the damage or a minimum of 10. So in this case, it's the same number. So it's a Constitution save, DC 10.
Constitution save. Got it.
Yeah.
Hey, Warcast.
Oh, 22.
22 will do it. So you manage to, like, the cold gets into you, but you steel yourself against it and manage to hold on to your spell.
I'm also a super jerk and I need to take like 20-minute break. Is that a problem for anybody?
It's fine for me.
Fine by me.
Yeah.
All right. I'm so sorry, guys.
Oh, no.
Go for it.
All right.
The rest
I'll be
of you
back.
just think real long and hard about what we're going to do next.
I still want to say something.
You'll get your turn.
Griffin.
Did he bite you?
Yeah, is that a bad way to pet you? Yes.
What is the name of your cat?
That's Griffin.
Oh yeah, Griffin. I saw that.
Yeah, it's Griffin.
The other one's probably sleeping in the laundry room.
He is at moments very cuddly.
Does that
And
change on
most
a
of the
whim?
time, oh yes, it just did just then. He literally climbed into my arms and was purring, and then I was petting, and then he decided to either pet him too long or he bit me very gently. He bit me and then he walked away. It's the ultimate cat move.
Yeah, my cat is not really into the biting. She's a complete sweetheart. But she's one of the few cats I know that actually likes to have her belly petted. So you can actually bury your face in her belly fuzz, which is the softest fuzz in the world, and she's just like, okay, it's
like the belly fuzz on an angel.
yeah. It is wonderful. She is currently giving me angry eyes. Well, she was earlier. I guess she's moved now, but giving me angry eyes because I'm not feeding her fast enough. I think my wife probably took care of that though. Were you guys aware that this is not the first time I've run this campaign, this one shot?
Yes, I kind of want. Is there? I know it was streamed, but is there also a recording? Because I kind of want to see how they stack up.
I recorded the first one, but didn't put it online because I didn't want to spoil anyone. So tonight, after we're done with this, I'm going to put it on so that you guys can visually see it. We also have a chat room that I'm calling the after party, where only people who have done the campaign get added to that chat room on Discord, so you can talk about your experiences.
That's cool.
I will say right now, obviously we're getting kind of near the end here, but this is almost as different as I could possibly have imagined between the two. It is amazing how different it is.
That's one of the reasons I love things like that, where it's like the campaign, you just see two completely different players do the same thing, and it's just also I think that's probably really cool from a DM's perspective.
It's I mean, if you ever were wondering, as one of my players, I mean, you guys don't have a long history with me, but all the other ones do, whether or not I like put everything on rails and everyone has to do the same thing in the background. Nope. Very much not.
Nice.
And I think after you guys sort of compare notes, you will realize how true that is. Um, it's been very fun for me.
Awesome. It's been very fun for us.
Yeah.
Not for me.
Did anyone survive the last campaign?
Only one person died the last campaign. And this isn't intended to be like a killer scenario or anything. It was just like, uh, I'm just gonna say they made some decisions. They made decisions, and that was their undoing. Um, it wasn't even the dead person's fault, by the way. Absolutely not.
Feels like we still could have that exact same description depending on how
Oh,
this
yeah.
last little bit
Yes,
goes.
yes, I would say so. You have also made some decisions. Um, yeah. Wow. How long where do you know Kristen and Nora from?
I
I
know.
know them and Anthony as well. I think I met them all when I first moved to New York in like 2017. Um,
Oh, a while
and
ago.
we all just stayed in touch. So there's like a kind of a subgroup of friends that I introduced Gary to when we got together, and yeah, now they've met him several times because we've had like friend meetups in New York, different dinners and things over the years.
Cool. That's great. Yeah. I one of the things that I like about sort of this D&D Discord we put together, it's allowed a lot of different friend groups to sort of get intermingled. And has uh created some I don't know, just an interesting community of people.
Yeah, it's neat. And now that we kind of live out in the suburbs, like away from the city, we don't travel as much to social meetups. So it's nice to meet people in different formats. Explore a hobby we don't get a lot of time to play with because all of our friends have crazy schedules.
Yeah. I am an absolute addict when it comes to this, which is why I am running four different D&D campaigns right now. And this one specifically, I created as an anthology so that I could fit it in for the weekends. I didn't have other D&D going on because I wanted to do more.
That's
Yeah. Um, and I don't know. It is my pride and joy, but it's also been a lot of fun, and I got to meet a lot of cool people. Not gonna deny it. Um,
Yeah, I'm really happy that this time was available because yeah, we'd like to play a lot, and but yeah, getting people's schedules to sync up. So yeah, with more people involved, it's a lot easier to be able to be like, okay, that weekend I can, and but still other people, everybody, no, everybody has to be at the same time.
yeah, because like all three of my other campaigns, then this one, right, are all like if not everyone can meet at a session, we look for another time. Whereas this, I mean, you three are doing a thing now, but it could be a different set of three or four or five even the next time we do a thing.
Mhm.
Um, and it lets the different characters kind of interact with different people, which I think is fun. Um, and also lets you just sort of like, hey, I can do that weekend. I want to play some D&D, and it's not like a commitment for every weekend forever onward or anything like that.
Yeah.
What was I gonna say? Uh, Siobhan, are you knitting right now?
am I what?
Knitting.
Not currently, but
Okay.
I know how.
Sorry. I keep I know a lot of people when they're like doing D&D, they use their ears a whole lot and their hands need something to do. And you had all of the visual earmarks of somebody who was like fidgeting with something and so like my wife is a knitter, so she knits. I have another knitter that when we play D&D, she's constantly knitting.
I should do Bargello while we play, which is another handcraft, not quite
Uh,
knitting. Kind of like a tapestry embroidery.
oh, that's cool. Is that something you
It
need a
does,
machine for, or can you do it by hand?
no, it's totally by hand, and the needle is not sharp, so I can poke myself with it when I'm not paying attention and be fine.
That is good. That is good. Shedding blood over D&D literally is not a good idea.
So you've been DMing for a while now, a long time. Do you just do 5e or
Oh
you
no,
do
no.
other platforms?
I
Like,
have been running games since I was in middle school, which was in the 90s. And I have done every version of Dungeons and Dragons since 3. I've done Star Wars, I've done Deadlands and Wasted West. I've also done some uh, like homegrown stuff. Um, uh, what else? I think that's the primary ones. I haven't done much in the way of like GURPS. Um, I feel like I've done one more system, but yeah, I've done a variety of systems, but not like all of them. Like I haven't done Werewolf.
oh,
I
there's
haven't
so
done
many,
yeah.
especially now.
One of the things that I'm always kind of exploring the edges of is the types of settings that you can do using the D&D system. Because the one kind
Mhm.
of failing of it is that it's often very focused on just like high fantasy, which is cool. There's a lot of cool things you can do in high fantasy, but like this campaign, for instance, has a much bigger focus on like these weirder, like steampunky, biopunky things that are not quite normal. So the other campaign that I'm running strictly in this setting, that is like a full campaign, uh, I got to have fun with like steamship rules. I have all these different coals that have different properties. I have like this entire system of evolutions based off of quick slime and like how they interact with people and stuff. And that's been fun and given me a little more variety.
Very
Oops.
cool. Yeah, we started with 5e and I did played like one Call of Cthulhu session,
Hmm.
which was interesting. I really like the fact that it's quite different. So it kind of like just kind of like opened my mind up to like different mechanics and like it doesn't have to be one thing. And then started playing the what is it called? Blades in the Dark is the main rule book, but there's a sub rule book of that called Scum and Villainy, which is like super like no real character sheets, very limited stat blocks. DM never rolls dice, and it's like cooperatively narrative is
Hmm.
the idea of it. So it's supposed to be like a zero like prep time and full narrative like style. And we did that for a little while, and that was pretty fun.
Hmm.
Um, but then weren't able to like keep meeting up. And that was also one of the reasons we started doing it was because it very much lends itself to that like kind of like this anthology, like changing. There's different characters in your gang. Your gang goes out with like three to five people, but it could be next. It's very sessionized,
Right.
which is
Yeah.
interesting.
Makes sense.
But those
Um,
are the main ones. Yeah, mostly 5e.
awesome.
It's pretty cool. Love playing new things.
Yeah, well, you've been great players so far. I've appreciated you being here. Looks like Nora is return ed. Whatever um, person you had to save from whatever disaster, I hope they are alive and well.
They are. Thank you.
Awesome, excellent. All right, I am just going to dive back in here. So the last thing that happened was Wayne went, and now it's actually the wolves' turn. I would like you to give me what is your command to the wolves?
To attack the drow.
Attack the drow. All right. So let me bring up this. We have wow, just a ton of wolves around here. They're sort of going to huddle and shift. I guess this guy would go here a little bit around him. This one can't really get anywhere, so it's going to just defend itself. And then need to make this map a little bit bigger for myself so I can see what I'm doing. Um, we will start with the 2 HP wolf. And I'm just going to roll a bunch of attacks in a row. One, two, three, four of them on the drow right next to him. So we have one. That is a natural 8, which is going to miss. Two, which is a 14. What is their attack? It is +4. So yeah, that'll be an 18. That'll actually hit. And we'll just call it 7 damage. And then he needs to make a strength check or get knocked prone. Or strength save, I should say. Passes the strength save. And then we have another wolf attacking. That one's going to miss. And then the last wolf attacking, which is also going to hit for another 7 damage. And he will once again make his strength save. And this time he fails it. So these wolves are like surrounding the drow, and it's all teeth and stars and purplish light connecting them together. And one of them, a few of them, manage to gouge chunks of their teeth into chunks of his body. One gets a grab on his calf, and he goes, "Ah, damn you!" and stumbles to the ground and falls prone in his spot. Next up, it is QQ.
All right, I'm gonna shout out Wayne Pierce. While my compatriots are very eager to finish our mission in a certain way, I have potential. Our mission was, in fact, to bring this horn back, and when it glows green, our mission is over. And I blow on it, and it's blue, I assume.
Red.
Red, yeah.
Red. And I was like, you are a man of significant intelligence and means. If you were to allow us to complete our mission in a way differently than my compatriots are currently conducting themselves, for that and a favor that you could perform for us, this could go a different way.
All right, I'd like you to. So, if you're going to do this, you're going to use your action on your turn to make a persuasion check. Or it's just chit chat.
Or since he's being attacked, could it kind of be intimidation?
Yeah, it could be intimidation.
Six plus 7, 13.
All right. He looks down at you, kind of like on the edge of the thing. Wolves around him, and I don't know who the hell you think you are, but that doesn't seem like a very good deal to me when I could just kill you all. And anything else you want to do on your turn? You have a bonus action and movement.
Bonus action and movement. Action. I want to be next to him. Should sort by. I'm just going to give. I'm going to take. I want to get within. I'm going to get within. I'm within 60 feet of him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess I'll stay where I am, and I will Bardic Inspiration to 5.
All right. So you now have an inspiration. Remember, you can use those on attack rolls. And 5 is now your. Actually, sorry. At the end of QQ's turn, because this particular drow is a very powerful creature, it has what are known as legendary actions, and that means that to kind of like help it fight off against multiple enemies at a time, sometimes it does things at the end of your turn in addition to its normal turns. In this case, he's going to cast a cantrip spell. This particular one is going to be Shocking Grasp, and so you cast, you basically shoot your shot trying to talk him down, and he's like, I think I'd do better killing all of you. And he reaches over towards one of the legs of one of the wolves, his hand full of lightning, and he makes contact with it. This will be, let's say, the weakened wolf. A jolt of electricity shoots up its paw, and it takes 5 lightning damage. The wolf, as it discorporeates and its lungs stop existing halfway through the howl. And it, too, like one of its other friends, has now ceased to exist. Now, please, 5, on your turn, go ahead.
If I have advantage.
Vicious mockery, that's an action, right? Oh, yeah, never mind. I looked for it for like a minute and didn't see it, but it's right there.
Yeah, because up there in cantrips instead of first level spells, if that's where you're looking.
I just couldn't see if it, I thought, yeah. Couldn't remember if it was an action or a reaction.
Is sneak attack only applicable if you're hiding before you make it?
Sneak attack works if you have advantage against the target, or if one of your allies is within 5 feet of it.
And the wolves would count as my allies at the
They
moment?
would indeed count as your allies.
It looks like I can get up next to him with 30 feet of movement.
If you move past one
That
of
wax.
these wax guys, it will get a swipe at you. You can use your bonus action on your turn to disengage, which is a rogue thing that lets you not take that, but it consumes your bonus action.
You still have your action after, I believe, right?
Right, yes. Yes,
And he's still on the ground, right? So he's still prone if she hits.
That's correct.
He's prone right now. Oh. Is it a bonus action to do some kind of like dexterous leap out of the reach of the waxy figure?
Yeah, you can do something called disengage, which means that you will not provoke attacks of opportunity for this round.
Okay, yeah. Do that. To jump around this guy.
All right, awesome. So you swish past him like the liquid feline that you are, and come up against the side of this particular Wayne.
And I'm gonna go for an attack with one of my poison daggers.
Awesome. Give me a attack roll. Ooh.
It's a 10 that I might feel lucky about and redo.
If you want to.
That is now a 23.
That's much better than 10. So there's a moment where time seems to almost stand still, where you make one attack, but there's also a different moment where you're taking a slightly different attack, and one of the attacks whiffs and the other attack hits. And it's like the two realities split apart and then come back together. Your dagger sinks into his shoulder blade. He screams out in pain. Go ahead and roll damage for him.
That's a 6. And then I'm not sure how we want to deal with the poison I put on there.
So you also get to roll your sneak attack damage.
Okay, do that. Is that added?
It is added, yes.
So it's a 15.
And does prone do anything?
Not in this case. Yeah, actually, prone would have given her advantage on the attack. So if you want to roll one more time just to see if you'd get
on the hit or on damage? On the hit?
On the hit, yeah.
Nope. Keep my 23.
Okay. All right. So when you pull your dagger back out, you see that the coating on it is no longer there. So whatever it is has entered completely into his body. At the moment, it doesn't look like it's had any effect. But poison sometimes takes a second before anything happens. Did you roll sneak attack damage? I didn't see.
Yes, sneak attack was 9, so that was a total of 15 with the original 6.
Awesome. Okay, that's move bonus and standard action. Do you have anything else you want to do in your turn?
I don't think I can.
Great. Up next is Pitaya.
I am going to cast Cure Wounds on myself.
Okay.
Ooh, 11.
That was level 1 cure wounds?
Yes. Ooh. Sorry, I messed up something on my sheet. Okay. All right. And then I'll mark that off on my list. And then with my chalice form, it means that I can, when you cast a spell that restores hit points, you or a creature within 30 feet regains 1d8 plus 4 hit points. So I'm going to give that to Five Tail.
Oh, wow. Nice.
That's awesome. What do I get?
A d8, 1d8 plus 4.
Okay.
That's not...
No.
Okay. Still a total of 5.
I'll take 5. Thank you.
Oh. So 5. Thank you.
And that's it. Actually, no, I lied. I'm going to back up. I'm going to go just a little bit back.
Okay.
Okay.
Right next to QQ. Okay. All right. It is now the Wax's turn. This one over here, we'll start with Wax 4, and he's going to attack a wolf that's next to him. Rolling. He's going to hit the wolf, and rolling damage. He will do 14 damage to the wolf.
He did.
Wolf boy, dead. After that, it's going to use its movement. 1, 2, 3, 4 to move up next to QQ. This one over here on the left is going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, right next to Pitaya. And it's going to make a similar pounding strike with its briefcase that it's got, smashing in your direction. That is going to be an 11 to hit.
No.
All right. Basically, you kind of like turn your shell a little bit, and it leaves a slightly acidic splash zone there, but no actual damage to you or the star chart you have engraved there. Other waxies in the back here are, hold on, let me clean up a little bit of something here. This one right here next to Five Tail is going to make an attack against Five Tail. This is waxy number 2. This one is Malibu Waxy, who has a sandcastle bucket and like a long floppy like summer hat. And it basically smashes you with the bucket. That's going to be a 7 to hit, which I assume misses.
Yep.
This Waxy here is going to shift over. Waxy 1 shifts over and is going to attack the wolf that's right next to him. That is going to be a 13 to hit. Does that hit? Yes, that hits. Wolf is 13 exactly. It takes 7 damage, so it is now down to, I think, 4 HP?
Yes, sorry, I thought you were talking about Five Tail, but yeah, it's down to 4 HP.
Yeah, sorry. And then Waxy number 3, which I believe is the last Waxy to go, is going to also make an attack against that same wolf. And it's going to get the exact same 13 roll. And we'll roll damage. That's going to be more than 10, so that wolf is also going to go bye-bye. So there are now 4 wolves remaining. Oh, wait, yeah, there's this one. Sorry, 3 wolves remaining. And it is now the Wayne's turn. So he's taken a fair bit of damage, and you can see that this separate head that is sticking out the back of his body is actually like pulled arms out of the torso of it, and it's going and pushing him away like it's trying to detach from him. It's still screaming this crazy scream that it's been doing kind of the whole time. It's see what else we have here. All right. It is going to on his turn. The Wayne looks around at all of you and he says, "You know what this fight needs? More of me." And a bunch of different like illusionary versions of himself appear roughly on the same spot as he does, and he kind of like shimmers back and forth, so it's hard to figure out which one is him. He is then going to take a step backwards, provoking from both of the wolves who are going to try to attack him. Wolf number 1 critically fails. Wolf number 2 is going to straight up hit him for 7 more damage. Oh, he has to stand up for that. So I guess he only used half of his movement speed to stand up. Tries to take a step back. The wolf hits him for 7 more damage, and then he's gonna have to not get prone again, as which he succeeds to. So the wolf makes a bite for his leg as he goes by. It nicks him on the ankle, but he manages to sidestep it and take a couple of steps back. So he's now at the back side of the of this upper area that you guys are near.
Does that trigger opportunity for 5 also, since we were in range?
Oh, yes, please do. I totally forgot you were there. Go ahead and make an attack roll.
25 on the opportunity attack.
So your dagger comes into play, and right through the chest, and then poof, one of the images that is surrounding him disappears, and you realize you only stabbed an illusion. Also, at this point, he kind of like grabs at his chest and goes, "Oh, what did you do to me?" And there's a sudden like struggling in his body, and there's like a little bit of smoke that comes out of his ears as the poison you used on him takes effect, and he takes 66 damage from the poison.
Oh my gosh, Siobhan.
Smooth move.
Oh, wow.
Little dip.
66 in this case is apparently 18. So he takes 18 damage from that.
It's like exactly.
Still.
Exactly. Yeah.
Most of my health points. Can't imagine how much of his it is.
All right. Waxwind. Wolves. What is your command for the wolves this turn?
Did that poison damage affect his concentration of his illusions at all?
Oh, good call. Yeah, it actually would have. Let me see if he manages to. Actually, let me double check that actually requires concentration. Because for some reason, I think it doesn't. Nope, just lasts a minute, so it doesn't have to worry about concentration. So that means, yes. What is the command for the wolves on this turn?
I instruct them to attack the nearest enemy.
Okay. All right. So wolf down here is going to attack Waxy number 5. And it's going to hit for 7 damage. I'm just going to do a couple of rolls for. Oh, hi. The second wolf that's also next to it is also going to attack, and it's also going to hit. So it takes a 14 damage. Now, these two wolves sink their claws into the clothing of this Wayne, this Waxy Wayne, and and shred down quite a bit of it. Their claws and teeth are ripping into this creature to the point where they've gone through a layer of wax, and underneath the layer of wax is flesh. There is actual flesh in the center of this thing, and there's now blood coming out from this scratching like big chunk of it that they've mauled. And there's blood just like dripping down the side of it. Even though like a second ago you thought it was just a pure wax creature. The last wolf is going to attack Waxy number 3. And is also going to hit it. Both of these guys are now going to need a bunch of saving throws. This one has fallen prone. Let me give it a little coloring to note that. How about green? Green is prone. Green is prone. This one also failed. Um, let me track down some damage numbers here. Seven. Cool. All right. That I think is all of the wolves' turn, unless I'm missing one. QQ, you are up.
All right, I'm gonna say really quietly in a whisper, you should have taken the deal and cast Dissonant Whispers on our friend.
Awesome. Remind me?
Wisdom 15.
Wisdom 15. And the range on that is what, 60 feet?
Yes, that's 60 feet. So if I'm not 60 feet, I'll move up.
No, you're definitely within 60 feet.
Okay.
Actually, you're exactly on 60 feet. So he had what is the effect of Dissonant Whispers if he fails?
Unfailed 3d6 psychic and must
he, like,
immediately
runs
use
away
the
from you?
Yeah, if available, move as far as speed allows. Yeah, away.
All right. So he has failed his save. However, he is going to use his legendary resistance because he's such a badass to instead succeed. So the way that this looks to you is like your words, like your little whisper, carries throughout the room. You can see it kind of like almost like the ripple in the air as it flutters in his direction, and he tries to clamp his ears over, or his hands over his ears as he hears them. As he hears this horrible sound filling, and he turns to look at a door that's behind him, and then he kind of grits his teeth and resolve, no, I'm not finished with you yet. And manages to avoid the effect of this spell. You still have a move and a bonus action for your turn.
Half damage on fail, no move. No.
Awesome. How much does he take then?
Okay, so let me just guess I can hit this button, right? So 11, so 5.
5. All right. So he is every time you damage him, by the way, the like second Wayne that is trying to escape out of his hunched back area manages to get a little further away. We are now going to go to the. Oh, sorry. Do you have any other move or bonus you want to do on your turn?
Is he? Well, I guess the other Wayne is not on the map, right? Are we not putting him on the map?
No, he's still connected to the first Wayne.
He's still connected. Oh, he's getting further away, like outside of him.
Further pushed away from the guy, not like meters away.
Okay. Okay. Bonus. I think I'll do another bardic inspiration at Pitaya.
Oh, thank you.
All right, awesome. 5, you're up.
The green waxies are down. Is that what that means?
The green are prone. They've been knocked over.
So they won't trigger opportunity attack to step back next to them?
Right. They don't get opportunity attacks against people that pass them by, and you get advantage when you attack them, which would theoretically allow you to do sneak attack.
Okay. I don't know if I'm going to do that, but I do have this blue vial that I kind of want to throw at our buddy back here and then jump away if it seems like I'm too close to whatever happens after that.
Ballsy. I would love you to, if you're going to do that, I think just tell me where you're throwing it so I can kind of figure out what happens. Right there, right on his face.
Throw at what I think is the Wayne that backed away.
All right. You kind of like aren't really sure what you're doing with this, but you lob it past between the two waxies that are standing next to you, and the Wayne kind of looks at it's coming towards him and goes, "What in the world?" It smacks him right in the face and falls to the ground in front of him, not really doing any physical damage because like it's just a thing. And then it starts to exude blue smoke, and everybody within let's see, 1, 2, 3, 15 feet is caught in this big circle of blue smoke. So I guess it's also you, and I need you to.
Oh yeah, I will. Then I will use that bonus action to jump back.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll let that happen. So you dash, you like zip away from this, and then he is going to make a wisdom save. And he just starts giggling insanely to himself.
Left, yes. What is it?
Blue shit. Blue shit. I can't believe this. The Waxies, however, are unaffected.
Unfazed. Is it like is it remaining miasma? Did it like stick around, or did it just kind of like puff and then go
it just
away?
poofed and then it's gone.
Okay.
You still have more movement if you want to move further. You don't have to if you don't want to, though.
I'm good.
Okay. Pitaya, you are up.
How does prone work with spells?
Depends. If it's a ranged attack, we'll have disadvantage against a prone target. If it's
Okay.
not a ranged attack, if it's like just like a fireball kind of effect, then it has no impact on it actually.
Gotcha. Cool. Then I'm going to do. Oh, absolutely. I'm going to do a primal savagery at this guy standing next to me.
All right.
And it's melee spell attack against one of the creatures. So if you're on a hit, the target takes 1d10 acid damage. I don't know why it says 2. But let's see if I even hit. Oh, a 20.
This is a cantrip. I see. No, you do 2d10 damage.
Awesome.
Because you're level 5.
Great. It is a nat 20.
Okay, so that's a critical, so you will do 4d10 damage.
33 damage.
And what damage type is this? Acid.
I believe it's acid.
Yeah, it says acid on here. Okay. So, sorry, what did you roll?
A 33.
33. The good news is that is a shit ton of damage. The bad news is that as you're using your teeth and your fingernails to make this corrosive attack, you realize that it's not having as much of an impact as you expect, and you believe that the target is resistant to acid. So you still do an absolute massive amount of damage to it, but not quite as much as you otherwise would have. The acid eats away at the outside wax until the area where you've done damage is no longer wax, and instead you can just see bluish gray flesh underneath. You manage to like claw him in like his jaw, and the acid eats away the wax on the edge to expose the face of this person, and you see that there actually is a drow inside of this wax who is trying very hard to scream, but can't because there's a bolted plate over his mouth preventing him from doing that.
Does it look like a Wayne, or is it a different drow?
It's a Wayne, yeah.
Okay.
The rebel Wayne's good.
The rebel Wayne.
Biden wax. Maybe that's where the fisherman disappeared to.
All right.
Don't behave, you get waxed.
And the musician.
That was Pitaya. Anything else you want to do on your turn, or is maiming a person enough?
I mean, it's pretty good. I think I'll leave it there for now. How are you looking, 5?
I'm all right. Well, no.
Okay. Then yeah, I'll leave it there.
Okay. This Waxy, who you've just damaged a whole lot, kind of turns back to you. And now that you can see the face, you can see there is an incongruence between its emotions and the actions that its body is taking. So it looks pained and afraid, and yet here it is smashing at you with a waxy appendage. And it's going to make an attack roll against you. That is going to be an 18 to hit.
Nope.
No. Really? Damn it. Do you get bonus AC from your... Because I see you at 17.
I have a shield as well. That should +2.
Got it. Okay. Oop, I have turned your shield on. You had it on your character, but you were not. You did not have it equipped.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No problem. Very common mistake. So you are at 19. So it smashes against you. You raise up your shield, and just there is like a waxy like discharge onto it. And it's also mixed in with some blood now, and some of the liquefied flesh from this drow's from this Wayne's mouth that is now also on there. Next up, we are going to have the Waxy that is right next to Quartlug. This is Waxy 4. Waxy 4 is going to make an attack against Quartlug.
All right.
That is just going to be a 10 against your AC.
That is not going to hit.
I imagine not, since turtles pretty much always have at least 17. Cool. So, 10 is really bad, right? So it manages to barely even get in your general direction before you sort of sidestep it. Waxy number 5 is going to, how do I turn it off? Is going to stand up, and 5 is on the like ramp above it. It can't reach you, so instead it's going to make an attack against one of the wolves, which all look like they haven't been damaged yet. So Waxy number 5, smash match wolf. That's going to be an 8. It's going to miss. Waxy number 3 is now going to make a similar attack against the wolf that's right next to it. And that's going to be an 11, which actually does an 11 hit? No, 13 is the wolf's AC. Cool. And then Waxy number 1. This one is not adjacent to any enemies, and it's going to move over next to 5. And it is going to make a swipe at you with its umbrella. And that is going to be a 17 to hit.
I'm going to cast Silvery Barb on that one.
Did 17 hit?
Yes.
Okay, so Silvery Barb, so I'm going to re-roll. Well, it now got a 21.
That also hits.
All right.
Who is the benefactor of your Silvery Barbs?
I'm going to make it 5.
All right, so 5, you have advantage on your next attack roll, saving throw, or skill check, I believe.
Okay.
Okay, so it still hits you, so it's going to do some damage. That is going to be 2 blunt damage and 5 acid damage for a total of 7.
Okay.
All right. This Waxy is now going to take a step forward and also going to attack 5. That is going to be a 13 to hit.
That does not hit.
Awesome. That is all the Waxy's turn. It is now Wayne's turn. Wayne is going to take a few steps. Oh, actually, on Wayne's turn, the damage done to him has now caused the 2 components of him to split apart. And there is now, standing right next to where he is, a secondary Wayne. This one does not have the mirror images that the first one did. The first Wayne's they both look basically exactly the same otherwise, but you have like one that's got some mirror images and one that does not. So you can clearly tell which is the original Wayne and which is not. On his turn, however, he is going to move forward. He's going to look down at Pitaya, and he's like, enough out of you. Cease this! And he's going to cast Hold Person on you. I'd like you to make a wisdom save, Pitaya.
Wisdom save. A 17.
you have passed this saving throw. You can feel like all of your muscles starting to tense up, as though it's just like it's like you're stretching, but you can't stop stretching. And then you're like, no, 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 this is my body. I have control of it. And you manage to push the feeling away, and you maintain limberness in your limbs. The Wayne curses. The second Wayne takes a step forward against next to the first one. Let me show you how it's done, brother. And then looks down at Quartlug Quag and casts a ray of frost at you.
Okay.
That is going to be a 17 to hit.
The hit my armor class is 17.
Beats it, as we say in the biz. So you are going to take 8 cold damage, and you are slowed on your next round, meaning you move half speed.
All right, I'm definitely bloodied. That hurt.
Got it. All right. It is the wolves are all still the last 3 wolves are all still here again. What command are you giving them this round, Tana?
To attack the drow.
Awesome. All right. This first one is going to move forward and attack the drow with the mirror images. That is going to be a crit. Let's see if it hits an image or the actual drow. It hits the actual drow. So it does double damage. So it's going to do 14 damage. And let's see if he falls over. He does not. He manages to hold his feet. This wolf is going to move up here and make a similar attack against the same drow. It's going to miss completely. And then lastly is this wolf that's going to move forward trying to get close. It's then going to step through its friend's square. It takes an attack of opportunity from this one Waxy, which does miss. And then it's going to also take an attack against the drow. And it rolls a total of 20, dirty 20. So it is going to hit. Let's see if it hits an image. It does hit an image. So now the is down to, I can't math. Is that 3 left? Lost 2.
Yeah, lost 2.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's down to 1 remaining. Okay. Cool. That is the wolf's turn. Next up is QQ.
All right. I think I can do 1 second level left. I have 1 second level left. Yeah, is it worth it? I think I'm gonna do Phantasmal Force on. Let's do it on the new Wayne.
Okay, it's a int save, right?
It is a yes, 15.
And what image are you trying to create?
I'm gonna show that like his brother is decided to sabotage and try and like sneak attack him from the back because he looks resentful. He sees his opportunity to get rid of the other true Wayne.
Got it. So the second, the new Wayne looks over at the first one and he says, How dare you? I am the true Wayne. What? No, I am the true Wayne. Oh wait, yeah, you're right. You're the true Wayne. Sorry, I just came out of your torso. Totally forgot. That's right. Fine. He's unaffected by your phantasmal force.
Okay.
Anything else on your turn?
Yeah, failed save or no? No effect on it. Yeah, so no damage either, right? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Bonus. Don't really have any other bonuses. Can I Would using a piece of equipment on the thing next to me, that's an action, right? I can't bonus action throw the vial of quick slime at the nearest zombie.
No,
I thought
sorry.
you threw that in the milk already.
No, I kept that one. I kept the
Okay.
Yeah,
real
he used
one.
only the five randoms that he wasn't actually sure were quick slime. He kept the one he knew was.
Yeah. Okay. No, I don't think I have a bonus action at this time. And I'm not going to do any movement either. So that's it.
All right. QQ, you're done. 5, you're up.
These waxies are in my way. I guess I'd like to bonus action, disengage, and then dash around to where our guy is.
Yeah, you can totally move over there. So
Yeah,
the
then
one
I'll
on the
take
left is the original, and he still has one mirror image up of himself.
All right, I'm gonna. Can I use my sense of smell to pick my target between the mirror image and the original?
Do you if you had like blind sight, or something to that, you have a sense that is other than vision. You have dark vision as your only sense. You don't have like a if you had some way of seeing without using your eyes, then I would say yes. But since you're not, you don't, I'm going to say no.
Okay. Then I'm gonna guess and take a hit out at the one I think is the real one.
All right, go for it.
As a 16 to hit.
Um, so as soon as I tell you whether or not it hits, you can no longer use your luck to re-roll it. Just so you know.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, 16 does not hit.
All right. Well, probably.
Oh, did she have, I guess it's too late now. But did you use the advantage that I gave you, or what was that?
Oh yeah, you have advantage on this roll because of
Silvery
those silvery barbs. That totally balanced level 1 spell.
That means roll twice.
Yeah, you have to roll again. Although it hasn't
Nope.
been that amazing this time. Wow, 16 again. Oh, I'm so sorry. Uh, cool.
The dice have spoken.
They say nay nay. Okay, so you go in for a swing, and then you basically like manage to feel like you're about to stab him right in his throat, but there is like a magical arcane abjuration that seems to be holding you back of some kind. Let's see. Pitaya, it's your turn. And remind me, Pitaya, what was it that you got on the boat? What was your boon for this?
I got the haste gun.
The haste. It's just it's just an injectable.
Yeah, the injectable syringe. How does that work? How does haste work with spells, though?
So you get an additional action on each of your turns.
Mm-hmm.
You can still only cast one spell, which is kind of unfortunate. But you
Yeah.
can also do like normal attacks in addition if you want to. It also increases your armor class and allows you to move farther, if any of that is relevant.
Sure, should have given that to our tabaxi before we started this. Is there anything I can do in terms of like, is there anything I can see or perceive about what is controlling these waxies against their will?
I mean, I would say that it is probably pretty clear to you that it is the wax itself that's controlling it.
Oh. That's unfortunate. Are there any of those torches around me?
There are
You
candles
said
all
that-
over the place. Yeah.
Okay. Can I grab one of them and hurl it at the Waxy's face in front of me, or hold it to the Waxy's face in front of me?
Yeah. Go ahead and make an attack roll.
Okay.
Whatever your most basic attack is, and we'll just call this an improvised attack.
Okay. Would that be like claws or
Sure,
unarmed
two
strike?
claws. Yeah, unarmed strike is what I would call it.
17?
Awesome. So you are going to deal fire damage to this Waxy that's right adjacent to you. It is vulnerable to fire damage. So go ahead and roll 1d6 plus your strength or dexterity, whichever is higher, and then double that number.
1d6. 2. What did you say? Dexterity or
Or strength, whichever is higher.
plus nothing. So 2.
Okay.
So 4.
4. Okay. So this is, which Waxy was that? That was Waxy number 5?
6.
6. Nice. Yeah, so the fire burns away at this creature's face, and more of it is seeable as the wax melts away. It kind of like streams down the face of the Wayne that's underneath it until there's basically no wax covering its head anymore. And its arms and legs go limp, and it just kind of like falls to the floor.
Wonderful. And then I'm going to bonus action healing word to QQ.
Grazie.
Oh, nice. You get 8.
Nice.
And then in addition to that, I'm going to give you that chalice roll as well, since you said you were not looking so great. So it's a 1d8 plus 4 you'll get as well.
That's such a strong ability.
It's crazy. That's insane.
I've never heard of that one. 1d8 plus 4?
Yeah, 1d8 plus 4. The archer form is pretty cool too, but I was like, I have a bad feeling.
7. Nice.
Great. 15 altogether? That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Sweet.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that
You
chalice
get better?
Sexy as heck. All right.
I feel much better.
Awesome. So that is Pitaya. It is now. Did you want to do any movement?
Yeah, I do want to move forward. So I want to keep our kitty friend in range for things. Okay. There we go. Thank you for reminding me.
All right. So we'll start with Waxy 4 over by QQ. It is going to swing a coffee mug at you.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be a 15 to hit.
That misses.
Awesome. It seems to be kind of frustrated with its own inadequacies. And it's going to move to stand kind of between you and the door. We will now have Waxy number 1 and Waxy number 2 are going to, in simultaneousness, attack this one wolf that's right here. I'm just going to roll them both at the same time for the sake of timing. That is going to hit, and that is going to miss. It is going to deal a total of 10 damage, which I believe leaves the wolf with a bright, shiny 1 HP.
Yes. Come on, buddy.
Okay, Waxy number 5 is going to climb around this. Actually, it's just going to walk over here and say, "Oh, new friend," and swing at Pitaya. That is going to be a 23 to hit.
Oof. Yep, that'll hit.
Rolling some damage. That is going to be 5 bludgeoning damage and 5 acid damage for a total of 10.
Oof.
And then lastly over here, Waxy number 3 is going to make a melee attack at the wolf that's next to him. And that is going to be a 16 to hit. He is going to roll damage, and it's going to be, 13 damage.
Bye, puppy.
Goodbye, sweet prince. And then there were 2. Awesome. Next up is going to be Wayne number 1. Wayne number 1 is going to reel around and look at the tabaxi that is sneaking up on him. What do you think you're playing at? Sweet little kitty. I'll show you real power. And other such obvious villain quotes. He will, let's see, he is going to cast a cloud of daggers in the square that you're standing. So he basically reaches his fingers up like this, as though he's grasping an apple that is succulently standing in front of his face, and from the ground, daggers mirroring his fingers' movements appear around you, and start to whirl one way and another. You are. What's that?
Is there a saving throw for that?
So the cloud exists around you. If you start your turn there, which you almost certainly will, you will take some slashing damage from them. And then it is advisable that you get out of the cloud afterwards. There's a delay before anything bad happens. Let me go ahead and do a little artistry onto the playmat here so that we know where that is. I'm just going to put a little thing right there. That is where there is a cloud of daggers. And he's now concentrating on that spell. Drow number 2 is going to went to the token browser. Is now going to take a step forward. Well, which square are you in? Are you one north of Drow number 1, or are you northwest of him?
Oh, it looks like I should be centered then here.
Okay.
That's where I'm meant to be.
Okay. He is going to basically reach for you with a fistful of electricity and try to electrocute you, similarly to one of how they did to a wolf earlier. I cannot speak at all. He's going to make an attack roll against you, and it's going to be a 12 to hit.
That does not hit.
The electricity discharges uselessly into the air. Let's go ahead and go to next up, which is going to be the wolves. What are the wolves doing this round, Pitaya?
Attacking that drow.
Attacking that drow. All right. Wolf number 1, the one with 1 hit point left, is going to make an attack against that drow. He is going to... he actually hits, but he hits the last mirror image. So now there are no more mirror images left on the drow. Next up is the last wolf. The second wolf is actually also going to hit, and it's going to deal 7 more damage to the drow. And he's going to roll to see if he falls prone. And he critically fails and falls prone. So now the wolf is standing, looking very pleased with itself, over a very prone Wayne Pierce.
What a good boy.
QQ, you're up.
All right. I am going to... I'm going to move... I'm going to move, let's see, move 30, so 5, 10, 15, 20. I'm going to move 25 up by Pitaya.
So if you do that movement, you will provoke an attack of opportunity from the waxy that you're standing next to.
Yep.
All right. He is going to slam at you as you walk away.
confident in my shell.
That's a
See how it
9.
goes. Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
You were
Just
correct to be
slide
confident.
down. Actually, use it to help me go a little faster.
Talking about just pushes you forward.
Yeah.
Thanks, buddy.
And then I want to do whole piece of right there then. Do that then. I'm going to cast Antagonize on the first Wayne, which is
That sounds exciting.
Wisdom 15. And I'm like...
Okay, Wisdom 15.
What's the description?
You whisper magical words that antagonize one creature of your choice within range. The target must make a wisdom saving throw. On failed save, he takes 4d4 psychic and must immediately use its reaction to make a melee attack against another creature of your choice that you can see. So did he successful
He
save?
got 13 on his check, so he has failed.
All right, so he takes 4d4 and attacks his brother, as his brother thought happened before.
Okay, go ahead and roll the damage.
That's 6.
You got 6 on 44?
Yeah.
That's special. Okay.
Yep.
Like 2 1s and 2 2s, I guess?
Realized I could have done it that way.
Okay, and then he makes an attack roll against his buddy next to him. So to
Yep.
do this, you're basically like goading him on, and like I said, I'm the real Wayne, and he basically ejects like some sort of like spine, a little bit like a Assassin's Creed stealth dagger out of one of his arms, and then jabs it into the other Wayne. The other Wayne, surprised at this betrayal, goes, "What are you doing?" and just bats the hand away easily, as though the attack meant almost nothing to him.
Ooh.
All right. By the way, Wayne Prime here is starting to look real injured. He has multiple bleeding wounds. There's kind of a raw patch on his back that you can see from where the other Wayne came out of, and he's also looking a little unsteady on his feet. Up next, 5. It is your turn.
Yeah. Well, I'm next to him. I've got my 2 daggers. One of them still has poison on it. I'm gonna hit him with both. I'm gonna hit him with both.
Yeah, you hit before with your main hand one, so make your main hand non-poison attack first.
Non-poison attack is a 24 to hit.
That's definitely gonna hit.
Aiming for the bald spot on the back. Do 6 damage.
Got it. 6 damage, but you have allies nearby, so it's sneak attack damage, so go ahead and roll your extra sneak attack.
6 plus... Wait. I don't understand that math.
I mean, it should be
Is
3d6, so
total?
14.
Is it adding it for me? Oh, it's 14 plus 6?
Yeah.
Okay, 20.
Awesome. Yeah, so you drive your primary dagger right on the weak spot in the back of him. He kind of winces and goes, "Oh, it's still sore." Go ahead and make your offhand attack.
How do I move? It's still the same. All right. Wow, that was another 24.
All right, 24. So roll just the damage for that, and once again, you got basically hit one and then a second dagger, both into his backside, and he kind of like doubles forward. Oh God! Ow! Taking additional damage. And you can see him kind of like, what? He seems to be raging at some sort of pain that's going through his veins. Anything else on your turn?
Um, yeah, I think bonus action disengage.
You used your bonus action to make the second attack.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Okay, so no, I'm not going to do anything because I can't jump away from that opportunity.
All right. Pitaya, it's your turn.
Oh, you're muted, Nora.
Oh. Come back to us, Nora.
Sorry. She is going to strike at the other drow using guiding bolt.
Okay.
And it is a free use of guiding bolt because so when I'm doing it, you don't wonder why I have so many spell slots. It's something with being a stars druid.
Oh, I see.
Okay, so I'm going to use one of those. Okay, there we go. And try to hit him. 23.
23 will hit. Your guiding bolt has guided itself.
12 radiant damage.
The second drow, the second Wayne, takes this hit right to one of its eye sockets. You can see there's a moment where it screams out loud, and you can see the eye is destroyed before your very eyes as bits and pieces of it sort of melt down one side. And there's now a big, bright, glowing light from that eye socket showing that it's a weak spot for you to hit. The next attack against that will have advantage. It also just kind of like, screams in pain as you do this. There is one very weird thing about this, though, in that all of the damage and all of the bits of eye that come out still appear to be made of wax. Like this entire being now, as opposed to the other ones that are just wax on the outside, this one that spawned out of the back of this Wayne is fully wax. So even the damaged eye and the damaged creature, and all the damage on it is clearly got that waxy veneer to it. Anything else on your turn, Pitaya?
I think that's it.
No, I lied. I'm going to move her. She's going to take a step forward.
Okay.
I'm going to try. I'm trying to keep her. Yeah, I'm trying to keep her in range.
All right. It is now the Waxy's turn. Waxy 4 is going to move up towards Lieutenant Qual and is going to make a slam against him. Swing, and that is going to be a natural 20.
Okay. Yep.
By the way, now is when you're supposed to use silvery barbs. I don't know if you have any spell slots left.
No, that was since I took it as a feat, I only get to use it once.
Oh, you didn't take. Oh, you don't have it as a spell. You just get one. Oh, okay. Okay. So, rolling double damage then. That is going to be 7 blunt damage and 8 acid damage for a total of 15.
So 15 damage. All right. He's looking pretty bad. No, I mean he's looking as bad as he looked before. Pretty bloody.
Yeah, the spinning door of health when you have a good cleric or a good healer around. Like, oh, I'm hurting. Oh no, I'm hurting again.
Ow!
Waxy number 5, seeing its friend getting some good thing, is going to step around while staying within range of Pitaya to get attack against QQ as well. That is going to be a 15 to hit.
That does not hit.
Awesome. We have Waxy number 1 is now going to swing at the 1 HP wolf. That's a critical failure. Waxy number 2 is swing at the 1 HP wolf. This wolf is a miracle.
I love this wolf.
That's going to be a 13, which is going to finally put poor Woofits down. He's only got 1 HP.
Yeah, R.I.P. Pupper. You did a good job.
And Waxy number 3 is going to shift over and swing at the last wolf. Honestly, these wolves have done some serious freaking work, let me tell you. And that's going to be a 15 to hit. Damage is going to be... that's going to be a 12. So...
He gone.
The wolf menace is finally relieved. I'm the only one who's allowed to have a swarm of W-based creatures, all right? I can scratch the wolves off of the initiative order. Goodbye, wolves. That is all the Waxies, however, going. The 2 drow are the only ones that are remaining. Drow number 2 is going to go first, and it's going to... let's see. Let me make sure I'm not missing any tricks here. Did I skip 5's turn? No, 5 did the poison.
On my last turn, when I hit it twice, the second
Yes.
dagger had poison.
I'm sorry, we forgot the cloud of daggers.
On my turn.
Let's just do like a little like mini rewind here. So at the beginning of your turn, you would have taken 4d4 slashing damage. There's no save to that.
Okay,
So
and then
I'll
I would have
roll that
stepped.
now.
Then I would have like stepped to the side to get out of that.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Through to here, so I'm still in range of
So you
both.
take 7 damage from that. And yeah, you
Okay.
can sort of like sneak between them to get out of there.
Okay.
Awesome. So drow number 2 is going to he is going to cast let's go with I should have cast Sleep's fine. Forgot about that. He's going to cast Mind Sliver on you. I would like you to make a hold on. Mind Sliver. I don't remember how this works actually. Oh no. No. An int save.
Int.
Intelligence.
Is that 14?
14 does not succeed, so you're going to take 2d6 psychic damage, which is going to be 5 psychic damage.
Can I use inspiration on that save? Is that how that worked?
My bardic inspiration?
Yeah. I haven't used it. I used the other thing, the barb. I used the silver barbs, but not the inspiration you gave me earlier.
Ability check, attack roll, or saving throw.
Yep, you can use it on that. Absolutely.
What's that? How do I add to it?
So just roll a d8 and add the value.
And if you're rolling a saving throw with it, you get a die +4. You get a d8 +4 temporary hit points.
Oh, that's so good.
That can be so clutch.
Okay, so I'll roll 1 for the added damage, and then I'll roll another one +4 for my temporary hit points.
I think it's the same number +4.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Did that do it?
Yeah.
Oops. Ah. So 6.
All right, so that
So
brings you up
20.
to a 16.
And wait, +4? D8 +4? Or the +4 is just for the
Well,
temporary?
there's 2 things. First thing is your int save. So it's a 16 int save.
Okay, 16 and save, and then +6 to
Plus
my
6
hit points.
Temporary
Got it.
hit. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How do I do temp hit points? Oh, there we go.
So 16 saves. So you remember the absolute rockin' performance that uh, QQ did earlier on in the adventure, and you're like, I got this. I got this. And you manage to, your mind like steals away and pushes away the sliver of pain that was being injected into it. And then you also feel buffeted against additional damage, and so you now have I think it was 6 HP worth of, or 6 or 7 HP shield on you, aka temporary hit points.
That's awesome.
Now the primary drow is going to go, and he is going to shift 1 square over here, and he's going to look down at the 3 people below him, and he's going to say, "I've had a goddamn enough of this," and he throws out yet another ball of ice in your direction. This time catching a bunch of his own waxies in with it. This one's actually going to detonate right on where Waxy 5 is, so that it doesn't hit himself. But I'm going to need a Constitution save from Pitaya and Lieutenant Quartlug Qual.
Save. Natural 1. +2, 3.
20.
All right, so 20 saves.
Way better.
3 does not. The damage roll is 25, so you're going to take 25 damage on a failed save and 12 on a success.
I am down. That knocks me out, freezes me right up. Just crystals form around me.
What about you, Pitaya? Are you still up?
I'm still up.
All right. As soon as the ice finishes, just like filling the area. Oh, also the waxies around it also take a substantial amount of damage. Bits and pieces of them freeze and fall to the ground, and then he starts to hold his chest. It's like, just a sec, and then boom! You see there's like a chain reaction of organic chemistry going on inside of him. Something detonates inside of his chest, and his eyes bug out, and his ears start to turn red, and he just explodes from the stomach. Right on the spot. I'm gonna need 5 to go, and other people, but 5 specifically to make a dexterity save as he explodes, sending shards of Wayne and other goo in various directions.
16.
All right, so you manage with your cat-like reflexes to drop low as bits and pieces of this exploding Wayne just burst past you. The waxies that are nearby get like knocked away in sort of a crater, and not crater, but like a shockwave. And the Wayne number 2 also gets knocked back a few spaces by it. However, as soon as the original drow dies, all of the wax stops becoming animated, and everything just kind of falls over, Game of Thrones style. This includes the second Wayne, who was made entirely out of wax. And even though there is a slowly dying QQ on the floor, and lots of ice and viscera around you, for the moment, everything has returned back to peace, minus the screams coming from the Waynes inside the wax figurines that are no longer mobile.
Yeah.
Poor guys. I know how you feel.
I am going to reach down and do my last first level spell slot Cure Wounds on QQ. It's an 11.
All right.
That hits full damage.
And you've got 11. How do you look?
Up 11, right? Or do we do negative? We don't do negative,
Okay,
right?
11.
Yeah.
And
out of 38, so I still look pretty bad.
how do you look, 5?
With my temporary hit points, I'm at about half.
All right, I'm going to give my bonus to me then.
How long do those temp hit points last? the rest of
That's
the
a
day
good question.
till our next long rest?
Generally
Till
until
I
your
lose it.
next long rest.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm at like half with the temp buff.
Okay.
I'm looking a little ragged, but I'm okay. I'm standing.
Sorry, I'm trying to.
Once again, cleaning the slime off of my fur. Just disgusted.
All right.
Everywhere
so
you
it
go,
is
man.
One.
So many
Just
kinds of
like-
slime
just
I
like-
didn't even want to know existed.
Chipping ice off my shell.
Okay. So I can roll this for me. Well, and I get 6. Okay.
Oh.
All right.
Now
So
that
yeah, she can kind
QQ,
of
now that
clap
QQ is
it
up, now that QQ is up, I'm gonna ask him to test for that shell. Test the
Yeah. I test the shell.
For the first time since you've blown it, it turns green as you exhale through it.
All right. We have time. We'll chip away the wax on one of these guys that aren't quite dead, and see what I can see about that.
Yeah, I mean you've got time. At the moment there is a rampaging oatmeal monster like right next door. So you have some time, but I wouldn't say you have like infinite time
I
here.
don't know how that's going outside.
Yeah, I guess not too much has changed outside.
Yeah.
Check out the window going on
That
out
was
there.
like 2
We
minutes
do
of
need to
combat
get
at the
across
most.
the swamp.
Yeah, we need to get back
Like,
across this pond.
Basically, I just want to see if I can get the the plate off this guy's mouth. Is that's gonna be a whole thing, or is it like something I can let him speak?
I would say that like it's bolted on there pretty good. I would need someone to make a sleight of hand check to actually like
Ooh.
get it off there, or a medicine check.
I can help with a sleight of hand and try to get it off without damaging his facial structure too much.
And I'll do medicine to another one.
Oh,
Oh, nope.
my sleight of hand is not sliding very slightly.
What did you guys get? Sorry, I don't have the screen up right now.
A 9.
I got a 9 and you got a 13.
Wow. Okay.
Oh, you
I
did.
mean, so with a 13, you do manage to get it off of the person, but it's like you did a little bit of damage on the way out. However, they still seem to be happy to have it no longer rooted on their face. With a 9 for medicine, you got kind of frustrated like halfway through, and for just a second, you were like, "Why aren't you working?" And you end up pulling off a good chunk of the guy's cheeks along with this thing as you get it off, and you just kind of like, "Oh," and so you just got like it's a little bit like the Joker, Heath Ledger Joker, where he's got some extra smile now, and
Hey, some people can make that look work.
Oh, so sorry, sweetheart. Here, why don't you have one of these berries? It'll make you
Give him a
feel
good
better.
Are you fucking kidding me right now? Oh,
I could have left you in the wax figure.
yeah, sure. Oh, it hurts to chew. And like the little bit of healing from the berry just manages to close the wound around his cheeks. That really does feel a little bit better. Oh my god. Oh, thank you so much for getting me out of there. That was a living nightmare. So long. Oh god.
Good job. I think we just avoided a spin-off.
It does take you a couple of minutes to actually do these surgical procedures. And the slurping, smashing sound coming from next door is slowly getting louder.
Oh boy, gotta hightail
Should
that.
probably
I'm like-
leave.
Don't look at everyone and be like, swamp?
Let's go to the bog. Yes, let's get out of here.
I think we should get out of here and strap those stilts back on as soon as possible.
Awesome. So you get outside, and there is just like a big oatmeal appendage holding a drow, a Wayne upside down above a big toothy maw, for lack of a better phrase, and it just kind of drops him in. All right.
You're just gonna yell if we're running. Cross the streams.
Other than just like this fairly localized disturbance, and like there's regiments of members of the homeowners association that are fighting this thing off with wonderful Winona in the background, like giving orders and gesturing with her gavel. Now strike and strike and strike. I don't think you're trying very hard. Um, you're running through the pandemonium of the city. Lots of people are running away. There's also like other little versions of this oatmeal monster that are coming out from here and there, other places where maybe these spigots of stuff led to. There's another fairly large-sized one coming from the nursery area, that octagonal structure in the center of town, where there's also like these zombie-looking things that were clearly inside of the nutrient tubes in there that got like corrupted by its influence. You've created an entire B horror movie on your way out, is basically what I'm trying to say.
Now that's a
Army of
distraction.
Darkness is happening, and we're leaving.
And because of all of this, no one's really paying attention to where you're going. You are not the biggest worry at the time. Even people that were maybe diehard Winonans are not like, yes, let's go follow this person. I want to try that. No, they're all running for their lives, checking on their loved ones. You managed to get back to Pier Wayne Imports. There's nobody there. There's just like some stilts that are the same stilts that you had before are sitting in the same box that you left them when you arrived. Yeah.
I
What's
guess
next?
we could have gotten custom stilts. Yeah, I think that I don't think there's. I think we might wait this out better on the other side of the swamp. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, unless we're gonna take a short rest, then I don't think we're fighting any
No.
oatmeal tonight.
Nope.
I think we gotta
Awesome.
hope that we survive the 3-hour hike back across the swamp.
All right.
I
So
kind of,
heading
I kinda
back
wanna-
to the bog, you strap your stilts on, feeling a little bit more comfortable with them this time. I'm not going to make you guys do a check to get back. You've already been through there. You kind of know what's going on on with that. You cross the bog and return to the dock where Agatha is going to be picking you up on the other side. You still have a while before she's going to show up, and occasionally you still hear the errant scream coming from, like, echoing across the bog that you just came through. But if you want to, go ahead and tell me what maybe you guys are doing for the next couple hours while you're waiting for Agatha's ship. I mean, excluding, like, obviously you're probably going to rest a little bit, but like any role playing or side stories you want to flesh out at this moment would be a great time.
Go for it, Gary.
Yeah, I think little short
campfire
rest. I'm gonna tell him a story. I'm gonna be like, that was a pretty good operation there, I think. All things considered, a little less traditional than perhaps I'm used to. I remember a time where I had to do a mission. We were on a mission, and well, I'm real glad you guys made it. I'm really glad my team made it out this time.
Aw.
What happened to your last?
So I know that going back to the pods is going to be. Well, we got to obey the captain. You got to obey your captain. That's what we signed up to do. Good work out there.
5 is going to meticulously take apart and clean and polish all of her gear.
What happened to your last crew?
My unit. We mistakes were made on that last one. But it's, we were together for a good long while. But nothing that you really want to hear the specifics on. I don't think it didn't end well for them. And now I'm with the captain.
It's not going to end well for all those Waynes who have an oatmeal abomination to deal with on their own now. Nice little going away present you left them there.
It's just like self-delivery breakfast, I think, maybe. Just
Overnight oat.
it's overnight. Yeah, when you can't really be too concerned about the other side.
Well,
Can't
I
say
think
more.
that's good advice. You never know. There were certainly people in there who wanted to see us dead.
Yeah.
I try not to fall into the us versus them mindset too often. You never know what surprises people will have if you get to know their secrets.
Well, I think both of you did very well today. That was very good use of that poison, and you talked us out of a lot of very difficult situations. I'm quite happy that we all were on the same team. I think we did very well.
I look at my bag and the explosives. Like,
Keep those.
what am I gonna do with that?
I want the Wayne hat, and I'm gonna cut like little slits in it for the ears, so I can.
I'm gonna start a
Honorary
campfire.
Yeah,
Start a campfire. Oh yeah, I'm gonna get out of my Wayne costume.
you've been wearing a Wayne disguise.
That's right.
Get out of my Wayne costume.
All right.
And
So as you
I'm
guys are,
drinking coffee out of my souvenir mug.
yeah.
Dump the HOA papers and stuff into the swamp. We don't need that anymore.
So you guys probably get a little bit of shut eye since you have some time until the boat arrives. And sure enough, on the next day at just about the exact time that you were expecting, the Tatterdemalion, that's the name of Agatha's ship, shows up and docks. Walking down the gangplank in your direction is Dr. Jean, his high necked lab coat in its normal position. He walks over to you and says, "Well, I am glad to see that everyone is still alive. I am more interested, however, to see what color that shell blows."
I hand it over to him.
He holds it to his lips and exhales through it, and it streams out a nice greenish color. And he says, "Acceptable and somewhat impressive. Now, I'm sure you're beginning to itch a little bit. Let's get you back on board." He tucks away the conch shell into one of his many pockets, and Talamir is by his side, nipping at his heels. "Next time I get to go, right, Dr. Jean?" Sure, Talamir, come along. You're led downstairs, and Jean says as he's escorting you back to your nutrient pods, "Whatever bits and baubles you acquired on your trip are yours to keep, and perhaps next time you're awoken we'll let you requisition things a little more impactful than what you have this time. Other than that, ta-ta." And he slowly pushes each of you into the nutrient vat. And at first you're like, "I hate this," and then you're like, "Oh, but I kind of really like this. Holy shit!" It's like a nicotine patch that covers your entire body. I don't know if anybody's a smoker. I'm not, but I assume that that's kind of like a crazy potent feeling. And then there is disjointed time, and then you are all once again back in your pods, ready for Agatha to call on again sometime in the future. Thanks for playing, guys. Ton of fun on my part. That was so insanely off the rails. It kind of makes the other campaign look the other try a little normal in comparison. Although they also had some crazy shit. I encourage you guys to find out in the Discord, which I'm going to add you to right now.